Hello, my dear listeners. Tonight, we're going to take a leisurely stroll through the remarkable life of a man who helped shape the very foundations of America. Not through grand battles or dramatic speeches, but through the quiet power of ideas and an almost stubborn belief that a new kind of country was possible. So before you pull up that blanket and get comfortable if you don't mind, take a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. I always enjoy seeing who I have the pleasure of helping each night. Now turn off those lights and let's ease into another journey together. Now you may believe that you are familiar with Alexander Hamilton from the popular Broadway production, but for the time being, let's put the hip-hop music and dramatic performances aside. Instead, think of him as your exceptionally intelligent neighbour who always has something interesting to say over the garden fence. He's the type of person who sees opportunities where others see problems and who, with time and careful consideration, has never encountered a difficult problem that he couldn't solve. Our story starts on the tiny Caribbean island of Nevis, where the sound of waves lapping against coral shores and the aroma of sugarcane are carried by the trade winds. In 1755, a child is born who will grow up to have thoughts the size of an entire continent. The problem with Alexander, though, is that he didn't begin life with any advantages that would indicate greatness was on the horizon. You know how some people seem to have it all from birth. Alexander became more akin to a wooden spoon that had previously been used to stir up something dubious. James Hamilton, his father, had a knack for making bad business choices that would make a contemporary businessman shudder. Imagine a man who had the ability to take something that was certain and somehow make it a spectacular failure. For you, that's James Hamilton. When Alexander was 10 years old, his father did what struggling men do when life becomes too difficult. He just left. He was there one morning, discussing his most recent business endeavour that would undoubtedly bring wealth to the family, and the following morning, his seat at the breakfast table was vacant. Alexander seemed to brush it off as just another mystery to be solved at a later time, even though it's the kind of abandonment that could shatter a child's spirit. Rachel, his mother, was left to handle things alone, and she did so with the quiet resolve that would later manifest in her son's personality. She didn't have a lot of money or ties to influential families, but she had something more valuable. She was a reader, and she made sure Alexander was as well. This was like giving him superpowers at a time when many people signed their names with an X. Imagine young Alexander reading by candlelight in their tiny home as the Caribbean night hummed with insects and sea breezes. He devoured books with the same fervour and seemingly insatiable appetite as some children consume candy. It made no difference whether it was history books, philosophy, poetry, or mathematics. Alexander wanted to understand anything that had words on a page. However, harsh lessons come with living on a small island, and Alexander's mother passed away when he was 13. With no family wealth to rely on and no clear way forward, this intelligent boy suddenly found himself practically alone in the world. This type of circumstance could teach someone to be cautious, to keep their head down, and to seize any little opportunities that present themselves. Rather, Alexander surveyed his situation and concluded that it was unacceptable. Not in a furious manner, but with the cool resolve of someone who just doesn't think that where you begin is where you end up. He secured a position in a trading company as a clerk, managing the bookkeeping and correspondence for traders who transported goods between islands. This may seem like a rather ordinary way for a future founding father to spend his adolescence, but this is where Alexander's unique brilliance began to emerge. Alexander started to comprehend how the entire system operated. Whereas other clerks might have just copied letters and added up columns of numbers, he observed how ships travelled between islands, how money moved between locations, and how a sugar shortage in one area could lead to opportunities in another. Today he was like a teenager, who begins by assisting with the social media account for a family business, and ends up knowing more about digital marketing than those who have degrees in the field. Alexander not only carried out his duties, but also assimilated the fundamental ideas that underpinned successful commerce. At the age of 17, Alexander experienced a life-altering event in 1772. The Caribbean was hit by a huge hurricane, the kind of storm that prompts modern weather forecasters to use adjectives like catastrophic and unprecedented. Buildings that had withstood years of tropical storms were reduced to splinters, trees that had stood for decades were uprooted like weeds, and the meticulous order of everyday life was completely upended. The majority of people would have written home about the devastation, and perhaps even shared some dramatic tales of how they managed to survive the storm. However, Alexander sat down and wrote something completely different because he was Alexander. In his letter, he characterized the hurricane as a window into the great power of nature and the frailty of human ambition, in addition to being a destructive force. Everyone who read the letter was taken aback by its beauty. It wasn't overdone or flowery. Alexander never liked superfluous ornamentation, but it encapsulated a fundamental aspect of what it was like to live through such a moment. It revealed a young man capable of finding meaning in devastation and patterns in chaos. It was like watching someone realize they have a lovely singing voice when his letter appeared in the local newspaper. Alexander was suddenly recognized as someone special by those who had previously thought of him as just another clerk's assistant. Local businessmen and clergymen were drawn to the letter and concluded that the young man's abilities were too valuable to be wasted on a small island. They started a collection, which is similar to passing a hat around your neighbourhood, except that instead of collecting money for someone's medical bills, you're collecting money to send a teenager to college in the United States. The kind of investment in human potential that transforms everything was demonstrated by this extraordinary act of faith in Alexander's potential. With only a few books, some clothing, and some ideas that would eventually help reshape a continent, 18-year-old Alexander Hamilton set sail for New York in 1773. He was leaving behind not just a location, but a whole way of thinking about what was possible as his island home vanished behind him. Alexander must have felt like Dorothy leaving her farmhouse and entering the land of Oz when he first arrived in New York, only instead of a yellow brick road, he discovered cobblestone streets that were busier than his entire island had been. With the kind of energy that comes from living in a place where anything seems possible, the city was a whirlpool of intellectuals, merchants, sailors and craftsmen, all pursuing their different dreams. King's College, now known as Columbia University, was where he enrolled. Imagine a young man from a small Caribbean island entering those halls for the first time, surrounded by the sons of wealthy New York families who had been raised to take their privileges for granted. It might have been frightening, but Alexander had something they didn't: a voracious appetite for information that only comes from having earned every chance. Alexander threw himself into his studies like a man who realized that education was his only way to influence others, whereas his classmates may have approached their studies with the casual attitude of people who knew they would inherit their father's businesses regardless of their grades. He studied history, economics, philosophy and law with the fervour of someone who understood that these subjects were more than merely academic pursuits. They were instruments he would need to construct the life he desired. What set Alexander apart from even the most committed learners, however, was that he synthesized knowledge rather than merely absorbing it. He was already considering how the lessons he was reading about ancient Greek democracy might be applied to the political unrest that was developing in colonial America. He was thinking about how British economic theory might apply to a nation that did not yet exist, but that he was already starting to envision when he studied it. For young people interested in concepts related to society and governance, the 1770s were a unique period. Taxes, representation, and the basic issue of who had the authority to decide on other people's lives were the subjects of escalating disputes between the American colonies and Britain. These were pressing real-world issues that had an impact on everyone's day-to-day existence, not theoretical philosophical arguments taking place in some far-off capital. The political conversations that seemed to emerge everywhere, whether in coffee shops, on street corners, or in college dorms late at night, when young men with more fervour than experience would solve the world's problems over candlelight, and whatever alcohol they could afford drew Alexander in. Alexander, however, approached these arguments with the gravity of someone who thought ideas had consequences, in contrast to many of his contemporaries who saw them as intellectual amusement. He started penning pamphlets, which were the blog posts of the 18th century, but they were more difficult to create and disseminate. His earliest works revealed a mind already pondering difficult issues regarding the interplay between local autonomy and national unity, as well as between individual liberty and collective security. Alexander was developing concepts that he believed would soon become crucial. So these weren't merely smart academic exercises. Alexander was 20 years old when the Revolutionary War finally broke out in 1775, and he had to make the same decision that all young Americans had to make. Would he try to avoid danger and wait to see how things worked out, or would he take up arms for the cause of independence? There was really no other option for someone who had studied political theory in depth during his college years. Alexander was not an idealistic idealist who viewed war as a glorious adventure when he enlisted in the Continental Army. He realised that winning battles would only be the first step in a long, costly and challenging conflict. He immediately made a name for himself as someone who could solve the kinds of real-world issues that armies encounter when attempting to wage war without sufficient supplies, rather than as a warrior in the conventional sense. When you don't have enough money to buy food, how do you feed soldiers? When there aren't enough wagons or horses, how do you transport supplies? When everyone is aware that the enemy has superior gear and more consistent funding, how do you keep morale high? These may seem like trivial issues, but Alexander knew that strategy is just as important in winning a war as bravery. His teenage years in the Caribbean trading office had taught him that intricate systems necessitate meticulous attention to details that may appear uninteresting but are actually very important. No matter how valiant its soldiers are, an army that is unable to effectively move its supplies or feed itself will lose. General George Washington, who was facing difficulties that would have overwhelmed most leaders, was drawn to his abilities. In order to effectively manage a revolutionary war, Washington needed someone who could coordinate with other officers, draft orders, handle correspondence, and solve the intricate administrative issues that arise. He discovered someone in Alexander who was capable of all of that, and who also had a broad understanding of their goals. Alexander developed into one of Washington's most trusted aides, working closely with him for years, allowing him to see directly how decisions are made in emergency situations. He observed how Washington handled conflicting demands, controlled challenging individuals, and remained focused on long-term objectives even when immediate pressures became too much to handle. Most significantly, though, Alexander spent those years of war contemplating the future. He was already thinking about the more difficult question: how would they actually govern themselves once they had gained the right to do so? While others concentrated on the pressing issue of gaining independence, after the war ended in 1783, Americans had to figure out what it meant to be a nation, a problem no previous generation had ever faced. When you put it that way, it sounds easy, but the reality was far more intricate. 13 distinct colonies, each with its own customs, passions, and views on how things ought to be run, had to somehow manage to operate as a single country. The Articles of Confederation, which were essentially a treaty between 13 independent states rather than a blueprint for a single government, were the first attempt to solve this conundrum. A group of roommates agreeing to split the rent but not granting anyone the power to ensure that each person pays their share was the political equivalent of that. Alexander became increasingly convinced that this system was not going to work as he watched it falter from crisis to crisis. Because each state produced its own currency, trade between them became needlessly complicated. They treated neighbouring states more like foreign nations than as parts of the same country, imposing tariffs on each other's goods. There was no efficient system in place to settle disagreements when they occurred. Most annoying of all, there was no dependable method for the national government to raise funds. It could request funding from the states but not mandate it. This meant that soldiers who had fought for independence could not receive their back pay, debts from the Revolutionary War remained unpaid, and the new nation's credit was so bad that foreign governments started to question whether America would be able to remain an independent nation. This was similar to witnessing a business owner who refused to record their revenue or expenses and then question why they were unable to pay their bills for someone with Alexander's background in finance and commerce. The issues weren't enigmatic, rather, they were the inevitable outcome of attempting to manage a complicated organisation without delegating decision-making authority to anyone. Alexander was developing his legal career in New York during this time, taking on cases that allowed him to gain first-hand knowledge of the day-to-day operations of the nation's legal and economic systems. He witnessed the needless complexity of business caused by the absence of a unified set of commercial laws, the confusion and inefficiency caused by the lack of a stable national currency, and the difficulty in resolving disputes that crossed state lines due to the lack of federal authority. Alexander, however, started formulating solutions to these issues rather than merely lamenting them. He looked for ideas that might apply to the American economy by researching the economic systems of other nations, especially Britain. He read widely about various governmental structures in an effort to comprehend what caused some countries to be stable and prosperous, while others suffered from ongoing political unrest. By 1787, enough Americans had agreed with Alexander that something needed to change because the Articles of Confederation were failing. In order to determine whether a more efficient system of national government could be established, a convention was called in Philadelphia, supposedly to amend the Articles. Despite being in the awkward position of being the only member of his state's delegation who genuinely wished to establish a powerful federal government, Alexander was chosen as one of New York's delegates. Because his two colleagues favoured the status quo, New York's official stance at the convention was typically against the kinds of reforms Alexander believed were required. Some of America's most intelligent political thinkers, men who had pondered societal and governmental issues for years, came together for the convention. Even so, Alexander stood out among this esteemed group for his willingness to think outside the box and for the breadth of his vision. Alexander argued for something more fundamental. They needed to establish a national government that was actually capable of governing, whereas many delegates saw the convention's work as a matter of making small changes to the current system. Instead of depending on state cooperation, this meant granting the federal government the authority to impose taxes, control interstate commerce, and directly enforce its laws. Although these might appear to be technical details, Alexander realized that they served as the cornerstone for all other goals the new country wished to achieve. The government couldn't maintain an army, pay off debts, or fund the kinds of infrastructure projects that would support the nation's development and prosperity if it couldn't consistently generate income. The United States would not be a true national market if it did not have the power to control interstate commerce. Alexander's speech on June 18, 1787, outlining his vision for a powerful federal government, is his most well-known contribution to the convention. Even though the presentation lasted 6 hours, imagine spending that much time watching a PowerPoint. It wasn't dull academic theory. Alexander was outlining a workable plan for handling the intricate problems that a big, diverse country faces. Although his fellow delegates listened politely, many of them thought his ideas were too radical. Alexander was advocating for a degree of federal power that was higher than what the majority of Americans at the time felt was appropriate. Many of them weren't prepared to establish a new government that might turn out to be just as repressive, because they had just fought a war to rid themselves of what they perceived to be excessive government power. Alexander had a big impact on the final constitution, despite the fact that his specific suggestions were not accepted. The powers given to Congress reflected his views on the necessity of federal control over taxation and commerce. His focus on establishing a government that could take decisive action had an impact on the executive branch's layout. Convincing the American people to ratify the new constitution was the true challenge that arose after the Constitutional Convention concluded its work in September 1787. It took more than just persuading politicians to support this. It also required a shift in the way the general public perceived the connection between individual liberty and group government. Alexander recognized that this was essentially an ideological conflict, and he threw himself into it with the ferocity of someone who thought the nation's future depended on it. He started writing a collection of essays with John Jay and James Madison that became known as the Federalist Papers. They were all published under the same pseudonym Publius. These essays provided thoughtful, in-depth justifications for why the proposed constitution would be superior to the current one, not just catchphrases or sentimental pleas. Of the 85 essays, Alexander authored 51 that addressed some of the most intricate and contentious facets of the new system of government. Imagine him working late into the night by candlelight in his New York law office, developing arguments that were both rigorously intellectual and understandable to the average reader. In essence, he was creating the instruction manual for American democracy, outlining not only the functions of the new government, but also the rationale behind its structure. Alexander carefully outlined the reasons why the Articles of Confederation were failing in Federalist number 21, using relatable examples. It was similar to trying to manage a household without a steady source of income when the national government was unable to collect taxes. You might manage for a while, but eventually the bills would arrive and you would be unable to pay them. He made the case in Federalist number 23 that if a federal government was to exist at all, it must be powerful enough to carry out its mandate. Establishing a national authority that was meant to oversee commerce and provide for defence, but lack the authority to do so successfully was pointless. Perhaps his most significant contribution, however, was Federalist number 78, where he introduced the idea of judicial review, the notion that courts ought to have the power to judge whether laws are constitutional, and described the function of the federal judiciary. Alexander was considering how to keep the new government from going too far while still granting it sufficient power to carry out its duties, so this wasn't just a theoretical legal theory. Newspapers across the nation carried the Federalist Papers, which sparked discussions in town squares, taverns, and family dinner tables. Although many Americans were still wary of strong federal authority, Alexander's arguments were generally unpopular, but eventually gained support because they were both practically sound and intellectually sound. The task of transforming abstract plans into functional government operations fell to George Washington, the first president appointed under the new Constitution. Selecting Alexander Hamilton to be the first Secretary of the Treasury, a role that would allow Hamilton to put many of the ideas he had been working on for years into practice, was one of his most significant choices. Alexander, at 34, was younger than most cabinet members, but his theoretical background and real-world experience made him an ideal fit for the new country's problems. Due to the millions of dollars it owed to both domestic and foreign investors who had contributed to the Revolutionary War's funding, the federal government was effectively bankrupt. Some European observers questioned whether the United States would remain an independent nation because of the country's extremely low credit rating. Alexander's methodical approach to these issues was a reflection of the years of study he had put into his understanding of finance and economics. Instead of tackling each crisis one at a time, he developed a comprehensive plan that would build a stable financial system, restore the nation's credit, and lay the groundwork for sustained economic growth. In On Public Credit, his first significant report, he suggested that the federal government take full responsibility for all debts accrued during the Revolutionary War, including debts accrued by individual states. This was more than simply paying back debts. Alexander recognized that a country's debt management reveals a lot about its dependability and character. States that had already paid off their war debts would ultimately be assisting in the repayment of states that hadn't been as fiscally responsible, which made the proposal contentious. However, Alexander contended that this was the cost of moving from a loose confederation of independent states to a truly unified nation. Imagine a family that, despite some members having been more frugal with their money than others, decides to combine their resources to pay off everyone's college loans. In the short run, it might not seem fair, but it builds a foundation of mutual commitment and shared responsibility that makes the group stronger. In order to manage government finances, maintain a stable currency, and provide credit to promote economic growth, Alexander also suggested establishing a national bank. While the concept of a central bank was widely accepted in Europe, it was revolutionary in America, where many people equated banks with the type of concentrated financial power from which they had fled. A national bank, according to its detractors, would favour affluent investors at the expense of common farmers and artisans. In response, Alexander said that a well-run financial system would help everyone by increasing the availability of credit for profitable investments, stabilising currency, and improving trade efficiency. His goal was to build the financial infrastructure that a contemporary economy needs, not to enrich bankers. Reliable financial institutions are necessary to control the flow of credit and money that enables commerce, just as good roads are necessary for the efficient transportation of goods. Alexander's report on manufactures, which he presented to Congress in 1791, was arguably his most forward-thinking contribution as Treasury Secretary. Alexander envisioned something more ambitious, a country that could produce its own goods and compete with established industrial powers. This was in contrast to the majority of Americans of his era who believed that the United States would continue to be primarily an agricultural country that imported manufactured goods from Europe in exchange for raw materials. Alexander recognized that political independence was useless without economic independence, so this was more than just economic nationalism. A nation that relied on other countries for basic manufactured goods would always be at risk from political and economic pressure. His defense of American manufacturing, however, went beyond mere self-sufficiency. Alexander thought that as industry grew, more varied economic opportunities would be created, enabling Americans to pursue a greater variety of careers and raise their standard of living. Compared to a farmer who solely relied on agricultural revenue, a farmer who was able to work part-time in a nearby textile mill had greater financial security. Additionally, he contended that manufacturing would more effectively utilize what economists refer to as human capital, the abilities and skills of individuals who might not be able to fully engage in an agricultural economy. Women could be paid in textile mills. Children could work in factories. This was before the issues surrounding child labour were recognised. And immigrants with industrial skills could immediately contribute to economic growth instead of needing to learn how to farm. For its time, Alexander's manufacturing vision was extraordinarily advanced. He realised that building factories was not enough for successful industrial development. It also required access to capital, skilled labour, supportive infrastructure, and markets big enough to turn a profit. Protective tariffs to help American manufacturers compete with well-established European producers are among the policies he suggested the government implement to promote these favourable conditions. Alexander's understanding of what is now known as economic diversification was also demonstrated in the report. He maintained that a country with a diverse economy, one that includes manufacturing, services, agriculture and commerce, would be more resilient than one that relies too much on any one of these industries. Manufacturing could remain profitable even if agricultural prices declined. Even if one area experienced economic challenges, other areas with distinct economic foundations could still thrive. Alexander's manufacturing vision was rejected by critics as unrealistic fantasy, claiming that Americans lacked the markets, capital, and skills required for effective industrial development. However, Alexander knew that these capabilities could be developed over time with the right investments and policies because he had studied the economic development of other countries. Alexander was at the centre of increasingly contentious political discussions as he carried out his economic and financial policies, which ultimately resulted in the establishment of the first political parties in America. When people with essentially different ideas about the country attempted to cooperate, partisan divisions emerged, which was not something anyone had anticipated or desired. The founders had hoped to avoid the kind of partisan divisions they associated with European politics. Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who favoured a more constrained federal role, an agricultural economy, and closer ties with France, disagreed with Alexander's vision of a strong federal government, a diversified economy, and close ties with Britain. These disagreements were not merely about policy, they also represented divergent views on the ideal form of the United States of America. Alexander's plan for a national bank, which Jefferson claimed was unconstitutional, because the Constitution didn't specifically give the federal government the authority to charter banks, was the final straw in the dispute. In response, Alexander presented a thorough legal defence of implied powers, which hold that the Constitution gave the federal government the right to do whatever it takes to effectively exercise the powers it specified, in addition to the specific powers it listed. This debate was about how to interpret the Constitution, and what kind of federal government the American people had truly agreed to establish, not just about banking. While Jefferson supported strict construction, which restricted federal authority to powers specifically stated in the Constitution, Alexander argued for what became known as a broad construction of the document. Both of his most trusted advisers made strong cases for their positions, but President Washington was forced to make the difficult decision. On the bank issue, he finally took Alexander's side, but the political rifts that resulted from these discussions would influence American politics for many years to come. Alexander rose to prominence as the intellectual head of the Federalist Party, which promoted pro-business policies, industrial growth, and a powerful federal government. The Democratic-Republican Party, founded by Jefferson and Madison, promoted stringent constitutional interpretation, agricultural interests, and limited federal power. Although these party differences may appear regrettable, Alexander recognized that they were a positive indication of a robust democracy. People with differing opinions about politics and policy should be able to band together, promote their positions, and run for office in a free society. Either dictatorship or political anarchy was the alternative, not peaceful unity. Alexander's personal life was characterized by both great success and heartbreaking setbacks, even as he was establishing himself as one of America's most significant public figures. He had 8 children with Elizabeth Schuyler, a member of one of the most well-known families in New York. According to all accounts, it was a devoted union founded on respect for one another and similar ideals. However, Alexander paid a personal price for his unwavering commitment to public service. In order to achieve his political and financial objectives, he frequently put his family and his own health last while working incredibly long hours. When he committed to a project, he threw himself into it wholeheartedly, sometimes to the detriment of everything else in his life. He was the type of person who couldn't do anything halfway. Alexander made a choice in 1797 that would follow him for the rest of his life. In an attempt to dispel rumours that he had exploited his role as Treasury Secretary for personal financial gain, he released a pamphlet confessing to an affair. The Reynolds pamphlet, as it was called, demonstrated that Alexander was innocent of financial corruption, but guilty of adultery. Both Alexander's complex personality and his dedication to public integrity were evident in this choice. Instead of letting people think he had violated the public's confidence, he he decided to ruin his own reputation. This was basically political suicide in a time when political and personal reputations were intertwined. Although Alexander's aspirations for higher office were essentially dashed by the scandal, his impact on American political and economic advancement remained unabated. He still advised other political leaders, wrote about public policy, and practiced law. His theories have influenced discussions of economic policy, constitutional interpretation, and federal power. Most significantly, the Reynolds pamphlet exposed a fundamental aspect of Alexander's personality. He was prepared to incur significant personal expenses in order to uphold his honour as a public official. He was aware that democracy relies on people having faith in their leaders, and he was unwilling to let that faith be undermined, even if it meant ruining his own reputation. In a duel with Aaron Burr on the Weehawken, New Jersey, cliffs on July 11, 1804, Alexander Hamilton lost his life. The duel symbolised something greater about the nature of honour and public service in early America, but it was also the result of years of political and personal hostility. A newspaper article that quoted Alexander criticising Burr's character was the direct cause of the duel. Alexander refused to offer Burr an apology that would have appeased Burr's sense of honour. They were forced to meet on the field of honour due to the social norms of the time. Alexander wrote letters to his wife and friends the night before the duel, outlining his reasoning and offering insights into his life and work. These letters show a man who felt constrained by the social mores of his class and time, but who was also deeply conflicted about the duel. He felt that he would lose his ability to influence public affairs and become ineffective as an advocate for the causes he supported if he gave in to Burr's challenge. The actual duel was short and tragic. Both men fired. Burr's shot found its mark, while Alexander's, perhaps on purpose, went wide. The following day, Alexander passed away, surrounded by loved ones who understood that one of the most extraordinary careers in American politics was coming to an end. Alexander's life, which had already made a significant contribution to American development and appeared to hold even more promise for future accomplishments, was cut short at the age of 49. In addition to establishing the nation's financial system and many of the precedents that would shape future economic policy, he had contributed to the creation of the Constitution and expressed a vision of American potential that still shapes our perception of what the nation could achieve. However, his intellectual rather than practical legacy may have been his most significant contribution. Alexander proved that concepts have repercussions, that thoughtful consideration of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that new institutions can be created that better meet the needs of people than the ones they replace. It's worthwhile to reflect on how Alexander Hamilton's theories still influence our modern world as you sink further into your cosy chair and maybe finish that cup of tea. His financial system laid the groundwork for the next 2 centuries of economic expansion in the United States. Debates concerning individual rights and federal authority are still governed by the constitutional principles he outlined. His vision of America as a modern, diverse, and economically vibrant country came to pass. However, Alexander's most lasting contribution may be his example of how intelligence, perseverance, and a dedication to a cause greater than oneself can help one overcome the circumstances of one's birth. He demonstrated that concepts are important, that thorough examination of difficult issues can result in workable answers, and that wisely and strategically planned institutions can meet the needs of people for many generations. Alexander Hamilton's story provides an alternative viewpoint in our own era, when we confront problems that seem insurmountable and solutions that seem unattainable. The fundamental societal structures were being reconstructed and questioned during the time he lived, which was a time of great uncertainty and change. He had to come up with novel solutions to problems that had never been solved before. However, he approached these difficulties with methodical thought, meticulous analysis, and an unwavering faith that people could come up with better ways to arrange their shared lives, rather than with fear or despair. He realized that creating a successful society calls for both bold leadership and patient compromise, as well as visionary thinking and attention to detail. The America that Alexander Hamilton helped build never reached its full potential. He passed away before the nation had expanded far afield of the Atlantic coast, before the Industrial Revolution he had predicted had truly begun, and before the diversified, wealthy, and internationally significant country he had imagined had come to pass. However, he had sown the seeds that would eventually bear fruit that he could hardly have dreamed of. The most significant lesson from Alexander Hamilton's life may be that the task of creating a better world is never fully completed, that every generation inherits the successes and unsolved issues of its predecessors, and that our own contributions will be evaluated based on how well we further the continuous endeavour of human progress, rather than how well we solve every issue. As you get ready for bed tonight, you may consider the amazing fact that our thoughts on politics, economics and society are still shaped by the ideas of a young man from a small Caribbean island who passed away more than 200 years ago. It serves as a reminder that people's lives can have far-reaching effects that are beyond their wildest expectations, and that it is never a waste of time to carefully consider how to improve the world. Alexander Hamilton was a strong believer in the ability of human reason to resolve difficult issues, the potential for establishing institutions that promote the common good, and the capacity of regular people to achieve extraordinary feats when given the chance. These were hard-won lessons from a life spent battling real problems and real responsibilities, not naive optimisms. His narrative implies that overcoming obstacles with consideration and perseverance, rather than avoiding them, is the way to meaningful success. Patient analysis and innovative thinking frequently yield solutions to seemingly intractable problems. When enough people are dedicated to the cause of change, institutions that seem permanent and unalterable can be changed or replaced. Most significantly, Alexander Hamilton's life shows that despite uncertainty and disappointment, it is possible to hold on to hope and purpose. He endured personal scandal, war, economic crisis, political unrest, and innumerable other setbacks, but he never lost hope that with clear thinking and hard work, people could make tomorrow better than today. That seems like a nice thing to think as you go to sleep. That the future is still up in the air, that people are still intelligent and kind, and that everyone has the chance to add something worthwhile to the continuing narrative of our shared existence. After beginning his life as an orphaned teenager on a small island, Alexander Hamilton went on to contribute to the founding of a nation. What else could we do? Sweet dreams, and may you awaken tomorrow with a semblance of Alexander Hamilton's quiet faith that difficult issues can be resolved, that brilliant ideas have the power to transform the world, and that there is always more significant work to be done. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle, as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation. The students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinising every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He had considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. but great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime-solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy. It was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, he showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realising they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularise the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behaviour followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cosy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable: radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem-solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. Imagine yourself curled up in a cosy chair with a mug of something warm, because we're going to meet one of the most misunderstood figures in American history. Perhaps you and your parents hummed the Disney song about Davy Crockett, the frontier hero with the coonskin cap. Instead of starting with bear wrestling or political speeches, the true tale of David Crockett begins with a restless lad who couldn't settle into anything, and he was far more fascinating than any myth. David, sometimes known as Davy, until the politicians had their hands on him, was born in 1786 into a nomadic family in a one-room cabin in what is now eastern Tennessee. John, his father, was the type of man who would constantly look to the adjacent valley for brighter prospects. Young David likely assumed that having a permanent address was something that only other people experienced because the Crocketts packed up and moved so frequently. Now, it's easy to picture rugged outdoorsy kids growing up on the frontier, but David was really quite the eccentric. Unlike his peers, David appeared to have an aversion to sitting still, even though they were learning to plough fields and tend to livestock. School as he knew it seemed as snug as a pair of pine bark shoes, and his thoughts ran amok like a free chicken. Formal education wasn't for him after only 4 days of class. This decision would come back to haunt him years later when he struggled to sound adult in letters to his wife. At the tender age of 13, David's father, likely distraught, rented him out to a cattle driver. Envision yourself as a 13-year-old who is unexpectedly tasked with transporting hundreds of finicky cows over uncharted land. David learned that cows had zero regard for a young person's timetable or dignity as he trudged through muck for months while sleeping under the stars. However, he felt a connection to that trip. Because of his restless personality, he thrived on the wide road, where he was always moving and had to tackle difficulties as they arose. David had gained the self-assurance that comes from facing adversity head-on, and had grown 3 inches by the time he reached home. However, he still had issues with his studies. In a family where everyone could write their names, he felt like the outcast because he still couldn't read past first grade when he was 15 years old. So he struck a bargain with his dad. He'd pay off the family's obligations if he could go back to school. Imagine a classroom full of 7-year-olds, with 15-year-old David crammed in, his knees banging the small desk, trying to learn his letters at a time when other boys his age were already planning marriage and starting families. Although it must have been difficult for his pride, David persisted for a few months as he gradually acquired the fundamental abilities necessary for the complex life that lay ahead. Like many other youngsters, David found himself thrust into manhood on the frontier before he was ready. At the age of 16, he had found a job with a nearby farmer where he could support his family and begin to shape his future. Even when things became rough, he had a way of making people laugh, and his stubborn streak would keep them going long after they gave up. He wasn't the brightest student or the toughest worker, but he had something else. In those formative years, he virtually appears as a towering, lanky boy with enormous hands and a wicked grin that seems to be perpetually hatching a plot. Parents were first frightened by his boundless energy, but they eventually came to forgive him for his charisma. Years would pass before he became the renowned frontiersman, but he had all the makings of an outlaw, an innate desire to strike off on his own, and the growing suspicion that the easy way out might not be the best choice. Delving further into our narrative, let us discuss how a young David discovered a profound truth. The ability to bring joy to another person's life is nearly as valuable as their material needs. Almost there. David was smitten with a girl from the neighbourhood named Polly Finley when he was 19 years old. Polly, the daughter of a fairly well-off farmer, had her misgivings about this clumsy young man who couldn't seem to commit to a career. She wasn't your typical frontier woman, though. By local standards, she was actually quite refined. As a charmingly awkward wooing tactic, David would attend social events in the hopes of winning her over with his impressive storytelling abilities, and more importantly, his still developing practical capabilities. The catch was that David had never mastered accurate shooting. To you this may not appear significant, but in 1805 Tennessee, a guy who failed to strike his target was as valuable as a chocolate teapot. David realised he was in over his head when Polly's father proposed they go hunting together. It was a test of David's suitability as a possible son-in-law. Thereafter, he did what any reasonable young man in love would do. He practised until his ears rang non-stop and his shoulder turned purple from overuse. Whenever he had a spare moment, he would borrow rifles, beg for ammunition, and shoot at anything that would remain still long enough. David transformed the entire county into his own private range by using objects such as tin cans, fence posts and trees. He was able to thread a 50-yard musket ball needle by the time he wed Polly in 1806, a testament to his perseverance. I mean, not exactly, but it's near enough. Marriage was both a blessing and a curse for David. Though she brought stability, Polly also introduced expectations to his restless temperament. No one should live in a tent with a wife. It wasn't enough to just eat whatever the kids caught or foraged. They required regular meals. The age-old conundrum of how to reconcile risk-taking with one's responsibilities was before David. His response was as imaginative as usual. He would go on hunting trips for weeks at a stretch, returning with a bounty of wild turkey, bear and deer that would feed the family and be sold off. These were no ordinary camping excursions. Rather, David would go far into uncharted territory, often more than 100 miles from civilization, subsisting only on wild foods and his ever-improving marksmanship. The remarkable thing about David's hunting skills is that they came about almost unintentionally. He had no aspirations of becoming a world-renowned marksman. His only goals were to provide for his family and, on occasion, treat Polly to a store-bought dress. But David became someone special over those countless hours of tracking animals through dense forests and across rushing streams. He had an almost miraculous knack for reading the forest, for seeing when and where animals would be and how they would act. When David returned from hunting trips with tales that were too fantastical to be true, his neighbours started to take note. Bears that he had pursued for several days prior to obtaining the ideal photograph. Using just his patience and knowledge of the deer's habits, he had successfully brought them within arm's reach. He seemed to have the power to hypnotise wild turkeys with his turkey calls. The unintended consequence of David's rising profile as a hunter, though, was that others began looking to him to fix their own issues as well. Animals in danger from a wolf pack? Dave Crockett should be summoned. Strange footprints surrounding the chicken coop? He'll take care of it. Unidentified rumbling in the forest late at night? Hopefully, my point is clear. The ability to narrate stories was what set David apart from other adept hunters. Along with the meat, he brought home exciting new experiences. Even a mundane hunting trip would seem like an epic adventure when he was in his element, what with all the close calls, flashes of genius planning, and of course the occasional somewhat idiotic move that almost cost him his life. David had a talent for making even old tales sound thrilling and new, so even though Polly would roll her eyes, she would listen intently. When David was in his mid-20s, he had settled into a routine: hunt, provide, tell stories, repeat. While he was still a young husband attempting to master the most important role of his life, he was laying the groundwork for the fame that would come later. You would think David's issues would go away if he just mastered hunting, but surprises are a part of life. David learned the hard way that not even his famed hunting abilities could ensure financial stability on the frontier as his family expanded. Polly had bestowed upon him 2 boys, John Wesley and William. Modifications that would radically alter David's life occurred in 1813. David joined the Tennessee militia as a scout during the Creek War, which broke out in Alabama, along with many other young men seeking excitement, stable employment, and an opportunity to serve their nation. Unlike in the movies, this wasn't some idyllic military expedition. David devoted most of his time to slogging through marshes, searching for Creek fighters who were more familiar with the area than he was, and discovering that military food was infinitely worse than anything he had ever prepared himself. However, David learned an important lesson during his time in the military. He was born with leadership skills. His fellow troops relied on him for guidance, confidence in his judgment in high-stakes situations, and inspiration when times seemed bleakest. As a leader, he didn't believe in barking out commands and expecting followers to follow suit. Instead, he set a good example by treating everyone with the same laid-back respect he'd learned to value in a world where acting superficially may result in death. After serving his country, David came home to discover that his fame had expanded beyond tales of hunting. He had a reputation for being calm under pressure, able to make tough calls without letting his humour get in the way, and someone who could handle himself in risky situations. These traits would be crucial for David as he approached what he would later refer to as his bear period. To make matters worse, bears in early 19th century Tennessee were enormous, common, and completely disrespectful of human property rights. When bears came into towns in search of food, they would rip apart huts and generally make life difficult for the people who had managed to establish a civilized society. When confronted with a problem bear, most people either hoped it would go away or summoned a more courageous friend or relative for assistance. When others saw obstacles, David saw opportunity. Bear hunting, he came to see, may be more than simply a hobby. It could be a full-fledged enterprise. The meat from bears was highly prized, their fat could be processed into oil for use in cooking and lighting, and their fur was constantly sought after. So when farms and municipalities needed help with a bear problem, they would call David, who became something of a specialist in the field. He was meticulous and, to be honest, slightly obsessed when it came to hunting bears. David would take on the role of a naturalist studying certain bears, observing and studying their behaviours for several days or weeks, before devising tactics that were adapted to their unique personalities. Yes, the bears' personalities, David maintained that each one was unique, with its own set of peculiarities, tastes and degrees of brain power. The outcomes were remarkable. David killed 58 bears in one very fruitful winter. Just one season, not across a number of years. He was able to become so proficient at hunting bears that he could find, kill and prepare one in a day or less before moving on to the next. A title that David felt somewhat humiliating yet gratifying was Bear Hunter of the District, a moniker that his neighbours began to use about him. However, there were unforeseen obstacles on the path to success in the beer industry. David's hunting trips became increasingly longer and more frequent, often lasting weeks. It must have been incredibly challenging for Polly to manage their household and raise their children all by herself. The more muddy and wild-smelling David would come home after his bear exploits, the more varied feelings Polly would have. During his time spent hunting bears, David also began to rise from the status of local hero to that of legendary figure in his own right. His extraordinary success and amusing anecdotes made him a popular speaker, and people started asking him to parties only to hear about his travels. When David realised he could take his life's events and transform them into stories that could captivate an audience, he knew he had a great aptitude for performing. David never felt the need to embellish his hunting achievements, which is an intriguing aspect. It was astonishing enough that it was true. However, he did hone an ability to paint vivid pictures of everyday life, bringing drama and humour to what others might perceive as dull happenings. An ordinary bear hunt devolved into a titanic showdown between humanity and the natural world, replete with terrifying moments, brilliant moments, and, more often than not, at least one instance of David's actions that were ingenious at the moment, but almost cost him his life. As we wind down for the next chapter, it's important to discuss how, sometimes we have no choice but to start over, regardless of how prepared we are. While David was expecting to become famous in his hometown for his bear hunting exploits, he unexpectedly gained a reputation as someone who could solve problems and get things done. Because of his stellar reputation, his neighbours elected him to the position of magistrate in 1817. A magistrate was effectively a municipal judge who presided over smaller cases and disagreements. Just to refresh your memory, David's official education was limited to a few months in a one-room schoolhouse. So, when he was suddenly tasked with interpreting laws and administering justice, it was like expecting someone who had never piloted an airplane to ride horses. However, David brought his usual mix of modesty and common sense to the task. He had a really relaxed demeanour in court, fairness, practical solutions, and David's skill in mediating. Disputes amongst squabbling neighbours were more important than complicated procedures and legal precedents. David would advise the disputing farmers to go for a walk over the contested ground, and try to come to an agreement when they were arguing over who owned what. David may substitute community work for a fine where the offender is unable to pay the original amount. His rulings were mostly reasonable and equitable. However, they lacked legal sophistication. Greater political prospects arose as a result of the magistrate office. No one could have been more surprised than David when he was elected to the Tennessee State Assembly in 1821. Present in the state capital was a man whose constituency was represented by someone who continued to struggle with language and spelling. However, David's political ideology was surprisingly uncomplicated. The government had to assist common people in resolving actual issues, not add further burdens to their lives. His character was congruent with his approach to legislation. In contrast to his fellow legislators, David spoke frankly about the issues at hand, rather than delivering lengthy ceremonial speeches replete with allusions to classical figures and legalese. Regardless of party pressure, he usually voted according to his conscience, which included supporting legislation that would help low-income households purchase land and opposing policies that appeared to benefit primarily the wealthy. However, everything changed when a tragic event occurred. David was left to raise their 3 children alone after Polly passed away in 1815. A devastating loss befell him. With Polly as his rock, he was able to channel his restless spirit while keeping the peace at home. David felt completely disoriented without her, and it had nothing to do with navigating the terrain. Hunting, farming, raising children, and attending to his political responsibilities were all things that David attempted to handle on his own for a period. It was a hopeless predicament. David sought assistance after realising he couldn't give his children the attention they required due to his busy lifestyle. Elizabeth Patten was a widow with 2 children when he wed her in 1816. Elizabeth had the patience, competence and practicality to manage David's unorthodox professional trajectory. While the blended family dynamic was harmonious, David's aspirations for public office were intensifying. He became a United States Senator in 1827. David Crockett, who had spent his whole life in the woods and small frontier towns, suddenly found himself navigating the complex political landscape of the nation's capital when he was elected to the House of Representatives, which required him to leave Tennessee for extended periods of time to serve in Washington, D.C. At dinner parties, this towering, unassuming congressman would tell tales about his bear hunts and appear genuinely bewildered by the complex social conventions that dictated political life. The members of Washington society were at a loss to understand him. The folksy demeanour of David belied his acute intellect and strong ideals. His colleagues had assumed he was a naive frontiersman who was easily influenced. Land policy was the central political problem for David. Poor households were having a hard time getting farmland, he thought, while rich speculators were buying up large tracts for investment. People who had been living on and improving land without legal title, known as squatters, would be granted the right to acquire that land at reasonable prices through the law he suggested. Although David saw it as a matter of basic justice, it pitted him against influential groups that favoured the status quo. David won over voters, but alienated powerful politicians with his support for common settlers. David became more and more alienated within his own political party as he fought against certain of President Andrew Jackson's policies, especially the Indian Removal Act, which he believed to be morally reprehensible. Ironically, David actually had very complex political ideas, despite how simple they appeared to him. Democracy, he realised, entailed more than just majority rule. It also entailed defending the rights of the defenceless. He thought the government should look out for everyone's best interests, not just the wealthy and powerful. For politicians who favoured easier arrangements, they weren't novel notions, but they were uncomfortable. David came to terms with the fact that his time as a Tennessee politician was likely numbered by the early 1830s. He lost popularity due to his rejection of popular ideas and amassed an army of foes due to his unwavering adherence to his principles. Adapting to political reality or forging a new route entirely would shape the remainder of his life. As you settle in for this section of David's journey, you'll find out how, at the same time, it can be freeing and terrible to stand up for your beliefs even if it means losing everything you've worked for. David's stay in the nation's capital was as entertaining as watching a fish scale a tree. It was his job to represent his constituents, vote on legislation, and serve on committees. But he felt like he was speaking a different language when it came to the culture of political manipulation. David adamantly refused to let the political ramifications of his votes influence his decision-making, in contrast to his fellow lawmakers who established coalitions and traded votes like poker chips. When David's beliefs were in line with public opinion, this strategy was effective. Nevertheless, it proved troublesome when they were not. Most of his Tennessee constituents wanted Native American territories opened for white colonization. Therefore, they supported the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Not because he was especially progressive on racial problems by today's standards, but because David had met and respected Native Americans as individuals, he was opposed to it. He thought it was morally reprehensible to forcefully uproot entire communities from their ancient homelands. Classic David Crockett, passionate, direct, and totally at variance with political acumen. That was his opposition speech in Congress. Concerning the distinction between what is legally required and what is morally acceptable, he spoke about Cherokee families he had known, as well as government dishonesty and broken promises. Despite his colleagues' courteous listening, they ultimately voted to have him removed from office. Even while David's vote didn't sway the result, it did demonstrate that he was unreliable when it came to supporting party policies. There were covert but effective efforts by the political elite to undermine David. More trustworthy party members were given committee assignments. Important meeting invitations were misplaced. His colleagues in Congress no longer sought his advice on proposed laws. As he continued to serve as a representative for his area, David felt further and further removed from the political process. David faced political persecution in his home state of Tennessee due to his stance against Indian relocation. His detractors said he had been entangled in the corruption of Washington politics and had lost touch with his heritage, and that he cared more about Indians than his own constituency. Although David had changed while serving in Congress, it was not in the manner his detractors had envisioned, and this fact made the criticism all the more hurtful. David had grown increasingly certain that much political expertise was nothing more than a pretense to escape moral accountability, rather than being politically intelligent. He has seen co-workers vote for initiatives they were personally against just because it suited their political agenda. He was witness to the manner in which powerful people's pockets dictated laws that were ill-suited to the common welfare. Rather than turning him cynical, the experience had helped him better understand what was important to him. As usual, David remained unyielding in the face of political pressure. He did not learn to moderate his views or compromise more skillfully. Rather, he got more vocal. He started travelling around Tennessee giving talks in which he detailed his voting record, the reasons for his opposition to popular ideas, and his newfound knowledge of the inner workings of government. Though entertaining, David had a natural talent for storytelling. These remarks were political suicide. Campaigning for the 1833 election was a bloodbath. There was no shortage of ammunition for David's detractors. His stance against popular initiatives, his many trips out of Tennessee while in Congress, and his ties to controversial causes. For someone whose whole sense of self was based on serving the people, being portrayed as an alien who had become disconnected from everyday life must have been extremely hurtful. David retaliated with candour and humour, which proved ineffective against a well-organised political enemy. No matter the political fallout, he pledged to keep voting his conscience and told voters just how he felt about a variety of subjects. It was noble, based on principles, and destined to fail. As the votes were tallied, David's congressional seat was vacated. He was out of politics and faced an uncertain future after years of public service. He was at the age of 47, which was neither too young nor too old to retire gracefully, but too old to start over comfortably. David was aware that he needed to find his life's purpose while. Elizabeth remained patient regarding their financial condition. Although David was disappointed, he was also liberated from unattainable expectations as a result of his loss. He was free from the burden of considering the potential political repercussions of his statements and the impact they could have on his career. It had been years since he could do or say anything he wanted without worrying about how it might affect his chances of winning the next election. The price he had to pay for this independence was financial instability, public disillusionment, and the realization that his time in politics was essentially over. It did, however, bring with it opportunities. Texas, that enormous western territory where independence from Mexico was being discussed, started to play on David's mind. To all appearances, it was the type of community where a guy could start over, where values might take precedence over party affiliation. As we settle in for the last stretch of David's journey, we'll witness firsthand how the conclusion of one dream may pave the way for a new and, perhaps, more significant one. David pondered his next move for months after his electoral loss. His life had been organised and directed by politics for more than 10 years, and now it was all gone. He resembled a river that had been blocked for a long time, and suddenly the barrier had broken, releasing him, but also leaving him with no idea where to go. Evidently suffering with what felt like early retirement from the only work that had ever truly suited him, Elizabeth observed, as Peter paced around their cabin, starting and then abandoning projects. David usually came up with a solution. If Tennessee wasn't interested in him, he'd look for another place that was. When Americans were looking for a location to start over, where land was inexpensive and prospects were endless, many began to hear stories of Texas. The Mexican government was actively courting American settlers by distributing large tracts of land to those families who were ready to uproot and go. Texas was the pinnacle of new beginnings for David, who had lived his whole life seeking opportunity. It wasn't just personal reasons that led David to Texas. Something major was about to happen, according to his political instincts, and he had been keeping up with the news about the escalating tensions between the Mexican government and American settlers. The settlers' dissatisfaction with Mexican policies, such as those that limited local autonomy, mandated Catholicism among settlers, and restricted immigration, was growing. Conflicts where regular people were caught between their everyday demands and faraway government policies were echoes of those that had moulded David's own political career, he saw. In late 1835, David set off for Texas on an exploratory mission. He intended to survey the area, perhaps purchase some land, and then return to Tennessee to finalize his plans to move. Nevertheless, he was also cognizant of the fact that, regardless of his intentions, he might find himself embroiled if political events in Texas were to escalate. When faced with disagreements about right and wrong, David had never been adept at maintaining objectivity. By travelling through Arkansas and into Texas with a small band of followers, David was able to learn about the local conditions and interact with American settlers on multiple occasions. What he discovered was a people who were both Mexican and American in their cultural and practical identities. They were attempting to form communities based on familiar traditions while also adjusting to new rules and expectations. Hard-working couples wanting a better life for their children, the settlers David met mirrored his neighbours in Tennessee. They want solitude to cultivate land, engage in trade, and rule themselves rationally. However, Mexican policies that appeared more intent on controlling them than helping them grow were becoming more and more frustrating for them. David came away from his talks with these families with the conviction that the settlers would require leaders with expertise in both military strategy and political reality in the event of an impending battle. The timing of David's arrival in Texas was impeccable, though he could not have predicted it. A tense situation had quickly developed between the Mexican authorities and the settlers. Dissolving the Mexican Congress and advancing for total control, General Santa Anna jeopardized the minimal autonomy that had initially attracted American immigration. The Texans, who had just begun to organize resistance, were in need of prominent political and military personalities who might provide credibility to their cause. The scenario seemed like an opportunity for David to put his political experience and knowledge to use for causes in which he truly believed. The Texas settlers weren't demanding much. They simply wanted to be able to follow their own traditions when it came to government, freely practice their religion, and have a say in matters that directly touched them. Now that he was away from home politics, David could endorse the same causes he had fought for in Congress. San Antonio was under siege when David arrived in February 1836. As General Santa Anna's Mexican armies closed in, the small garrison sought sanctuary in the Alamo, a former mission. With only 200 defenders up against thousands of Mexican forces, the situation was dire. However, David knew from his military experience that with persistence and cunning, even in the face of overwhelming odds, victory was possible. For David, staying in the Alamo wasn't a choice at all. Everything he had ever done up to this point had been leading up to this point. His years spent hunting alone in perilous wilderness, his lessons in leadership under duress from military duty, and the lessons he had learned about the value of sticking up for beliefs no matter the cost from his political career. 50 years old and still clinging to the belief that certain conflicts were worth fighting for, he had a wife and children back in Tennessee. The symbolic and military significance of David's presence at the Alamo cannot be overstated. He was willing to put his reputation on the line for Texas's independence, and he had served as a congressman in the United States. His ruling bolstered support for the Texas cause and showed that the war was about national issues of self-governance and personal freedom, rather than petty regional disputes. David had to have understood his chances of survival were limited as the Mexican army encircled the Alamo, but he was also wise enough to know that values, not survival, are often more essential, and that it's better to lose a battle than to lose a life for a greater cause. The restless youngster suddenly had something to stand for. Our lengthy evening together is coming to a close, and with it, we reach the beginning and finish of David's story. The moment when a restless politician from the frontier became an enduring emblem of American bravery and independence. From February 23rd until March 6th, 1836, the Alamo was besieged for 13 days. A former congressman seeking a new beginning, David Crockett became a symbol of common people prepared to give their all for the idea of self-determination during those 2 weeks. A complicated man who had spent 50 years trying to balance practical demands with moral beliefs, the David who fought at the Alamo was nothing like the legendary figure with the coonskin cap. Inside the Alamo, David had a dual purpose, bolstering morale and providing military support. His background as a scout in the Creek War made him an asset for planning and reconnaissance, but more significantly, his storytelling skills lifted morale in what everyone knew would be their last days. Picture this. David was keeping his fellow defenders motivated during those long hours of waiting for the last attack by telling stories about his bear hunts and political experiences. In the mayhem of the last conflict, the precise circumstances of David's demise are murky at best. A generation of Americans was inspired by his presence at the Alamo and considered his death as proof that democratic ideas were worth dying for. We also know that he died fighting and never surrendered. The defeated congressman had figured out how to cast the most consequential vote of his life. Fascinatingly, though, the real David Crockett started fading into oblivion shortly after he passed away, and that is what truly defines his legacy. Newspapers began reporting greatly embellished accounts of his frontier adventures within a few months. In a matter of years, he went from being portrayed as a mere mortal to a superhero who could drink the Mississippi River dry and beat his weight in wildcats in cheap novels. Even though the real David most likely never sported a coonskin cap, it came to symbolize him. A meticulous and principled politician became a naive frontiersman. What this change reveals about the way Americans have historically treated their heroes is significant. Our heroes should be simple, and our symbols should be obvious. The complicated real-life David Crockett, who had difficulty spelling but had strong moral convictions, was an accomplished hunter and a brilliant political thinker, and was too complicated for simplistic mythology. Because of this, he became a cartoon character in popular culture, which oversimplified him. Despite this, a crucial aspect of the historical David managed to evade the myths. Regardless of the numerous urban legends surrounding him, the fundamental truth that captivated audiences, that common people are capable of extraordinary deeds, that principles take precedence over political expediency, and that at times doing the right thing demands giving up everything, remain powerful. The impact that David had on American society did not cease with his death. A regular guy thrown into extraordinary circumstances who rises to the occasion, he became an archetype of the reluctant hero. Throughout American storytelling for over 2 centuries, characters like Jimmy Stewart from Frank Capra films and contemporary politicians who highlight their humble origins have repeated David's example of honest leadership. The way David dealt with the conflict between pragmatic politics and moral convictions is what gives his story modern relevance. Compromise is inevitable in effective leadership, but he was also aware that there are certain beliefs that must never be compromised. The ups and downs of striving for moral integrity in intricate political institutions are laid bare by his political career. The lesson we may learn from David's tragic political career is that he was never effective because he refused to compromise his ideals. That seeming failure, however, became something far more substantial when he died at the Alamo. David, by laying down his life for the independence of Texas, demonstrated that there are values higher than political power, and that true citizens of a democratic society are willing to put their personal interests on the back burner in order to uphold greater ideals. Think about David's rise from a fidgety youngster to an American icon as you drift off to sleep tonight. He was never able to settle down, become politically powerful, or amass substantial riches. The knowledge that he had spent his life in accordance with his own moral compass, that he had utilised his talents for causes he believed in, and that he had not backed down when faced with the final test was something more significant to him. Instead of being the heroic frontiersman portrayed in popular culture, the real David Crockett was a multifaceted, imperfect human being who demonstrated that regular individuals are capable of remarkable acts of moral bravery. Being heroic isn't about having it all together. It's about having the courage to fight for what you think is right, no matter the cost. His narrative serves as a reminder of this. As we wrap up our evening together, it's worth reflecting on how we all encounter situations where we have to decide between doing what's easy and what's right, or putting our own interests ahead of our moral compass. The moral decisions made by average citizens form the bedrock of our democratic and free society. As David Crockett's account hints, rest easy, and always keep in mind that being heroic does not necessitate a coonskin cap. No matter the cost, you must have the guts to follow your own moral compass. Okay, check this out. You're stepping into the year 1066, and you've just witnessed the most successful hostile takeover in English history, though they didn't call it that back then. William the Conqueror, who probably would have made an excellent corporate CEO, has just defeated Harold at Hastings, and suddenly everyone who matters is speaking French. The Norman court wasn't like the chaotic Saxon halls of old, where warriors might burst into song between courses and dogs wandered freely among the rushes. No, William brought continental sophistication to England, which was rather like introducing fine wine to a group of people who'd been perfectly happy with ale. You can imagine the culture shock. One day you're an Anglo-Saxon noble, comfortable in your familiar world of mead halls and familiar customs, and the next day there's a French-speaking king issuing orders in a language that sounds like someone gargling honey. The Normans didn't just conquer England, they redecorated it entirely. William's court moved constantly. A medieval roadshow that would have given modern event planners nightmares. The royal household packed up every few weeks and trudged from castle to castle, carrying everything from the king's favourite chair to the royal toilet seat. Yes, medieval kings had portable toilet seats. Even conquerors need comfort. The Domesday Book, William's famous survey of England, reads like the world's most comprehensive tax audit. Imagine teams of Norman clerks descending on English villages like medieval accountants, counting every pig, chicken and patch of turnips. The locals must have watched these proceedings with the same enthusiasm modern people show for tax season. What made the Norman court fascinating was that it was essentially a start-up that achieved success beyond anyone's expectations. William took a relatively small group of French nobles and convinced them to cross the Channel and reinvent an entire kingdom. They brought new architecture, new laws, new fashions, and most importantly new ideas about how royal courts should function. The Normans turned the English court into Europe's most efficient government machine. They created a bureaucracy so organised that historians still marvel at it today. Every penny was accounted for, every legal decision recorded, and every royal progress planned with military precision. If the Saxons had been jazz musicians, improvising freely and following their instincts, the Normans were a full orchestra, playing from carefully written sheet music. What's remarkable is how quickly the two cultures began to blend. Within a generation, Norman knights were marrying English heiresses, and their children grew up bilingual. The court became a place where French efficiency met English practicality, creating something entirely new. You might say it was the medieval equivalent of fusion cuisine, except instead of mixing Thai and Mexican flavours, they were blending governmental systems. The castle became the symbol of this new order. These weren't just fortresses, they were corporate headquarters, law courts, tax offices, and luxury hotels all rolled into massive stone packages. You were entering the nerve centre of a kingdom that was systematically reorganising from the ground up when you stepped into a Norman castle's great hall. Fast forward to the Plantagenets, and you'll find yourself in what amounts to the world's longest-running family drama. If the Normans were efficient administrators, the Plantagenets were passionate performers who happened to run a kingdom on the side. Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, inherited an empire that stretched from the Scottish borders to the Pyrenees. Managing this required him to be part politician, part general, part diplomat, and part travelling salesman. He was constantly on the move, governing his vast territories with the energy of someone who'd had far too much medieval coffee, if such a thing had existed. The Plantagenet court was where politics became personal in the most spectacular ways. Take Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, a woman who was essentially the power broker of her age. Eleanor had already been Queen of France before marrying Henry, bringing with her the sophisticated culture of southern France. She turned the English court into a place where troubadours sang love songs, poets competed for royal favour, and courtly romance flourished like exotic flowers in a hothouse. But Eleanor and Henry's marriage was less romance novel and more psychological thriller. They spent years alternately partnering in ambitious political schemes and plotting each other's downfall. Their 4 sons, Henry the young king, Richard the Lionheart, Geoffrey and John, grew up watching their parents' complex relationship and apparently decided that family harmony was overrated. The result was a royal family that treated succession planning like a contact sport. The princes rebelled against their father, formed alliances with foreign kings, and generally behaved like teenagers with armies. When Henry the young king died in 1183, he was technically still in rebellion against his father. Family dinners must have been extraordinarily awkward. Richard I, the Lionheart, spent most of his reign away from England, crusading in the Holy Land. He treated his kingdom rather like a wealthy parent might treat a trust fund, a reliable source of income for more exciting adventures elsewhere. Richard spoke little English and visited England perhaps twice during his 10-year reign. However, he continues to be one of England's most renowned monarchs, demonstrating that time apart can truly deepen one's affection. Then came John, and if you've seen any movie about Robin Hood, you know John as the villain. The real John was more complex than Hollywood suggests, less cartoonishly evil, more disastrously incompetent. He succeeded in losing the majority of his French territories, facing excommunication from the Pope, and inciting armed rebellion among his own barons. In 1215, they literally cornered him at Runnymede and made him sign Magna Carta, which was medieval England's way of saying, "We need to have a serious talk about your management style." The Plantagenet court during John's reign likely felt like working for a startup, in which the CEO continually makes decisions that everyone knows will lead to failure. Yet no one can determine how to intervene. The barons ultimately took action, establishing the first formal limits on royal power in English history. John's son, Henry III, inherited this mess at age 9. Growing up as a child, king meant that Henry's entire education and kingship came from watching regents and advisors manage the kingdom's recovery from his father's disasters. Perhaps this explains why Henry developed such an obsession with beautiful things, architecture, art and luxury goods that would make medieval Instagram followers weep with envy. Henry III's court was where English royal ceremonial really began to flourish. He reconstructed Westminster Abbey in the Gothic style, setting the stage for the crowning of English monarchs for the ensuing 8 centuries. He collected art, patronised scholars, and turned the royal court into a cultural centre that attracted talent from across Europe. The Plantagenets established patterns that would echo through English royal history. The tension between the king's personal desires and his public duties, the constant need to balance English interests against continental ambitions, and the recurring discovery that even kings must occasionally listen to their subjects' opinions about governance. Edward I arrived on the throne like someone finally reading the instruction manual after generations of improvisation. Where his predecessors had stumbled through the complexities of medieval kingship, Edward approached the job with the systematic thoroughness of a master craftsman. You can picture Edward's court as a place where everything finally ran on time. This was a king who conquered Wales not through dramatic cavalry charges, but through methodical strategic planning and superior logistics. He built a ring of castles that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd studied every military engineering textbook ever written, which, in a sense, Edward had. The court of Edward I buzzed with legal innovations that would have impressed modern constitutional lawyers. Edward didn't just rule, he legislated. He created new laws, reformed old ones, and established legal procedures that lasted for centuries. His statutes read like the work of someone who genuinely enjoyed the technical challenges of governance. While other kings saw lawmaking as a tedious necessity, Edward treated it as creative problem-solving. But Edward's greatest innovation was turning royal ceremony into political theatre. His conquest of Wales culminated in one of history's most effective publicity stunts, presenting his infant son Edward, later Edward II, to the Welsh as their Prince of Wales. A native-born ruler who happened to speak no Welsh, but whose birth in Caernarfon Castle made him technically Welsh enough to satisfy the political requirements. The court during Edward's reign felt like the headquarters of a successful consulting firm, organised, purposeful, and slightly intimidating to outsiders. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting medieval chaos, and instead found clerks who could produce any document within minutes, treasury officials who knew exactly how much money was available for any proposed venture, and a king who actually read the briefing papers. Edward's relationship with Parliament illustrates his practical approach to politics. He didn't summon Parliament because he believed in democratic principles. Such ideas were still centuries in the future. He called Parliament because he needed money for his military campaigns, and he discovered that representatives were more likely to approve taxes if they felt consulted about how those taxes would be spent. It was medieval crowdfunding with a constitutional twist. The court's daily routine reflected Edward's systematic nature. Morning councils dealt with administrative business, afternoon sessions handled legal appeals, and evenings were reserved for diplomatic receptions and cultural events. Even the royal meals followed precise protocols, not because Edward was particularly formal, but because he'd figured out that consistent procedures prevented the sort of chaos that had plagued earlier reigns. Edward's queen, Eleanor of Castile, brought her own sophisticated household that merged seamlessly with the English court. Eleanor was no mere ornamental royal wife. She was a political partner who managed extensive estates, engaged in diplomatic negotiations, and helped create the cultural atmosphere that made Edward's court a magnet for European talent. The famous Eleanor crosses, the elaborate monuments Edward erected at every place Eleanor's funeral procession rested on its way to Westminster, weren't just expressions of royal grief. They were architectural advertisements for the Plantagenet dynasty's sophistication and power. Each cross served as a visual cue that those ruling this kingdom understood both emotional depth and artistic excellence. Edward's court produced the administrative innovations that allowed England to function as a unified kingdom rather than a collection of semi-independent regions. The Royal Chancery developed standardised procedures for everything from diplomatic correspondence to land grants. The Exchequer refined accounting methods that tracked royal income with precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. When Edward died in 1307, he left his son a kingdom that functioned like a well-designed machine. Unfortunately, as we'll discover, not every king was mechanically inclined. Edward II inherited his father's efficient kingdom and promptly demonstrated that governmental expertise isn't necessarily genetic. If Edward I's court had been a precision timepiece, his son's court was more like an expensive watch that kept losing time because the owner couldn't stop fiddling with the mechanism. The problem wasn't that Edward II lacked intelligence or education. He'd received the finest medieval schooling available and understood royal duties perfectly well in theory. The problem was that Edward II found the actual work of kingship monumentally boring. He preferred spending time with his close friends, engaging in manual crafts and generally behaving like someone who'd inherited a successful family business, but would rather be pursuing artistic interests. This created the medieval equivalent of an office where the CEO spends most of his time in the employee break room, while important decisions pile up on his desk. Edward's court became a place where ambitious nobles competed not for the king's attention regarding policy matters, but for positions in his inner social circle. The situation became complicated when Edward developed an intensely close relationship with Piers Gaveston, a young nobleman who possessed the medieval equivalent of magnetic charisma. Gaveston was witty, stylish, and completely uninterested in the sort of respectful deference that other nobles expected to receive from royal favourites. He nicknamed the powerful earls with insulting pet names, and generally behaved like someone who'd never read the handbook on medieval court politics. The established nobility watched this relationship with the mounting horror of senior executives discovering that the boss's college roommate has been appointed as their new supervisor. Gaveston wasn't just inappropriate, he was effective at making the traditional power brokers feel excluded from important decisions. The court split into factions, those who found the situation tolerable and those who decidedly did not. The result was a series of political crises that read like medieval office politics taken to their logical extreme. The barons repeatedly forced Edward to send Gaveston into exile. Edward repeatedly found ways to bring him back, and Gaveston repeatedly managed to offend everyone who mattered. The cycle continued until 1312, when a group of earls decided to solve the problem permanently by murdering Gaveston. Edward's reaction to his favourite's death transformed him from an ineffective but harmless king into a genuinely dangerous enemy. The gentle artistic soul who'd preferred crafts to conquest suddenly developed a talent for sustained vengeance that would have impressed his warrior father. The court became a place where courtiers calculated not just political advantage, but personal survival. The Despencer family, Hugh the Elder and Hugh the Younger, replaced Gaveston as Edward's closest advisors, but they brought none of Gaveston's charm and all of his talent for making enemies. The Despensers treated royal favour as a licence for systematic corruption, using their positions to acquire lands, titles and wealth through methods that would have embarrassed medieval robber barons. Meanwhile, Edward's queen, Isabella of France, watched her husband's relationships with male favourites and gradual descent into political paranoia with the patience of someone waiting for the right moment to file for divorce, if such a thing had existed in medieval royal marriage contracts. Isabella's transformation from neglected wife to political revolutionary deserves its own chapter in any study of medieval character development. She began the reign as a conventional royal consort, dutifully producing heirs and managing her household. By 1325 she had evolved into a master political strategist who could give lessons in regime change to modern intelligence agencies. Her alliance with Roger Mortimer, one of England's most powerful barons, created the medieval equivalent of a shadow government. Isabella and Mortimer established themselves in France, gathered military support, and planned their invasion of England with the thoroughness that Edward II had never applied to actual governance. When Isabella's forces landed in England in 1326, Edward's government collapsed with the speed of a house of cards in a stiff breeze. The king, who had spent 20 years alienating his most important supporters, discovered that loyalty cannot be stored like grain in a royal warehouse. It spoils if neglected for too long. Edward's capture and forced abdication in 1327 ended one of the most psychologically complex reigns in English history. His court had become a cautionary tale about what happens when personal relationships override political judgment, and when kings forget that their private preferences cannot be separated from their public responsibilities. Edward III inherited a kingdom that desperately needed someone who actually wanted to be king. Fortunately, that's exactly what they got. Where his father had approached kingship like a reluctant employee showing up for a job he'd never wanted, Edward III embraced royal power with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been waiting his entire life for the opportunity. The court of Edward III felt like a medieval version of Mission Control during an exciting space program. Everything was focused on the great project of proving that England could compete with France as a major European power. This required transforming English military capabilities, diplomatic relationships, and cultural prestige simultaneously. Edward's solution was to turn warfare into a combination of professional efficiency and chivalrous spectacle. His court became the headquarters for military innovations that would revolutionise European combat. English longbowmen weren't just skilled archers, they were precision weapons specialists whose training regimens would have impressed modern Olympic coaches. The creation of the Order of the Garter in 1348 illustrates Edward's genius for combining practical politics with romantic imagery. The story goes that Edward rescued a lady's garter that had fallen during a court dance, declaring, "Honi soit qui mal y pense," shame on him who thinks evil of it. Whether this actually happened matters less than Edward's insight that knightly honour needed institutional structure to remain politically useful. The Garter Knights weren't just ceremonial appointments. They were Edward's core military and political leadership, bound together by oaths that merged personal loyalty with service to the kingdom. It was medieval team-building with lasting constitutional implications. Edward's court during the early phases of the 100 Years' War buzzed with the confidence of a successful startup that's just secured major funding. The victory at Crusades in 1346 proved that English tactical innovations could defeat traditional French military superiority. The capture of Calais gave England a permanent foothold on the continent. The victory at Poitiers in 1356, where Edward's son, the Black Prince, captured the French king himself, established the English royal family's reputation as Europe's most formidable military dynasty. But courts that revolve around military success face inevitable challenges when the victories stop coming. The Black Death, which reached England in 1348, killed approximately 1/3 of the population and disrupted the economic systems that funded Edward's continental ambitions. Suddenly the court found itself managing not just military campaigns but social revolution. The plague's aftermath created labour shortages that gave surviving peasants unprecedented bargaining power. Traditional social hierarchies began shifting in ways that made established nobles nervous. The court had to navigate between maintaining traditional privileges and acknowledging new economic realities. Edward aged into someone who'd learned that even successful kings cannot control all the variables that determine their reign's outcomes. The energetic warrior who'd launched England's bid for continental empire became a somewhat melancholy figure presiding over a kingdom that was simultaneously more powerful and more troubled than it had been at his accession. The court during Edward's final years reflected this complexity. Royal ceremonies maintained their magnificence, diplomatic negotiations continued across Europe, and military campaigns proceeded according to established strategies. But underneath the familiar routines, everyone could sense that the assumptions underlying Edward's early successes were becoming increasingly questionable. The Black Prince's premature death in 1376 symbolised the broader challenges facing the Plantagenet system. Edward III had created a court culture based on chivalrous military excellence, but chivalry offered limited guidance for managing plague-disrupted social structures, economic inflation, and the growing political sophistication of England's urban populations. When Edward III died in 1377, he left a kingdom that had achieved his goal of establishing England as a major European power, but at costs that his successors would spend generations calculating. 10-year-old Richard II inherited a kingdom expecting another warrior king, and instead got an artist who happened to wear a crown. If Edward III's court had been focused outward toward continental conquest, Richard's court turned inward toward creating something unprecedented, a royal household that treated cultural sophistication as seriously as previous generations had treated military prowess. You can imagine the confusion this caused among nobles who'd spent their entire careers preparing for careers as knights and military commanders. Suddenly they found themselves in a court where success meant understanding poetry, appreciating architectural innovations, and navigating social protocols that resembled elaborate performances more than traditional feudal relationships. Richard's court developed its own aesthetic that modern art historians still study with fascination. The king commissioned illuminated manuscripts that looked like medieval graphic novels, patronised architects who created buildings that seemed to float despite being constructed from heavy stone, and surrounded himself with intellectuals who treated political philosophy as an art form worthy of lifetime dedication. The famous Wilton diptych, probably created for Richard's court, captures the atmosphere perfectly. It shows Richard being presented to the Virgin Mary by his patron saints, but the painting's real subject is the idea that royal authority derives from divine aesthetic judgment rather than military prowess. Richard looks less like a warrior and more like a medieval art critic who's discovered something beautiful. This cultural revolution wasn't just decorative. Richard understood that royal authority needed new foundations now that the Black Death had disrupted traditional social hierarchies. If kings could no longer rely solely on military force and feudal obligation to maintain power, they needed to create new forms of prestige and authority. Richard's solution was to make the royal court so culturally magnificent that association with it became irresistible to ambitious nobles. The result was a court where political negotiations felt like elaborate theatrical performances. Richard developed ceremonies that turned routine administrative tasks into rituals that demonstrated royal authority through aesthetic excellence rather than raw power. Foreign ambassadors arrived expecting traditional medieval formality, and instead encountered governmental procedures that seemed designed by choreographers. Richard's personal style reflected this approach. He dressed with an attention to detail that would have impressed Renaissance fashion designers, spoke with the precision of someone who'd studied rhetoric as a fine art, and carried himself with the conscious grace of a performer who understood that every public appearance was a political statement. The king's relationship with literature produced some of the most important cultural developments in English history. Richard's court patronised Geoffrey Chaucer, whose Canterbury Tales captures the social complexity of late medieval England with psychological insight that still amazes modern readers. Chaucer's position as a royal customs official allowed him to observe English society from both aristocratic and commercial perspectives, giving his writing a breadth that purely academic poets couldn't match. But Richard's aesthetic approach to kingship created its own political challenges. Nobles who'd expected to advance their careers through military service found themselves competing in cultural arenas where they felt disadvantaged. The court became a place where traditional warriors tried to master skills, sophisticated conversation, appreciation of artistic subtlety, understanding of literary references that seemed to have little connection to the practical business of governing a kingdom. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381 tested Richard's unconventional approach to royal authority. When Wat Tyler led thousands of rebellious peasants to London, demanding social and economic reforms that would have dismantled the feudal system, the 14-year-old king faced his first major political crisis. His response demonstrated both the strengths and limitations of his aesthetic approach to power. Richard met the rebels personally, using his royal presence and rhetorical skills to diffuse their immediate anger. For a moment it seemed as if the young king's cultural sophistication might succeed where traditional military responses would have failed. But when Tyler was killed during the negotiations, Richard's promise of reforms was quickly forgotten, and the revolt was suppressed with traditional violence. The experience seems to have convinced Richard that cultural authority alone wasn't sufficient for royal survival. His court during the 1390s combined aesthetic magnificence with increasingly authoritarian political methods. Richard began demanding new forms of royal reverence, creating ceremonies that elevated the king above traditional feudal relationships. The famous scene where Richard required nobles to approach his throne on their knees and address him only when spoken to wasn't just royal vanity. It was a systematic attempt to reconstruct royal authority along different lines than his predecessors had used. Richard understood that if cultural prestige was going to replace military dominance as the foundation of royal power, then royal dignity needed unprecedented protection. By the late 1390s, Richard's court had become a place where aesthetic excellence coexisted with political paranoia. The king who'd created England's most culturally sophisticated royal household was simultaneously alienating the noble families whose support he needed for political survival. The beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art were real achievements, but they couldn't substitute for the practical political skills that successful medieval kingship required. When Henry Bolingbroke deposed Richard II in 1399, he faced a challenge that no previous English king had confronted. How do you establish legitimacy when you've just proven that royal authority isn't actually sacred? Henry IV's court had to function simultaneously as a functioning government and as a constant argument for why the Lancastrian dynasty deserved to rule England. The solution was to create a court culture that emphasised practical competence over aesthetic magnificence. Where Richard's court had felt like an art gallery that occasionally conducted government business, Henry's court operated more like a well-run law firm that happened to be housed in royal palaces. Henry IV understood that his questionable claim to the throne meant he needed to govern more effectively than kings with uncontested legitimacy. His court established administrative procedures aimed at showcasing royal competence by ensuring visible efficiency. Foreign ambassadors and domestic nobles alike could see that this government actually worked. Bills were paid on time, legal decisions were rendered promptly, and military campaigns were organised with professional thoroughness. The Lancastrian court's relationship with Parliament illustrates this practical approach. Henry didn't call Parliament because he enjoyed legislative debate, but because he needed regular communication with the social groups whose support maintained his dynasty's position. Parliamentary sessions during Henry's reign felt less like royal ceremonies and more like business meetings where practical people discussed practical problems. This created a court atmosphere that was less visually spectacular than Richard's, but more politically sustainable. Henry's courtiers advanced their careers through administrative competence, military effectiveness, and practical problem-solving rather than cultural sophistication or aesthetic sensitivity. The change wasn't necessarily an improvement. England lost some of the cultural achievements that Richard's patronage had fostered, but it was more suited to the political realities of usurped kingship. Henry V inherited this practical court culture and applied it to the grandest possible project, proving that the Lancastrian dynasty could achieve military successes that would justify its questionable origins. His court became the planning headquarters for the most successful military campaign in English history. The preparation for Henry's French campaigns reveals how the Lancastrian court had evolved into something resembling a modern general staff. Every aspect of the Agincourt campaign — logistics, intelligence gathering, diplomatic preparation, financial planning — was organised with systematic attention to detail that previous generations of English kings had rarely achieved. Henry's court during the French campaigns must have felt like mission control during a successful space programme. Maps covered the walls, dispatches arrived daily from agents throughout France, and treasury officials calculated the costs of maintaining English armies on foreign soil with accounting precision that would have impressed Renaissance bankers. The victory at Agincourt in 1415 provided exactly the legitimacy boost that Lancastrian kingship needed. Henry had proven that his dynasty could achieve military successes that rivaled the greatest accomplishments of the Plantagenets. The court's practical approach to governance had produced practical results that no one could question, but Henry's early death in 1422 left his infant son, Henry VI, to inherit both the French conquests and the systematic court culture that had achieved them. This created a fascinating problem. What happens when a court designed around practical competence is headed by someone who's more interested in scholarly pursuits than administrative efficiency? Henry VI's court represents one of the most intriguing experiments in English royal history. The king was genuinely pious, intellectually gifted, and temperamentally unsuited for the aggressive political leadership that his father's legacy required. His courtiers found themselves managing a kingdom on behalf of someone who was more interested in founding educational institutions than maintaining military conquests. The result was a court where practical administrators gradually took over the functions that previous kings had performed personally. This might have worked if Henry's nobles had been content with administrative kingship, but many of them had their own ideas about how royal authority should function. Henry VI's court was too well organised for its own good, which contributed to the start of the Wars of the Roses. The efficient administrative systems that Henry IV and Henry V had created continued to function even when the king himself provided minimal leadership. This allowed ambitious nobles to use royal administrative machinery for their purposes, turning the crown's own governmental effectiveness against Lancastrian authority. By the 1450s, the Lancastrian court had become a place where formal governmental procedures continued, while actual political power shifted toward noble factions that were preparing for civil war. The courtiers who'd created England's most efficient medieval government found themselves managing the systematic destruction of the dynasty they'd served so effectively. Edward IV's court after 1461 faced the peculiar challenge of governing a kingdom where everyone had just learned that kings could be overthrown by subjects with sufficient military support and political determination. The Yorkist solution was to create a royal. The court was so magnificently impressive that people would forget how recently the dynasty had come to power. Edward understood that successful usurpers need to establish legitimacy through demonstration rather than argument. His court became a showcase designed to prove that Yorkist kingship represented not just political change but cultural advancement. Every ceremony, every architectural project and every diplomatic reception was planned to demonstrate that this dynasty governed with a sophistication that justified its hold on power. The Yorkist court's daily routine reflected this strategy. Morning administrative sessions handled governmental business with efficiency that maintained continuity from Lancastrian practices, but afternoon and evening events showcased royal magnificence that surpassed anything England had seen since Richard II's aesthetic experiments. Edward's personal style contributed significantly to this atmosphere. The king was exceptionally tall, strikingly handsome, and possessed the sort of natural charisma that made people want to be associated with his court. Foreign visitors consistently reported that Edward looked like what they expected a king to look like, which provided exactly the sort of visual legitimacy that usurped dynasties particularly needed. But the Yorkist court's real innovation was its approach to economic policy. Edward IV was the first English king to understand that royal authority in the late 15th century needed to be financially self-sustaining. His court developed trading relationships, investment strategies, and revenue-generating systems that made the crown less dependent on parliamentary grants than any previous medieval dynasty. This economic independence allowed Edward to create a court culture that combined political effectiveness with cultural sophistication. Royal patronage during his reign supported architectural projects, manuscript illumination, and musical innovations that demonstrated England's growing cultural confidence. The court became a place where practical governance and aesthetic achievement reinforced each other rather than competing for royal attention. Edward's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville in 1464 illustrates both the strengths and the complications of this approach. Elizabeth wasn't a foreign princess whose marriage would cement diplomatic alliances. She was an English widow whose family connections could strengthen domestic political networks. The decision was politically practical but socially controversial, creating court factions that would influence English politics for decades. The Woodville family's rapid advancement through royal favour created the medieval equivalent of nepotism concerns, but their actual administrative competence was generally impressive. Elizabeth's relatives brought new energy and fresh perspectives to court positions that had sometimes become routine under previous dynasties. Edward's court during the 1470s represented the high point of Yorkist achievement. The king had successfully combined military effectiveness, administrative competence, and cultural sophistication in ways that seemed to justify the Wars of the Roses as necessary modernisation rather than destructive civil conflict. The brief restoration of Henry VI in 1470 to 1471 provided an inadvertent demonstration of how much English royal court culture had evolved under Edward's leadership. Henry's restored court felt archaic and ineffective compared to the Yorkist innovations that courtiers had recently experienced. When Edward returned from exile to reclaim his throne, he found that many previously neutral nobles had decided that Yorkist kingship was simply more impressive than Lancastrian alternatives. Edward's sudden death in 1483 at age 40 ended this experiment in systematic royal magnificence before its long-term effectiveness could be fully evaluated. His brother Richard III inherited a kingdom where court culture had become central to political legitimacy, but where the specific elements of that culture were closely associated with Edward's personal charisma and leadership style. Richard III's court represents one of history's most fascinating studies in the relationship between political effectiveness and public perception. By most objective measures, Richard was a competent administrator who governed England efficiently during his brief reign. His court maintained the organisational systems that Edward had established, continued the cultural patronage that had made Yorkist kingship impressive, and handled domestic and foreign policy with reasonable skill. But Richard's court could never escape the circumstances of his accession to power. The disappearance of his nephews, Edward V and Richard, Duke of York, created suspicions that no amount of governmental competence could overcome. Richard found himself managing a court where formal procedures continued normally, while underlying political support steadily eroded. The irony of Richard's reign was that he'd inherited the most sophisticated royal court in English history, at precisely the moment when court sophistication ceased to matter. The Yorkist innovations in governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and economic independence were genuine achievements, but they couldn't compensate for fundamental questions about dynastic legitimacy. When Henry Tudor landed at Milford Haven in 1485, he represented not just another dynastic claimant, but a return to the principle that royal courts should be judged primarily on their political effectiveness rather than their cultural achievements. The Battle of Bosworth Field ended the Yorkist experiment and began a new phase in English royal court development. Henry VII's court, after 1485, functioned like a start-up company, whose founder understood that survival required completely different strategies than those needed for initial success. Having won the crown through military victory, Henry faced the challenge of establishing a dynasty that could maintain power through means other than continued warfare. The early Tudor court was deliberately modest compared to Yorkist magnificence. Henry understood that impressive ceremonies and cultural patronage were luxuries that usurped dynasties could afford only after establishing unquestioned legitimacy. His court focused on administrative competence, financial responsibility, and the systematic elimination of potential rivals. You can picture Henry's court as a place where accountants held higher status than poets, where treasury records received more attention than architectural projects, and where every expenditure was evaluated for its contribution to dynastic security. This wasn't because Henry lacked appreciation for culture or ceremony, but because he understood the priorities that newly established dynasties must observe. The court's daily routine reflected these priorities. Morning sessions dealt with financial planning that would have impressed modern budget analysts. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that gradually established England's credibility with European powers who were still uncertain about Tudor legitimacy. Evening events were modest affairs that demonstrated royal dignity without the extravagance that might suggest governmental irresponsibility. Henry's marriage to Elizabeth of York was perhaps the most successful political alliance in English history. By uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims, Henry created a dynasty whose legitimacy was based on national reconciliation rather than factional victory. The court became a place where former enemies worked together on shared governmental projects, demonstrating that the Wars of the Roses had truly ended. The Tudor court's approach to noble management was particularly innovative. Rather than trying to eliminate powerful aristocratic families, Henry created systems that channeled noble ambition towards service to the crown. Court positions became opportunities for career advancement that required demonstrated loyalty and competence, rather than hereditary privilege alone. This created a court atmosphere that combined traditional medieval hierarchy with meritocratic elements that anticipated later governmental developments. Noble birth remained important, but actual responsibility was distributed based on proven ability to advance Tudor dynastic interests. Henry VII's success in establishing financial independence for the crown had profound implications for court culture. Unlike previous dynasties that needed to maintain parliamentary support for regular tax grants, the Tudor court could plan long-term projects without constant negotiation with potentially hostile legislative assemblies. This financial autonomy allowed Henry VIII to inherit a court that could support dramatic cultural and political innovations. Where his father had necessarily focused on consolidation and survival, Henry VIII could pursue grander ambitions that would transform English royal authority in fundamental ways. Henry VIII's court represents the moment when medieval kingship evolved into something recognisably modern. The young king inherited his father's financial resources and administrative competence, but applied them to projects that would have seemed impossible to previous generations of English monarchs. Henry VIII achieved a dramatic change in royal court culture, as illustrated in the Field of the Cloth of Gold in 1520. This meeting with Francis I of France was essentially a 3-week festival that demonstrated English wealth, cultural sophistication, and technological capability on a scale that amazed contemporary observers. The temporary buildings constructed for the event rivaled permanent royal palaces in their magnificence, but Henry's court culture wasn't just about impressive displays. The king assembled intellectual and artistic talent that transformed England's cultural landscape. Thomas More, Hans Holbein, Thomas Cranmer, and Thomas Cromwell all contributed to creating a court that combined Renaissance learning, artistic innovation, and administrative efficiency in unprecedented ways. The king's break with Rome in the 1530s transformed the English court into something unprecedented. A royal household that functioned simultaneously as a government headquarters, a centre of religious reform, and a cultural laboratory, experimenting with new forms of royal authority. Henry's court during the Reformation years buzzed with the energy of people who understood they were participating in historical changes that would reshape European civilization. Courtiers found themselves managing not just traditional governmental business, but also the systematic reorganisation of English religious life, the redistribution of monastic wealth, and the creation of new legal frameworks for royal supremacy. The dissolution of the monasteries provided Henry's court with resources that previous English kings could hardly have imagined. Suddenly, centuries of religious patronage had given the crown control over vast estates, architectural treasures, libraries, and artistic collections. The court became a place where former monastic buildings were converted into royal residences, where illuminated manuscripts were repurposed for secular use, and where centuries of religious art were evaluated for their potential contribution to royal magnificence. Thomas Cromwell's role in managing these transformations demonstrates how Tudor court culture had evolved beyond traditional feudal relationships. Cromwell was neither a powerful nobleman nor a church official, but a lawyer and administrator, whose expertise in governmental procedure made him indispensable to Henry's revolutionary projects. His rise to power illustrates how the Tudor court had become a meritocracy, where technical competence could overcome traditional social limitations. Henry's 6 marriages created a court atmosphere where personal relationships and political calculations became inseparably intertwined. Each wedding brought new families into royal favour, each divorce or execution eliminated established court networks, and each new queen created opportunities for ambitious courtiers to advance their careers through association with her household. The court during Henry's final years had become a place where survival required constant attention to the king's changing moods, shifting political alliances, and evolving religious policies. Courtiers developed the sort of psychological sensitivity that would have impressed modern diplomatic corps, learning to interpret royal gestures, decode ambiguous statements, and anticipate policy changes before they were officially announced. Elizabeth I inherited a kingdom exhausted by religious upheaval and dynastic uncertainty, then spent 45 years transforming her court into the most successful piece of political theatre in European history. If Henry VIII's court had been a workshop for religious and political innovation, Elizabeth's court was a stage where every day brought new performances designed to demonstrate that England had achieved cultural and political greatness. You can imagine the challenge Elizabeth faced as a young queen in 1558. She was unmarried in an age when female rule was considered unnatural, religiously suspect in a kingdom divided between Catholic and Protestant factions, and politically vulnerable in a Europe where major powers were actively plotting England's destruction. Her solution was to create a court culture so dazzling that domestic and foreign observers became too fascinated by the spectacle to focus on the underlying vulnerabilities. The Elizabethan court operated on multiple levels simultaneously. The surface level was pure pageantry, elaborate costumes, complex ceremonies, and artistic displays that made royal receptions feel like theatrical performances. But underneath the spectacle was a sophisticated intelligence operation that gathered information from across Europe, a diplomatic network that played major powers against each other. and an administrative system that managed England's transformation into a major commercial power. Elizabeth's famous progresses, her annual tours through England's countryside, illustrate this multi-layered approach perfectly. From one perspective, these were costly exercises in royal vanity that allowed the Queen to enjoy magnificent hospitality at her subjects' expense. From another perspective, they were systematic efforts to demonstrate royal accessibility, gather intelligence about local conditions, and maintain personal relationships with the noble families whose support the crown needed for political stability. The progresses also served as mobile advertisements for Elizabethan achievement. When the Queen's enormous entourage arrived at a country estate, local populations could see for themselves the wealth, sophistication, and cultural confidence of their government. These visits were live demonstrations that England under Elizabeth was prospering in ways that justified the religious and political changes of the previous generation. The court's relationship with literature during Elizabeth's reign created some of the greatest achievements in English cultural history. Edmund Spenser's The Fairy Queen was essentially an extended compliment to Elizabeth that happened to be written in some of the most beautiful poetry in the English language. Christopher Marlowe and William Shakespeare wrote plays that explored themes of power, ambition, and political legitimacy with psychological depth that still amazes modern audiences. But this wasn't just royal patronage of talented artists. Elizabeth understood that cultural achievement was a form of political power. When foreign ambassadors attended performances of Shakespeare's plays at court, they were witnessing demonstrations of English intellectual sophistication that carried diplomatic implications. A kingdom that could produce such art was clearly not the backward, isolated nation that hostile European observers preferred to imagine. The famous question of Elizabeth's marriage demonstrates how thoroughly she had integrated personal decisions with political strategy. Every potential marriage alliance was simultaneously a romantic possibility, a diplomatic negotiation, and a piece of theatrical performance designed to keep foreign powers guessing about English intentions. The Queen's courtship with various suitors, Philip II of Spain, Eric XIV of Sweden, Archduke Charles of Austria, and most famously Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, provided ongoing entertainment that distracted attention from more sensitive political matters. Elizabeth managed to keep multiple marriage negotiations active for decades without actually committing to any of them, using romantic possibility as a diplomatic tool with unprecedented skill. The court's response to the Spanish Armada in 1588 showcased Elizabethan political theatre at its most effective. Elizabeth's appearance before her troops at Tilbury, declaring that she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, but the heart and stomach of a king, was political communication that transformed a potential military disaster into a moment of national inspiration. The victory over the Spanish Armada validated all of Elizabeth's governmental strategies simultaneously. English naval innovations had proven superior to Spanish military tradition. Protestant religious conviction had apparently received divine approval, and Elizabeth's unmarried status, which critics had long considered a national weakness, suddenly appeared to be evidence of her unique dedication to England's welfare. The Elizabethan court during the 1590s felt like the headquarters of a successful revolution that had exceeded everyone's expectations. England had become a major European power despite lacking the traditional resources, vast territories, massive populations, abundant precious metals that other powers relied upon for their international influence. Elizabeth's achievement was to demonstrate that a relatively small kingdom could compete with continental empires through superior organisation, cultural sophistication, and political creativity. Her court became the model that later English monarchs would many attempt to emulate her, but few can match her unique combination of theatrical flair and practical effectiveness. James I's arrival in England in 1603 created a fascinating collision between Scottish royal traditions and Elizabethan court culture. James brought with him ideas about kingship that were theoretically more sophisticated than Elizabeth's practical approach, but proved less suited to English political realities. The Jacobean court resembled a university that had unexpectedly taken on governmental duties. James was genuinely learned. He wrote books on political theory, theology, and even tobacco control, but his intellectual approach to kingship sometimes conflicted with the practical political skills that successful English monarchy required. You can picture the culture shock that occurred when James's Scottish courtiers encountered the complex protocols of Elizabethan court life. The Scots were accustomed to more informal relationships between the king and his nobles, while English courtiers had developed elaborate ceremonial procedures that treated royal access as a carefully rationed privilege. The result was a court where two different styles of monarchy existed in constant tension. James preferred scholarly discussion and theoretical debate, while his English courtiers were more comfortable with the sort of political theatre that had made Elizabeth's reign successful. The mixture produced some fascinating cultural achievements, but also political complications that would influence English history for generations. James's court patronised the translation of the Bible that bears his name, the King James Version, completed in 1611, which became one of the most influential works of English prose ever written. The King's personal involvement in this project demonstrates how Jacobean court culture could combine serious intellectual work with practical political purposes. The new Bible translation was simultaneously a scholarly achievement, a religious statement, and a political document designed to establish royal authority over English spiritual life. The court's relationship with theatre during James's reign produced some of Shakespeare's greatest plays. King Lear, Macbeth, and The Tempest were all written for royal audiences who understood the political themes these works explored. When courtiers watched Macbeth's meditation on the relationship between ambition and legitimacy, they were seeing their own political concerns reflected in dramatic poetry of extraordinary power. But James's theoretical approach to monarchy created practical problems that became increasingly serious as his reign progressed. His belief in the divine right of kings was intellectually coherent, but politically impractical in a kingdom where Parliament had grown accustomed to being consulted about major policy decisions. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 provided James with an opportunity to demonstrate that his scholarly approach to kingship could handle serious political crises. His investigation of the conspiracy showed genuine detective skills, and his management of the aftermath demonstrated both mercy toward the innocent and decisive action against genuine threats. However, James's financial management created ongoing tensions that his son Charles I would inherit along with the crown. The Jacobean court was expensive in ways that even Elizabeth's magnificent progresses had not been. James distributed titles, lands, and pensions with generosity that reflected his theoretical belief that royal magnificence was essential to monarchical dignity, but his practical accounting skills were less impressive than his theoretical knowledge. Charles I inherited his father's intellectual approach to kingship, but lacked James's political flexibility and personal charisma. Charles's court became a place where theoretical perfection was pursued with systematic dedication that ignored the political compromises that successful monarchy required. The Caroline court during the 1630s achieved a level of artistic and cultural sophistication that rivaled the greatest European achievements. Anthony van Dyck's portraits of Charles and his family created visual representations of royal dignity that still influence how we imagine 17th century monarchy. The court masques designed by Inigo Jones combined architecture, music, poetry, and theatrical spectacle in ways that amazed contemporary observers, but this cultural achievement existed in increasing tension with political realities that Charles seemed determined to ignore. His court became a place where beautiful ceremonies and magnificent art coexisted with governmental policies that were systematically alienating the social groups whose support the English monarchy traditionally required. The 11-year period when Charles ruled without Parliament, the so-called personal rule from 1629 to 1640, transformed the royal court into something unprecedented in English history, a government that functioned independently of the legislative institutions that had been central to English political development since medieval times. Charles's court during these years operated with efficiency that would have impressed his Tudor predecessors, but its effectiveness was undermined by growing popular conviction that the king was governing in ways that violated fundamental English political traditions. The court became isolated from the broader political nation in ways that made future conflicts almost inevitable. When Charles finally recalled Parliament in 1640, his court found itself confronting political opposition that had been growing stronger while royal authority had been growing more rigid. The result was a political crisis that neither traditional royal authority nor innovative court culture could resolve through conventional means. The execution of Charles I in 1649 created a unique situation in European history, a major kingdom attempting to function without any royal court at all. The Commonwealth period represents the ultimate test of whether traditional governmental functions require traditional royal ceremonies and protocols. Oliver Cromwell's government faced the challenge of maintaining domestic order and international respectability without the institutional structures that had supported English political authority for centuries. The result was a series of improvised solutions that were sometimes successful but never entirely convincing to domestic or foreign observers. You can imagine the confusion that ordinary English people felt when familiar royal ceremonies simply disappeared from public life. No more royal progresses through the countryside, no more elaborate court celebrations to mark important occasions, and no more visible demonstrations of governmental continuity that had reassured previous generations about political stability. The Cromwellian court, though it was never officially called a court, developed its own protocols that attempted to combine republican simplicity with the ceremonial dignity that governmental authority seemed to require. Foreign ambassadors still needed to be received with appropriate formality, important state occasions still required public ceremonies, and political authority still needed visible demonstrations of its legitimacy. Cromwell's personal style reflected this challenge. He rejected royal titles and traditional monarchical ceremonies, but he lived in royal palaces, used royal ceremonial objects, and gradually adopted many of the protocols that had previously been associated with crowned kings. The line between republican leadership and monarchical authority proved more difficult to maintain than theoretical political philosophy had suggested. The Commonwealth period's cultural achievements were real, but different from traditional royal patronage. John Milton's political writings, including The Tenure of Kings and Magistrates, and later Paradise Lost, explored themes of authority, rebellion, and political legitimacy with intellectual depth that surpassed most court-sponsored literature. But these works were produced despite governmental policy rather than because of royal encouragement. The absence of a royal court also affected English international relations in ways that became increasingly problematic as the Commonwealth period continued. European monarchs were reluctant to treat Cromwell's government as a legitimate equal, partly because it lacked the ceremonial structures that traditional diplomacy required for normal international relationships. When Cromwell died in 1658, his son Richard briefly attempted to continue the Commonwealth system, but the experiment quickly demonstrated that republican government required personal authority that couldn't be inherited through family succession. The irony was that effective republican leadership seemed to require many of the same qualities that successful monarchy demanded. Charles II's return to England in 1660 created one of the most remarkable transformations in English court history. The king had spent his exile in French and Dutch courts that had continued developing while England experimented with republicanism. When Charles established his restored court, he brought continental innovations that revolutionised English royal culture. The Restoration Court felt like a party that had been postponed for 11 years and was finally being celebrated with accumulated enthusiasm. Charles understood that his restoration needed to demonstrate not just political legitimacy, but cultural superiority over the republican experiment that had temporarily replaced traditional monarchy. You can picture the excitement that must have filled London when familiar royal ceremonies returned to English public life. The coronation processions, court celebrations, and royal progresses provided visual evidence that normal political order had been restored. But Charles's court was more than just a return to pre-Civil War traditions. It was an upgrade that incorporated the best features of European royal culture. The king's personal style reflected his continental education. Charles was witty, sophisticated, and possessed the sort of easy charm that made people want to spend time in his presence. His court became a place where conversation was considered an art form, where scientific discussion coexisted with theatrical entertainment, and where English cultural life reconnected with broader European developments. The Royal Society, founded in 1660, illustrates how the Restoration Court supported intellectual achievements that combined practical utility with cultural prestige. When Isaac Newton, Christopher Wren, and Robert Hooke conducted their experiments under royal patronage, they were advancing human knowledge while simultaneously demonstrating that the English monarchy supported the sort of scientific progress that was transforming European civilization. Charles's court was also where English theatre achieved some of its greatest successes. The king's enthusiastic support for dramatic performances helped create the conditions that produced Restoration comedy, a theatrical form that combined sophisticated social observation with entertainment that appealed to both courtly and popular audiences. But the Restoration Court's most significant innovation was its approach to religious diversity. Charles's personal Catholic sympathies were balanced by his political understanding that England required Protestant royal authority for domestic stability. His court became a place where religious differences were managed through practical tolerance rather than theoretical resolution. This created a court atmosphere that was more intellectually diverse than England had experienced since before the Reformation. Catholics, Anglicans, and various Protestant denominations all found places in court life. Though their relationships were sometimes tense and always politically complicated, the Great Fire of London in 1666 provided Charles's court with an opportunity to demonstrate royal leadership during a genuine national crisis. The king's personal involvement in firefighting efforts and his support for Christopher Wren's rebuilding plans showed that the restored monarchy could provide effective practical leadership, as well as ceremonial magnificence. James II's accession in 1685 created immediate tension between the court culture that Charles had established and James's determination to restore Catholicism as England's official religion. James had inherited his brother's sophisticated court system, but lacked Charles's political sensitivity about the religious compromises that the English monarchy required. The Jacobite court during James's brief reign felt like a place where people were waiting for something dramatic to happen, though no one was quite sure what form that drama would take. James's policies systematically alienated the Protestant political establishment that had supported his brother's restoration, while his court ceremonies increasingly emphasised Catholic religious elements that made most English observers nervous. When William of Orange landed in England in 1688, James's court collapsed with startling speed. The king, who had inherited the most sophisticated royal household in English history, found himself with almost no domestic political support when the crisis finally arrived. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 fundamentally changed the relationship between English royal courts and political authority. William III and Mary II established a court system that operated within constitutional limitations that would have seemed impossible to earlier generations of English monarchs. The new royal court had to function simultaneously as a ceremonial centre that maintained monarchical dignity and as a governmental institution that acknowledged parliamentary supremacy over major policy decisions. This required developing new protocols that preserved royal prestige while respecting the political realities that the Glorious Revolution had established. You can imagine the delicate balance that court officials needed to maintain during this transitional period. Royal ceremonies still needed to demonstrate appropriate majesty, but they couldn't suggest that the crown claimed authority that Parliament now controlled. Foreign diplomats still needed to be received with suitable formality, but diplomatic policies required legislative approval in ways that complicated traditional royal prerogatives. The Hanoverian succession in 1714 brought another continental influence to English court culture, but George I's court faced the additional challenge of establishing legitimacy for a dynasty with limited English connections. The early Georgian court compensated for this linguistic and cultural distance by developing ceremonial procedures that emphasised constitutional propriety rather than personal charisma. George II's court achieved a more comfortable balance between German royal traditions and English constitutional requirements. The king spoke better English than his father, understood English political customs more thoroughly, and created a court atmosphere that successfully combined continental sophistication with domestic political sensitivity. But it was during George III's long reign that the Georgian court system reached its mature form. George III was the first Hanoverian monarch who was thoroughly English in education, temperament, and political understanding. His court became the template for constitutional monarchy that would influence British royal culture for the next 2 centuries. The Georgian court's daily routine reflected these constitutional limitations. Morning sessions dealt with ceremonial business that maintained royal dignity without challenging parliamentary authority. Afternoon meetings handled diplomatic correspondence that required coordination with government ministers who were responsible to Parliament rather than to the Crown alone. George III's court during the American Revolution demonstrates how constitutional monarchy functioned during major political crises. The king personally opposed American independence, but his court had to manage a military conflict that was primarily directed by ministers who were accountable to Parliament. Royal authority and parliamentary government operated in parallel rather than in the hierarchical relationship that had characterised earlier periods. The court's response to George III's periodic mental illness created unprecedented constitutional challenges that required improvised solutions. The Regency crisis of 1788 forced Parliament and the royal household to develop procedures for managing governmental continuity when the monarch was unable to perform his constitutional duties. These experiences established precedents that would prove crucial during the formal Regency period from 1811 to 1820, when the future George IV governed on his father's behalf. The Regency court represented the full flowering of Georgian royal culture, sophisticated, cosmopolitan, and expensive enough to scandalise contemporary critics. George IV's court as Prince Regent achieved a level of cultural patronage that rivaled the greatest European achievements. The rebuilding of the Royal Pavilion at Brighton, the planning of Regent Street and Regent's Park in London, and the support for artists, writers and musicians created a court culture that combined aesthetic achievement with constitutional propriety. Victoria's accession in 1837 created a dramatic transformation in English court culture that reflected broader changes in social attitudes, economic relationships, and imperial responsibilities. The 18-year-old Queen inherited a court system that had been designed for Georgian royal lifestyle, but would need to accommodate Victorian moral expectations and global imperial duties. The early Victorian court faced the challenge of establishing respect for a young female monarch in an age when political authority was generally associated with masculine leadership. Victoria's solution was to create a court culture that emphasised moral authority, domestic virtue, and imperial responsibility rather than the personal charisma or cultural sophistication that had characterised earlier royal traditions. You can imagine the dramatic change in the court atmosphere that Victoria's moral standards produced. Where Georgian court life had celebrated wit, sophistication, and a certain tolerance for personal scandal, Victorian court culture emphasised duty, propriety, and the sort of moral earnestness that would have made earlier generations of courtiers deeply uncomfortable. Victoria's marriage to Prince Albert in 1840 established the partnership that would define Victorian royal culture for the next 2 decades. Albert brought German thoroughness and intellectual seriousness to English court life, creating an atmosphere where governmental efficiency, cultural patronage, and moral improvement were pursued with systematic dedication. The Victorian court's approach to ceremonial innovation illustrates this new seriousness of purpose. The Great Exhibition of 1851, organised under Albert's leadership, was simultaneously a celebration of British industrial achievement, a demonstration of imperial wealth, and a moral statement about the benefits of international cooperation and technological progress. Albert's influence on court culture extended far beyond ceremonial occasions. He reorganised royal finances, modernised royal estates, and established new standards for the sort of cultural patronage that the monarchy should provide. The Prince Consort treated royal duties with the systematic attention to detail that successful businesses required, applying commercial principles to monarchical responsibilities. The court's daily routine during Albert's lifetime reflected this business-like approach. Morning sessions handled administrative business with efficiency that would have impressed Tudor bureaucrats. Afternoon meetings dealt with the charitable organisations, educational institutions and cultural projects that had become central to Victorian royal identity. Victoria's grief after Albert's death in 1861 transformed the court once again, this time in ways that created long-term problems for monarchical prestige. The Queen's withdrawal from public ceremonial duties meant that the Victorian court maintained its administrative functions while losing much of its symbolic visibility. The court, during Victoria's widowhood, operated like a governmental department whose chief executive had chosen to work from home. While royal business proceeded efficiently, the ceremonial aspects of monarchy, which served as public demonstrations of constitutional continuity, saw a significant reduction. This created opportunities for other members of the royal family, particularly the Prince of Wales, the future Edward VII, to develop alternative approaches to royal public life. Edward's court-in-waiting became a centre for the sort of social activities that Victoria's mourning had eliminated from official royal culture. The tension between Victoria's withdrawn approach and Edward's sociable style created 2 different models of royal behaviour that coexisted uncomfortably within the same constitutional system. The Queen's moral authority was unquestioned, but her son's understanding of royal ceremonial requirements seemed more suited to practical political needs. Victoria's Golden Jubilee in 1887 and Diamond Jubilee in 1897 demonstrated that the Queen's moral authority had created a new form of monarchical prestige. These celebrations weren't just British occasions, they were imperial festivals that demonstrated how Victorian royal culture had expanded to encompass global responsibilities. The Victorian court's final achievement was establishing the constitutional framework that would allow the British monarchy to survive the democratic transformations of the 20th century. Victoria's combination of moral authority, imperial responsibility, and constitutional propriety created a template for monarchical relevance that proved adaptable to changing political circumstances. As we reach the end of our gentle journey through these centuries of royal courts, you might find yourself reflecting on how these ancient patterns still echo in contemporary life. The challenges that medieval kings faced, balancing personal desires with public responsibilities, managing competing interest groups, adapting traditional institutions to changing circumstances, remain remarkably familiar to anyone who observes modern politics or organisational leadership. English royal courts evolved from William the Conqueror's efficient Norman administration to Victoria's moral imperial authority, illustrating humanity's continuing experiment with the relationship between individual authority and collective governance. Each generation discovered that successful leadership required adapting inherited traditions to contemporary realities while maintaining enough continuity to preserve institutional legitimacy. Perhaps the most striking pattern is how consistently English royal courts served as laboratories for political innovation. The Magna Carta emerged from King John's administrative failures. Parliament developed from Edward I's financial needs. The Reformation grew from Henry VIII's personal circumstances, and constitutional monarchy evolved from the Glorious Revolution's political necessities. These weren't planned developments guided by theoretical political philosophy. They were practical solutions to immediate problems, created by people who were trying to make inherited governmental systems work under changing circumstances. The genius of English political development was its capacity to transform temporary expedients into permanent constitutional principles. The human stories behind these institutional changes, Eleanor of Aquitaine's political sophistication, Richard II's aesthetic innovations, Elizabeth I's theatrical statecraft, and Charles II's continental sophistication, remind us that political systems are ultimately expressions of individual personality interacting with historical circumstance. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot tonight, you might consider how these royal courts created the governmental traditions that still influence democratic societies today. The idea that political authority requires popular consent, that governmental power should be limited by law, and that cultural achievement enhances political legitimacy. These concepts developed through centuries of experimentation in royal households that were trying to solve practical problems of leadership and governance. The English royal court's evolution from medieval warrior kings to constitutional monarchs reflects humanity's broader journey toward more sophisticated forms of social organisation. Each generation built upon previous achievements while adapting to new challenges, creating institutional continuity that allowed gradual transformation rather than revolutionary upheaval. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you carry with you the stories of nearly 1,000 years of human creativity, adaptation, and the endless fascinating complexity of people learn to live together in organised societies. Sweet dreams, and may your rest be as peaceful as a medieval monastery garden on a quiet summer evening. Picture this. You're sitting down to dinner, and there's no fork beside your plate. None. All you have is a knife resembling a miniature sword in your hands. Welcome to medieval Europe, where eating wasn't just a meal, it was performance art, and everyone was terrible at it. You reach for that roasted chicken leg, grease already making your fingers slippery as a greased pig at a county fair. The person next to you is tearing into bread with the dedication of someone defusing a bomb, crumbs flying everywhere like tiny edible confetti. Across the table, someone's attempting to eat soup by lifting the bowl to their lips, creating what can only be described as a small waterfall of broth down their chin. This was dinner every single night for centuries. Your ancestors possessed a wealth of intelligence and creativity, as evidenced by the cathedrals they built and the poetry they penned. But somehow, the simple concept of stabbing food with small metal tines and bringing it gracefully to your mouth, that brilliant innovation was still centuries away. The knife had been around forever, practically since humans figured out how to bang rocks together. Spoons showed up when someone got tired of cupping their hands to drink soup and decided a shell or carved piece of wood might work better. But the fork was the middle child of utensils, arriving fashionably late to the party and immediately causing drama. You have to understand the world the forks entered. This century was a time when people thought bathing too frequently was dangerous to your health, when bloodletting was considered sound medical practice, and when everyone was convinced the earth was the centre of the universe. Into this world of questionable decision-making came a utensil that would eventually revolutionise not just how we eat, but how we consider civilization itself. The thing is, eating with your hands wasn't just accepted, it was the sophisticated way to do everything. There were rules, elaborate etiquette guides that read like instruction manuals for diffusing explosives. You used 3 fingers of your right hand, never your left. You wiped your hands on the communal napkin, not your clothes. You didn't reach across the table like you were performing yoga. These weren't suggestions. They were the difference between being invited back to dinner and being labelled a social outcast. Imagine trying to eat spaghetti this way. Actually, don't imagine it. It's too painful. People managed somehow, but meals took forever, and everyone went to bed with food under their fingernails and gravy stains on their sleeves that would make a modern parent have a nervous breakdown. The wealthy had it slightly better. They could afford more elaborate knives, sometimes with decorative handles that cost more than most people's houses. They had servants whose job was essentially professional food cutting, standing by to slice things into manageable pieces. But even the richest person in medieval Europe looked like a toddler at dinner time compared to how we eat now. The mess was truly overwhelming. Dining halls in castles needed to be cleaned after every meal like someone had hosted a food fight convention. Dogs wandered freely under tables, which sounds charming until you realise they were basically living vacuum cleaners, cleaning up the constant shower of dropped food. Table manners included instructions on how to throw bones over your shoulder properly, because apparently there was a right way and a wrong way to discard chicken remains. This was the world desperately waiting for the fork, even though nobody knew they were waiting for it. Like being thirsty in a desert and not knowing water exists, medieval diners struggled through meal after meal, never imagining there might be a better way. They adapted, they managed, and they developed impressive hand-eye coordination, but they never quite conquered the simple act of eating gracefully. Little did they know, far away in the Byzantine Empire, a revolution was quietly brewing. This revolution did not involve armies or politics. Instead, it was something far more dangerous to the established order, the utensil that would make everyone realise just how barbaric their dinner habits had become. Now let's travel back to 1004 AD, to a world where Constantinople glittered like a jewel, and the Byzantine Empire was the height of sophistication. This is where our story takes a fascinating turn, because the fork didn't just appear out of nowhere. It arrived with all the drama of a soap opera, complete with a scandalous princess, and enough cultural shock to power a small city. Meet Theophanu Sklena, a Byzantine princess who was about to become the most controversial dinner guest in European history. She was preparing to marry Domenico Selvo, the Doge of Venice, in what was essentially a medieval power couple merger. But hidden in her trousseau, among the silks and jewels that would make a modern bride weep with envy, was something far more revolutionary than any crown or necklace. She had forks, actual, honest-to-goodness, 2-pronged golden forks. You have to understand that this situation is not comparable to packing an extra phone charger for a trip. In Byzantine culture, using small elegant forks was as normal as using chopsticks in China or saying, "eh," in Canada. They'd been doing it for generations, having picked up the habit from various cultural exchanges with the Middle East, where similar utensils had been around even longer. To Theophanu, forks were just civilized. It's akin to putting on shoes or refraining from eating with your feet. But when she arrived in Venice and delicately lifted food to her mouth using these mysterious pronged implements, the reaction was immediate and intense. Picture the silence that falls over a room when someone commits a major social blunder, except this silence had the weight of religious horror behind it. The Venetian nobles watched in fascination and growing alarm as this foreign princess never once touched her food with her hands. She speared pieces of meat with surgical precision, twirled pasta like she was conducting a tiny orchestra, and somehow managed to eat an entire meal without getting a single drop of sauce on her elaborate sleeves. It was like watching magic, although this magic was also deeply unsettling. The local clergy had what can only be described as a collective nervous breakdown. Here was this woman, using what looked suspiciously like tiny pitchforks, the very symbol of the devil himself, to eat food that God had clearly intended to be touched by human hands. Father Giovanni, the local bishop who'd probably never seen anything more controversial than someone taking an extra communion wafer, declared that these diabolic instruments were an affront to divine will. But here's where it gets intriguing. Some people were secretly impressed. You could see it in their eyes, the way they watched Theophanu eat with the kind of fascination usually reserved for watching a master craftsman at work. She never dropped food, never got her hands dirty, and never had to excuse herself to wash up between courses. While everyone else remained engrossed in the chaotic present, she was living in the future. The Italian nobles encountered a dilemma. On one hand, their religious leaders were basically calling forks the devil's cutlery. On the other hand, watching someone eat with such grace and efficiency was like seeing a glimpse of what human civilization could become. It was the medieval equivalent of watching someone use a smartphone when you're still trying to figure out how to work a rotary telephone. Theophanu, for her part, seemed genuinely puzzled by the fuss. In her letters back to Constantinople, yes, she wrote about this because apparently fork drama was worth documenting, she described the Venetian dining customs with the kind of diplomatic tact that barely concealed her horror. She wrote about grown men wrestling with meat like they were in hand-to-hand combat, about elaborate hand-washing ceremonies that took longer than the actual eating, and about the constant rain of food particles that made every meal feel like dining in a gentle hailstorm. The cultural clash was so intense that when Theophanu died just 2 years later, possibly from plague, the local religious authorities declared it divine punishment for her unnatural eating habits. The forks were quietly packed away, treated like cursed objects that had brought doom to their user. But you can't uninvent an idea, especially one as useful as the fork. Those few Venetian nobles who had watched Theophanu eat didn't forget what they'd seen. They tucked that memory away like a secret recipe or a hidden treasure map, waiting for the right moment to bring it back to light. The seed was planted. In the very heart of medieval Europe, a handful of people now knew there was a better way to eat. They'd seen the future of dining, and it had 2 prongs and the power to change everything. For the next several centuries after Theophanu's brief dramatic introduction of forks to Europe, something fascinating happened. Absolutely nothing. Well, not nothing exactly, but the kind of stubborn, foot-dragging resistance to change that would make a teenager refusing to clean their room look like enthusiastic cooperation. The fork had shown up, demonstrated its obvious superiority, and then Europe collectively decided to pretend it had never happened. It was like that friend who shows you an amazing new restaurant, but instead of trying it, you keep going back to the same fast food place because change is scary, and the fries are predictably mediocre. This event wasn't just about eating utensils, though. That's what made it so perfect for human nature to dig in its heels. The fork symbolised a more profound threat, the notion that the traditional methods may not always be optimal, and if people started questioning how they ate, who knew what else they might start questioning? The church, meanwhile, had developed a full theological position on forks that would have been hilarious if it weren't so influential. According to various religious authorities, God had given humans hands specifically for eating. Using artificial extensions, like forks, was therefore questioning divine wisdom. It was the medieval equivalent of mansplaining, except instead of explaining why you don't need help parallel parking, they were explaining why you don't need help eating soup. Some particularly creative clergy argued that the suffering involved in eating with your hands, the burns from hot food, the mess, the general difficulty, was spiritually beneficial, character building they called it. Apparently graceful dining was a path to moral corruption, because nothing says slippery slope to damnation, quite like not getting grease under your fingernails during dinner. But the real resistance came from something much more human: social embarrassment. The few people who did try to use forks discovered something modern. Early adopters know well, being the first person to use new technology makes you look either pretentious or ridiculous, and sometimes both simultaneously. Picture yourself at a medieval feast, carefully using a fork while everyone around you is diving in hands first. You're eating elegantly, efficiently, and cleanly, and every single person at the table is staring at you like you've sprouted a second head. Someone inevitably makes a joke about your fancy airs, and suddenly you're the person who thinks they're too acceptable for normal eating. Nobody wants to be that person. The social pressure was enormous. Medieval society operated on conformity, akin to the intensity of a high school cafeteria, but with greater stakes and longer-lasting consequences. Stand out too much, and you weren't just unpopular. You were suspicious. Those who were suspicious often faced uncomfortable questions from authorities who were not known for their humour. Therefore the fork retreated both literally and figuratively. A few wealthy merchants might have them tucked away for private use. Some Italian nobles kept them as curiosities, conversation pieces to show sophisticated dinner guests from foreign lands. However, how did they actually function in daily life? The fork's impact on regular dining could be compared to that of a unicorn. Meanwhile, the practical problems of eating with hands continued to be, well, problematic. Medieval medicine, such as it was, recommended all sorts of elaborate hand-washing rituals to prevent disease, not understanding that maybe the solution wasn't more washing but less hand-to-food contact in the first place. They were treating the symptom while ignoring the obvious cure sitting right there in their jewellery boxes. The irony was magnificent. This civilization was capable of constructing Notre Dame, formulating intricate philosophical theories, and producing art that continues to astonish even after centuries. But suggest that they might want to try stabbing their food with a small metal implement instead of grabbing it with their fingers? Absolutely not. Too radical, too strange, too foreign. This resistance would have been mildly amusing except for one thing. It lasted for centuries. Generations of Europeans were born, lived their entire lives eating with their hands, and died without ever seriously considering that there might be a better way. The fork waited patiently in the wings like an understudy who knows they could steal the show if only someone would give them a chance. But change, as it always does, was coming. Slowly, quietly, and from the most unexpected directions, the fork was about to stage its comeback. And this time, it wouldn't be alone. By the early 1600s, something intriguing was happening in France, and for once it wasn't a revolution involving heads and baskets. Upon returning from a diplomatic mission to Italy, King Henry III found his mind completely captivated by the sights he'd seen. He was not impressed by the art, architecture, or even the wine, even though they were all impressive. No, what had captured the French king's attention was watching Italian aristocrats eat like civilized human beings. You have to understand this was Henry III we're talking about, a king who was famous for his love of fashion, his elaborate court ceremonies, and his general appreciation for anything that made life more refined and elegant. He was essentially the medieval equivalent of someone who subscribed to every lifestyle magazine and actually read them. So when he saw Italian nobles using forks with the kind of graceful precision that made eating look like ballet, he experienced what can only be described as a cultural epiphany. But here's where French politics got deliciously complicated. Henry III could not simply return to France and proclaim, "Greetings everyone, I have discovered remarkable eating utensils." This was a king who had to worry about his image, his authority, and the delicate balance of keeping both the nobility and the church satisfied. Introducing forks wasn't just about improving dining etiquette. It was about cultural revolution disguised as cutlery. Therefore, Henry, like any astute politician, began modestly and presented it as his own creation. He began hosting intimate dinner parties where, almost casually, these elegant little pronged implements would appear beside each place setting. He didn't make a big announcement or issue royal decrees, he just used them, with the kind of nonchalant confidence that made everyone else feel like maybe they'd been missing something important. The reaction was immediate and predictably French. Half the court was scandalised, the other half was intrigued, and everyone was talking about it. Knowing French culture, this was precisely the intended message. Nothing spreads faster in France than a new way to demonstrate sophistication, especially if it involves making other people feel slightly uncivilized by comparison. But the real genius of Henry's approach was how he framed it. This process wasn't about foreign influence or abandoning French traditions. No, this was about French superiority, about being more refined, more civilized, and more elegantly French than anyone else in Europe. The fork became a symbol of French cultural advancement, a way to demonstrate that France was leading the world in sophistication and superior taste. The French nobility, never ones to be outdone in matters of style, embraced forks with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for new fashion trends. Suddenly everyone needed to have the most beautiful forks, the most elegant fork techniques, and the most refined fork etiquette. In a characteristically French manner, the pursuit of civility turned into a fierce competition, with cutlery serving as a scorecard. This is where the topic becomes particularly intriguing, as the French not only adopted forks but also enhanced their design. Italian forks were functional yet basic, typically featuring only two prongs and prioritising utility over aesthetics. French artisans examined these simple implements and concluded, "Mais non, we can do better." Italian forks were functional but basic, typically featuring only two prongs and designed primarily for utility rather than aesthetics. French craftsmen looked at these simple tools and thought, "Mais? No, we can do better." They added prongs, refined the curves, decorated the handles, and turned eating utensils into works of art. French fork etiquette became incredibly elaborate, with rules that made medieval hand-eating ceremonies look simple by comparison. There were specific ways to hold your fork, particular angles for approaching different foods, and protocols for fork placement that could communicate everything from your mood to your intentions for the evening. It was like learning a new language, except the alphabet was made of tiny metal tines. The Church in France chose a much more diplomatic approach than their medieval predecessors, skillfully reading the political winds like experienced sailors. Instead of declaring forks demonic, French clergy positioned themselves as arbiters of proper Christian fork usage. They developed guidelines for spiritual fork etiquette, ensuring that even this newfangled eating method could be performed in a manner pleasing to God. This was a prime example of theological adaptation. Within a generation, eating with your hands at a French court function became the kind of social suicide that would make medieval peasants look sophisticated by comparison. The fork had not only arrived in France, it had been completely absorbed into French identity, transformed from a foreign curiosity into an essential element of French superiority. And from France, with all the inevitable force of French cultural influence, the fork began its real conquest of Europe. Other courts looked at French refinement with envy and recognition. Their cuisine was the future of dining, and they were either going to join it or be left behind, looking barbaric by comparison. The revolution had begun, one elegant bite at a time. What happened next was like watching the medieval equivalent of something going viral on social media, except instead of cat videos, it was eating utensils, and instead of overnight fame, it took about 50 years to spread across Europe. But for the 1600s, the time was lightning speed for a cultural revolution. The pattern was always the same, and frankly it was beautiful to observe. A French diplomat would arrive at some European court, set up for a formal dinner, and then proceed to eat with a level of grace and sophistication that made everyone else look like they were having their first meal with opposable thumbs. The local nobility would watch in fascination as this visitor somehow managed to consume an entire feast without once touching food with their hands, dropping anything, or getting sauce on their elaborate clothing. You can imagine the conversations after these dinners. Picture groups of German princes or English lords huddled together, whispering like teenagers who'd just discovered something their parents didn't want them to know about. "Did you see how he ate that roast? Those little pronged things. Where do you suppose he got them? My cousin visited Paris last year and said everyone there eats like that now." The tipping point came when European nobility realised they had a choice: learn to use forks or look like country bumpkins every time they hosted foreign dignitaries. And if there's one thing aristocrats throughout history have hated more than paying taxes, it's looking unsophisticated in front of their peers. England, predictably, held out the longest. The English had perfected the art of being stubbornly traditional, while simultaneously claiming to be more civilised than everyone else, and they weren't about to abandon this comfortable contradiction for some French-eating fashion. British nobles continued eating with their hands while making pointed comments about continental affectations and foreign nonsense. But even the English couldn't resist forever, especially after a particularly embarrassing diplomatic dinner where the visiting French ambassador ate an entire meal without spilling a drop, while the English hosts looked like they were engaged in hand-to-hand combat with their food. The story spread through London society with a kind of devastating efficiency that only truly mortifying gossip can achieve. What's fascinating is how each country adapted the fork to their own cultural identity. The Germans naturally made them incredibly sturdy and functional. German forks could probably double as small weapons in an emergency, and their fork etiquette emphasised efficiency and precision. The Germans emphasised efficiency and precision over nonsense and frills, ensuring their forks were functional and effective. The Spanish developed elaborate silver forks that were practically jewellery, turning meals into opportunities to display wealth and artistic taste. Spanish fork etiquette became intertwined with concepts of honour and family pride. Insult someone's fork technique, and you might find yourself facing a duel at dawn. The Italians, who'd been quietly using forks all along while the rest of Europe had their collective cultural breakdown, suddenly found themselves in the amusing position of being trendsetters by accident. Italian fork makers became the most sought-after craftsmen in Europe, exporting their knowledge to courts that were desperately trying to catch up to what Italians had been doing for centuries. But here's where the story gets intriguing. The fork didn't just change how people ate, it started changing how they thought about everything else. Experiencing the civilized pleasure of eating without getting your hands dirty leads you to notice other areas where there might be better ways to do things. European courts that adopted forks also began developing more sophisticated approaches to hygiene, fashion, architecture, and social interaction. The fork served as a catalyst for civilization, encouraging individuals to consider the possibility that the traditional methods of doing things might not be the only ones. The ripple effects were widespread. Dinner parties became more elaborate and refined, with hosts competing to demonstrate their mastery of fork etiquette. Cookbook writers began developing recipes specifically designed for fork eating, leading to more complex and delicate cuisine. Table linens became more important because nobody wanted to ruin beautiful fabric with food stains that proper fork use could prevent. Even the common people, who couldn't afford fancy silver forks, began making crude versions from wood or cheap metal. The desire to eat like civilized humans, once awakened, proved impossible to suppress. Street vendors started selling simple wooden forks alongside their food, recognizing that customers would pay extra for the privilege of eating without getting their hands messy. By the late 1600s, the transformation was nearly complete. What had started as one Byzantine princess's dining preference had become the standard of European civilization. The fork had won, not through force or legislation, but through the simple, irresistible appeal of a better way to live. But the real revolution was just beginning. The fork quietly began reshaping the entire foundation of how humans organized their lives together, and what happened next wasn't just about better table manners or cleaner hands. Think about it this way. For thousands of years, meals had been communal free-for-alls where everyone reached into shared dishes, tore food with their hands, and basically turned dinner time into a contact sport. Privacy at meals? Impossible. Personal space? What's that? Individual portions? Completely foreign concept. Everyone ate from the same dishes, shared the same serving utensils, and basically spent every meal in intimate physical contact with their fellow diners. But once you provide people individual forks, something magical happens. Suddenly everyone can have their portion, served on their own plate, eaten with their utensils. For the first time in human history, meals became personal, private experiences that happened to occur in the same room as other people. This might seem like a small change, but it was actually revolutionary. The individual fork led to individual plates, which led to individual place settings, which led to the entire concept of personal space at the dinner table. As people grew accustomed to personal space during meals, they began to crave it in other areas as well. European architecture began changing in fascinating ways. Dining rooms became more spacious, with room for individual chairs around tables designed for personal place settings, rather than communal benches around shared platters. Houses began including separate dining areas distinct from kitchens, because fork-based dining was elegant enough to deserve its own special space. The social implications were enormous. In the old days of communal eating, meals were inherently democratic. Everyone reached for the same food, everyone got messy together, and social hierarchies temporarily dissolved in the shared struggle to consume dinner without starving or embarrassing yourself. But individual place settings changed all that. Suddenly, you could demonstrate social status through your cutlery, your individual plate, and your personal napkin. The wealthy could eat differently from the poor, not just in terms of what they ate, but also how they ate it. Fork etiquette became a class marker, a way to instantly identify who belonged in polite society and who didn't. This led to something unprecedented, the rise of formal dining education. For the first time in history, people needed to be taught how to eat properly. Etiquette books appeared, detailing the correct way to hold a fork, the proper angle for approaching different foods, and the appropriate fork switching techniques for various courses. Eating became a skill that required instruction, practice, and social polish. The economic ripple effects were staggering. Entire industries sprang up around fork-based dining. Silversmith guilds became incredibly powerful, specializing in increasingly elaborate cutlery. Table linen manufacturing exploded because proper fork dining required proper table settings. China and pottery makers developed new designs specifically for individual place settings, rather than communal serving dishes. But here's the really fascinating part. The fork helped create modern concepts of privacy, individuality, and personal hygiene that we now take completely for granted. Once people became accustomed to eating without touching their food, they started expecting that same level of cleanliness in other areas of life. Bathing became more frequent and more private. Personal clothing became more important since you weren't constantly getting food stains on everything. People began developing stronger concepts of personal property, personal space, and personal responsibility. The fork, in its quiet way, helped create the foundation for modern individualism. Medical knowledge advanced too, though not always accurately. Doctors began promoting theories about the health benefits of fork eating, claiming it prevented various diseases and promoted better digestion. They weren't entirely wrong. Reducing hand-to-food contact certainly helped with hygiene, but they also credited forks with curing everything from melancholy to gout, which was probably optimistic. The Protestant work ethic, which was developing around the same time, embraced fork dining as evidence of human improvement and moral advancement. Being able to eat cleanly and efficiently became associated with virtue, self-control, and spiritual development. People literally saw proper fork technique as a sign of being closer to God. Trade routes shifted to accommodate the demand for quality cutlery and the materials needed to make it. Mining operations expanded to provide silver and other metals for fork production. International commerce patterns changed as courts competed to import the finest cutlery from the most skilled craftsmen. This influence extended to warfare, albeit indirectly. Officers who could demonstrate proper fork etiquette were considered more suitable for diplomatic missions and interaction with foreign nobility. Military protocol began including dining etiquette as part of officer training, because how you ate determined whether you could effectively represent your country at formal functions. By 1700, the fork had quietly revolutionized European civilization in ways that went far beyond the dinner table. What had started as a simple solution to messy eating had become the foundation for modern concepts of individual dignity, personal refinement, and civilized society. And the best part, most people didn't even realize it was happening. As we settle into the final chapter of our fork story, you're probably wondering how a simple eating utensil managed to completely transform human civilization without anyone really noticing. Well, grab your favourite blanket and get comfortable, because the ending of this tale is both satisfying and surprisingly relevant to your modern life. By the early 1700s, the fork had achieved something remarkable. It had become so completely integrated into European society that people couldn't imagine life without it. Children grew up learning fork techniques alongside their alphabet, and proper fork etiquette was as essential to education as reading and writing. The transformation was so complete that Europeans began looking back at their hand-eating ancestors with the same mixture of horror and fascination that we might reserve for watching people eat soup with their feet. But the real triumph wasn't just European adoption. It was what happened when Europeans began spreading their influence around the world. Wherever European merchants, diplomats, missionaries, and colonists went, they brought their forks with them, and everywhere they went, local populations were faced with the same choice their ancestors had confronted centuries earlier: adapt to this new way of eating or risk being considered uncivilized. The fork became a symbol of European sophistication and, by extension, European superiority. Such an event had some unfortunate implications for global cultural exchange, but it also demonstrated the fork's incredible power to reshape how people thought about civilization itself. Using a fork wasn't just about eating anymore, it was about joining the modern world. American colonists, naturally, took to forks with the enthusiasm of people who were already rebelling against traditional ways of doing things. By the time of the American Revolution, proper fork usage was so embedded in colonial culture that British observers commented on American dining refinement with surprise. The fork had helped Americans develop their own distinct cultural identity, separate from both their European origins and their frontier circumstances. What's truly remarkable is how the fork continued evolving, even after its basic acceptance. The Industrial Revolution brought mass production, making decent forks available to ordinary people for the first time in history. Suddenly, proper dining wasn't just for the wealthy. Anyone could afford the basic tools of civilized eating. Different cultures adapted the fork in fascinating ways. Americans developed the distinctive habit of cutting food with the knife in the right hand and fork in the left, then switching the fork to the right hand for eating. a practice that still makes Europeans slightly crazy. Russians created elaborate fork-based dining rituals that incorporated vodka service. Asian cultures that adopted Western dining customs developed hybrid approaches that combined traditional eating techniques with European fork etiquette. But here's where the story gets really interesting for you, sitting here in 2025. The fork's journey from radical innovation to universal acceptance follows almost exactly the same pattern as every major technological adoption you've witnessed in your lifetime. Think about it. The fork faced religious opposition, like genetic engineering, cultural resistance, like electric cars, generational divides, like smartphones, and social class implications, like organic food. Early adopters were considered pretentious show-offs, like people with the first cell phones, while late adopters eventually felt embarrassed about clinging to old ways, like people who still use paper maps. The fork succeeded for the same reasons that successful innovations always succeed. It solved a real problem. It was demonstrably better than existing solutions, and it made users feel more sophisticated and capable. Sound familiar? It should. It's the blueprint for every successful technology adoption from automobiles to artificial intelligence. What's even more fascinating is how the fork created unexpected consequences that nobody anticipated. Just like how the internet was supposed to be about information sharing but ended up revolutionizing commerce, entertainment, and social interaction, the fork was supposed to be about cleaner eating, but ended up creating modern concepts of privacy, individuality, and personal dignity. Today, as you use your fork without thinking about it, you're participating in a tradition that represents one of humanity's greatest achievements: the ability to recognize a better way of doing things and actually change to adopt it. That's rarer than you might think. Most innovations fail not because they don't work, but because people resist change even when it would clearly improve their lives. The fork serves as a reminder that civilization encompasses more than just major breakthroughs, such as the discovery of fire or the invention of the wheel. Sometimes, the most important progress comes from small, seemingly insignificant improvements that gradually reshape how we think about ourselves and our relationship to the world around us. So the next time you pick up a fork, take a moment to appreciate the incredible journey it represents. You're holding a tool that helped create the modern world, that transformed human society, and that continues to demonstrate our species' remarkable ability to improve, adapt, and become more than we were before. When you reflect on it, this is precisely the kind of gentle revolution that deserves celebration. When Emperor Alexios I Komnenos dispatched his emissaries to Pope Urban II in 1095, he hardly imagined his diplomatic outreach would unleash 2 centuries of bloodshed across 3 continents. The Byzantine ruler merely sought military assistance against the Seljuk Turks, who had claimed significant portions of Anatolia following the Battle of Manzikert. What transpired instead was the weaponization of religious fervour on an unprecedented scale. Pope Urban II's response at the Council of Clermont transcended mere strategic calculation. The papacy, having emerged from the investiture controversy with its authority diminished, saw an opportunity. Urban's speech, so often sanitized in modern retellings, was a masterclass in medieval propaganda, deploying fabricated atrocity stories and eschatological fearmongering. He falsely claimed that Eastern Christians faced systematic extermination and that Muslim forces were desecrating Christian holy sites in ways that historical records simply do not support. "Let the deeds of your ancestors inspire you," Urban proclaimed to the assembled nobility and clergy, invoking not biblical compassion, but rather Carolingian conquest. The First Crusade was marketed not merely as a defensive action, but as a path to spiritual and material redemption. Urban's innovation was profound. He offered plenary indulgences, complete absolution from temporal punishment for sins, to those who took up arms. This spiritual economy of violence transformed killing from a sin requiring penance into a means of achieving it. What historians often overlook is how the Crusades emerged precisely when Europe was experiencing its first sustained period of economic growth since the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. Agricultural innovations had increased food production, creating population pressures and land scarcity among the noble classes. The promise of new territories served the interests of younger sons disinherited by primogeniture. Urban's call offered a providential solution to social pressures that threatened to destabilize the feudal order. The earliest crusading armies included not just knights, but apocalyptic peasant bands led by charismatic figures like Peter the Hermit. These popular movements, largely written out of triumphalist narratives, conducted the first pogroms against Jewish communities across the Rhineland. In cities like Worms, Mainz, and Cologne, thousands of Jews were slaughtered when they refused forced baptism. Bishop Albert of Mainz's eyewitness account notes that, unless they chose baptism, the Crusaders killed the women as well as the men and nursing infants. This violence wasn't an aberration, but a logical extension of a worldview that regarded non-Christians as legitimate targets. When these irregular forces reached Byzantine territory, they subjected Orthodox Christian communities to pillaging and assault, revealing how quickly religious justifications could be abandoned when plunder was at stake. Emperor Alexios, alarmed by these supposed allies, hastily transported them across the Bosphorus, where most were promptly massacred by Seljuk forces at Sivito, an episode sympathetic chroniclers strategically minimised. The military contingents that followed, led by figures like Godfrey of Bouillon, Raymond of Toulouse, and Bohemond of Taranto, were hardly more disciplined. They extorted provisions from Byzantine cities and refused to swear the customary feudal oaths to Alexios, exposing the political ambitions that drove many crusade leaders. Their journey through Anatolia was marked by tactical blunders and internal power struggles that somehow escaped the sanitized chronicles produced by clerical propagandists like Fulcher of Chartres. What emerges from primary sources is not a divinely ordained mission, but a chaotic military expedition riven by competing interests, logistical failures of skiers, and strategic incoherence. The Crusaders weren't unified by shared purpose so much as trapped in a mutual dependency born of hostile territory. Their eventual success against overwhelming odds at Antioch and Jerusalem owed more to factional divisions among their Muslim opponents, unexpected disease outbreaks, and sheer desperation than to divine intervention or military brilliance. The mythologizing began almost immediately, transforming a brutal campaign of conquest into a miraculous triumph of faith. The fall of Jerusalem on July the 15th, 1099, stands as perhaps the single most notorious episode of the entire crusading era. The typical narrative describes the conquest as exceptionally brutal even by medieval standards, but seldom examines the psychological mechanics that enabled such violence or its broader implications for crusader governance. When the city's defences finally buckled after a month-long siege, crusader forces moved methodically through the streets. Raymond of Aguilera, an eyewitness, described the scene at the Temple Mount. Men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins. In the Temple and Porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees. This was not the chaotic frenzy often depicted in popular accounts. Archaeological evidence indicates a systematic execution of the city's inhabitants. The Crusaders corralled civilians into confined spaces, synagogues, mosques and courtyards, where they could be efficiently dispatched. What's missing from many accounts is how this violence was ritualized. Survivors reported the Crusaders singing hymns and religious canticles during the massacre. Their bloodshed wasn't merely strategic but performative, a violent liturgy symbolizing the purification of sacred space. When Godfrey of Bouillon entered the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he did so barefoot and in penitential garb, even as his followers continued their bloody work. This ritualized violence established a template that would be repeated throughout the crusading period. The immediate aftermath revealed the contradictions inherent in the Crusader project. Having secured Christianity's holiest sites, most crusaders fulfilled their vows and returned to Europe. Only a small fraction remained to hold these conquests. The Kingdom of Jerusalem that emerged was a precarious entity, a narrow coastal strip perpetually on the defensive, never possessing the demographic depth to secure its existence without constant reinforcement from Europe. The governance structures established by the remaining Crusaders have been romanticized as a model of feudal efficiency. The reality was far messier. The Frankish nobility that ruled the kingdom refused meaningful integration with the local population. While other conquerors throughout history had typically intermarried with indigenous elites to secure their rule, the Crusader states maintained rigid social segregation. Even Eastern Christians were relegated to secondary status, creating a two-tiered society that undermined the kingdom's legitimacy among its subjects. Perhaps most revealing was the Crusader state's economic foundation. Despite religious justifications, the Kingdom of Jerusalem quickly demonstrated its fundamentally extractive nature. The Italian maritime republics, Venice, Genoa and Pisa, established commercial quarters in coastal cities, turning holy war into profitable enterprise. These merchants secured monopolies on trade between East and West, transforming religious pilgrimage into a commercial activity. The kingdom levied taxes on Muslim caravans passing through its territories, profiting from the very commerce with infidels that Crusader rhetoric condemned. Agricultural production relied on the exploitation of the native peasantry through a system that differed little from serfdom. Indigenous farmers were subjected to oppressive taxation that channeled wealth to a thin layer of Frankish nobility. The military orders, the Templars and Hospitallers, became major landholders, developing sophisticated financial instruments that made them Europe's first multinational corporations. The gap between rhetorical ideals and governance realities widened with each passing decade. Most striking was the kingdom's diplomatic pragmatism. Despite their origins in the religious warfare, Crusader leaders regularly formed alliances with Muslim powers against rival Christian factions. Baldwin I negotiated with Fatimid Egypt against Damascus. The Principality of Antioch allied with Aleppo against Byzantine claims. These expedient arrangements exposed the fundamentally political nature of institutions supposedly dedicated to defending the faith. The indigenous response to Crusader rule was neither the uniform hostility portrayed in nationalist historiographies nor the passive acceptance suggested by colonial narratives. Archaeological evidence reveals creative forms of resistance and accommodation. Local Christians maintained their religious practices while adapting to new political realities. Muslim communities preserved their identities through parallel institutions. Jewish communities, though devastated by the initial conquest, eventually re-established themselves in peripheral areas. The conquest of Jerusalem left a lasting impact due to its brutality. For Muslim populations throughout the region, it represented not just a military defeat, but a profound betrayal of intercommunal norms that had generally protected civilian populations during warfare. The psychological impact reverberated far beyond the immediate victims, creating a narrative of existential threat that would fuel counter-crusades for generations to come. Most striking was the kingdom's diplomatic pragmatism. Despite their origins in the religious warfare, Crusader leaders regularly formed alliances with Muslim powers against rival Christian factions. Baldwin I negotiated with Fatimid Egypt against Damascus. The Principality of Antioch allied with Aleppo against Byzantine claims. These expedient arrangements exposed the fundamentally political nature of institutions supposedly dedicated to defending the faith. The indigenous response to Crusader rule was neither the uniform hostility portrayed in nationalist historiographies nor the passive acceptance suggested by colonial narratives. Archaeological evidence reveals creative forms of resistance and accommodation. Local Christians maintained their religious practices while adapting to new political realities. Muslim communities preserved their identities through parallel institutions. Jewish communities, though devastated by the initial conquest, eventually re-established themselves in peripheral areas. The conquest of Jerusalem left a lasting impact due to its brutality. For Muslim populations throughout the region, it represented not just a military defeat, but a profound betrayal of intercommunal norms that had generally protected civilian populations during warfare. The psychological impact reverberated far beyond the immediate victims, creating a narrative of existential threat that would fuel counter-crusades for generations to come. Pope Innocent III, who had authorized the crusade, initially expressed shock but quickly accepted the reality, legitimizing the conquest as divine judgment on Greek schismatics. This theological flexibility demonstrated how easily crusading ideology could be retrofitted to justify naked aggression against fellow Christians. The Latin Empire established in Constantinople would last less than 6 decades, but the breach between Eastern and Western Christianity proved permanent. The Children's Crusade and Fourth Crusade bookended a crucial transition. What began as a defensive response to a specific request for military assistance evolved into an institutional framework that could justify virtually any exercise of violence when properly sanctioned by ecclesiastical authorities. The victims of crusading violence now included Eastern Christians, Jews, Baltic pagans, Christian heretics, and political opponents of the papacy. Jerusalem had become almost incidental to a movement that had developed its own internal logic of sacred violence. The Islamic response to the Crusades challenges simplistic narratives of religious polarization. Initially, Muslim rulers viewed the First Crusade not as an existential religious threat, but as merely another Byzantine-backed incursion into a politically fragmented region. The limited resources committed to resisting the initial invasion reflected this miscalculation. Only gradually did a coherent counter-crusade ideology emerge, transforming localized resistance into a pan-Islamic response. The early Muslim world's disunity was its critical vulnerability. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt was engaged in bitter rivalry with the Abbasid Caliphate centered in Baghdad. The Seljuk Turkish Empire was fragmenting into competing emirates. These divisions allowed the numerically inferior Crusaders to establish footholds in territories that might otherwise have been easily defended. The first systematic intellectual response came from Ali ibn Tahir al-Salami, who composed the Book of Holy War around 1105. Al-Salami interpreted the Crusader invasion as divine punishment for Muslim disunity and moral laxity, particularly the abandonment of jihad as a communal obligation. His work received limited attention in his lifetime, but established conceptual frameworks that later leaders would deploy more effectively. Imad ad-Din Zengi, the Turkish Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo, represented the first phase of organised counter-crusade. His recapture of Edessa in 1144, the first major Crusader state to fall, inspired a new consciousness among Muslim elites. Zengi's propaganda portrayed him as a mujahid, holy warrior, rather than merely a territorial ruler. His assassination in 1146 prevented further advances, but his son Nur ad-Din continued this ideological project. Nur ad-Din's innovations were structural rather than merely rhetorical. He systematically redirected religious endowments, waqf, to fund military campaigns against the Crusader states. He sponsored the construction of madrasas, religious schools, that promoted jihad ideology, while commissioning architectural projects like the minbar, pulpit, intended for Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque after its recapture. This material culture of counter-crusade created tangible symbols around which resistance could coalesce. The Byzantine-Seljuk peace treaty of 1160 allowed Nur ad-Din to focus exclusively on the Latin states, creating unprecedented pressure on the Kingdom of Jerusalem. When Nur ad-Din's forces intervened in Fatimid succession struggles, his Kurdish general Salah ad-Din, Saladin, eventually emerged as ruler of Egypt, creating a united front against the Crusader states for the first time. Saladin's complex legacy has been distorted by both Western Romanticism and modern Arab nationalism. Contemporary evidence suggests he was neither the chivalric paragon portrayed by Sir Walter Scott nor a proto-nationalist hero. His initial campaigns prioritised eliminating Shia influence in Egypt and securing his own dynastic interests. Only after consolidating power did he fully embrace counter-crusade as his central purpose. The Battle of Hattin, in 1187, represented the culmination of decades of strategic preparation and ideological development. Saladin's victory was not merely military but psychological. The capture of the True Cross and mass execution of Templar and Hospitaller Knights symbolically reversed the humiliation of Jerusalem's fall nearly a century earlier. When Jerusalem surrendered later that year, Saladin's calculated clemency toward its Christian inhabitants explicitly contrasted with the 1099 massacre, establishing moral superiority within the conflict's narrative. The Third Crusade from 1189 to 1192 revealed the changed dynamics of the conflict. Despite mobilizing the full resources of England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, the expedition secured only a narrow coastal strip and negotiated access to Jerusalem for pilgrims. This limited outcome, despite unprecedented investment, illustrated the counter-crusade's effectiveness. The Muslim world had developed institutional resilience against external aggression, while crusading had become a fiscally ruinous obligation for European monarchs. Less acknowledged in traditional narratives is how the counter-crusade transformed Islamic institutions. The military dominance of slave-soldier Mamluk units accelerated during this period, eventually culminating in the Mamluk Sultanate that would deliver the final blow to Crusader presence in the Levant. Religious endowments were increasingly militarized, diverting resources from civil development. Political legitimacy became increasingly tied to anti-Frankish credentials, narrowing the space for pragmatic coexistence. The Ayyubid dynasty established by Saladin initially maintained his balanced approach, but gradually succumbed to internal rivalries. When Ayyubid rulers negotiated the surrender of Jerusalem to Frederick II during the Sixth Crusade in 1229, they faced intense opposition from religious scholars and the general population. The city was retaken by Ayyubid forces in 1244, demonstrating how counter-crusade ideology had become self-sustaining, able to override elite diplomatic calculations. The Mongol invasions of the mid-13th century initially appeared to signal a new Christian-Muslim alignment against a common threat. The Mongols destroyed the Abbasid Caliphate in 1258, creating a political vacuum that transformed regional dynamics. When Mongol forces entered Syria, they allied with Christian powers against the Mamluks of Egypt, who had overthrown the Ayyubids. The Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut in 1260 halted Mongol advancement and paradoxically reinforced counter-crusade ideology by linking it to broader resistance against foreign domination. The final stage of the counter-crusade culminated in the systematic dismantling of Crusader territory under Mamluk Sultan Baybars and his successors. The fall of Antioch, 1268, Tripoli, 1289, and finally Acre, 1291, eliminated Latin presence in the Levant. These campaigns were marked by meticulous planning, technological innovation, particularly in siege warfare, and strategic ruthlessness. The centuries-long encounter had transformed both Islamic military organization and religious thought, creating new paradigms that would influence Muslim societies for generations to come. The brutality of the Crusades extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of cultural warfare. While physical violence claimed immediate victims, the crusading movement's assault on cultural identity and knowledge produced casualties that would never be counted. This dimension of Crusader brutality remains underexplored, overshadowed by more visually dramatic aspects of military conflict. The Library of Tripoli, reportedly containing over 3 million volumes, represented one of the medieval world's greatest repositories of knowledge. Crusaders systematically destroyed this irreplaceable collection when they captured the city in 1189. Raymond of Aguilé, who had earlier glorified the bloodbath at Jerusalem, described this destruction as necessary because many texts contained the abominable teachings of Muhammad. The specific targeting of libraries was not incidental but ideological, an attack on knowledge systems that challenged Latin Christian exclusivity. The Crusaders' cultural program extended to the built environment. Upon capturing Jerusalem, they immediately converted the Dome of the Rock into a church called Templum Domini and Al-Aqsa Mosque into Templum Solomonis. These appropriations were coupled with iconographic additions that overlaid Christian symbolism onto Islamic sacred spaces. Art historians have documented how Crusader modifications deliberately obscured or defaced Islamic inscriptions while preserving architectural elements that could be incorporated into Christian narrative frameworks. Linguistic violence characterized the Crusader states throughout their existence. Despite ruling predominantly Arabic-speaking populations for generations, most Frankish nobles never learned the language of their subjects. This linguistic isolation was not merely practical but ideological, a refusal to engage with local cultural frameworks. When administrative necessity required translation, this work was typically performed by local Christians or Jews, creating mediated power relationships that reinforced colonial hierarchies. The Crusaders' ideological impact extended beyond the immediate conflict zones. In Europe, the movement accelerated the development of a persecuting society that would reach its full expression in the late medieval period. The juridical framework was gradually turned inward, providing templates for persecuting domestic minorities after being established to identify and punish enemies of the cross abroad. The Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which formalised much crusading theology, also mandated that Jews wear distinctive clothing, institutionalising their otherness. Intellectual casualties included the severing of philosophical and scientific exchanges that had previously flourished across religious boundaries. The translation movement centred in Toledo and Sicily, which had transmitted critical Greek texts preserved in Arabic commentaries, faced increasing suspicion. As crusading ideology hardened boundaries between Christian and Muslim intellectual worlds, opportunities for cross-fertilization diminished, delaying European access to crucial classical knowledge for generations. Even artistic production was militarized. The Chanson de Roland, initially composed before the First Crusade, was expanded and modified to incorporate crusading themes, transforming a regional conflict into an existential struggle between Christianity and Islam. This literary weaponization created cultural templates that would influence European perceptions of Muslims for centuries. Similar transformations occurred in visual arts, where depictions of Muslims became increasingly stereotyped and dehumanized in manuscript illuminations and church sculpture. Women's experiences during the Crusading period reveal particularly complex dimensions of cultural violence. Anna Komnene's Alexiad documents how female Byzantine nobles were forced into marriages with Crusader leaders, creating bloodline claims to eastern territories. In the Crusader states, policies regarding intermarriage shifted according to demographic necessity rather than principled acceptance. Local Christian families permitted temporary accommodations with Frankish women when they were scarce, but these arrangements remained exceptional rather than normative. The cultural legacy of Crusader brutality survived long after the military conflicts ended. The Portuguese and Spanish voyages of discovery explicitly framed their enterprises as extensions of crusading, with Columbus carrying a Crusader banner when he landed in the Americas. The juridical frameworks developed to dispossess Muslims and Jews in Iberia following the Reconquista were directly transported to the Americas, informing colonial practices toward indigenous populations. The papal bulls that divided the New World between European powers explicitly reference crusading precedents. In the Muslim world, the cultural memory of Crusader aggression created enduring suspicion toward Western intellectual traditions. The earlier openness toward Greek philosophical traditions, which had produced figures like Avicenna and Averroes, faced increasing resistance within Muslim intellectual circles. Theological positions that emphasized distinctive Islamic identity gained prominence over those that had sought common philosophical ground with other traditions. This cultural retrenchment represented a significant loss for intellectual exchange across civilizational boundaries. Perhaps most profoundly, the Crusades transformed religious violence from an incidental feature of political conflict into a central expression of devotion. By sanctifying warfare through elaborate theological frameworks, the movement created templates for religious militancy that transcended its immediate historical context. These templates proved remarkably adaptable, capable of being invoked in radically different circumstances across centuries. The cultural brutality of the Crusades thus extended far beyond the immediate violence of conquest and occupation, reshaping how religious communities understood themselves in relation to others. When the Crusaders ruled, people had to deal with intimate forms of violence every day that are often left out of stories that are mostly about battles. These daily acts of violence, which hurt people's bodies, families, and spiritual lives, were part of life for indigenous people living on Crusader lands. Evidence from archaeology, court records, and non-Latin chronicles shows patterns of dominance that went beyond regular military operations. Movement itself became a tool of control. The Crusader states set up complex networks of internal checkpoints that made it hard for Palestinian farmers to get to their farms and crops. Toll booths made it costly for locals to travel between towns. These limits significantly impacted Muslim pilgrimage routes, transforming religious journeys into periods of frequent harassment and financial demands. In the 1180s, Ibn Jubayr was moving through Crusader lands and wrote about how Muslim travellers were detained without a reason, had their goods taken away, and were physically abused at these border areas. Physical punishment in Crusader law systems demonstrated racial hierarchy. The Livre des Assises court records show that the sentences given to Franks and native Christians were very different, and the sentences given to Muslims and Jews were even tougher. Frankish people who broke property laws were usually fined, but native people who broke the law could be mutilated. Written reports of different punishments are backed up by archaeological evidence from burial sites. Skeletal remains show patterns of amputated limbs and trauma consistent with judicial torture that are more common in non-Frankish cemeteries. Under Crusader rule, homes turned into dangerous places. Latin settlers were given more property rights than native people, and native landowners were often turned into tenants on land that their families had owned for generations. In cities, housing was separated, with Muslims and Eastern Christians living in separate areas that got more crowded as Latin settlers moved in and took the best spots. Archaeological digs in Ecre and Tyre during the Crusader era show the stark difference between the large Frankish compounds and the more crowded native areas. Getting to water, which was important in the temperature of the Levant, became another way of controlling people. The Crusader government changed the flow of water to help Latin towns and military bases, which messed up traditional irrigation systems. In Jerusalem, cisterns were increasingly reserved for Frankish use. These restrictions meant that native people had to drive farther to get water. This hydraulic colonialism entirely changed farming methods and community habits that had developed over hundreds of years to make the best use of water. During the Crusades, religious experience changed in big ways. Muslims and Jews could practice their faiths, but there were many restrictions. In many places, going to the mosque was limited. So Muslims from rural areas often had to go to cities for Friday prayers, where they could be watched more closely. In places where there were many Christians, the call to prayer at hand was not allowed. The ban stopped a key part of Muslim life. Jewish communities had to deal with new rules about building and fixing up synagogues. Archaeological evidence showed that Jewish religious buildings were purposely left out of urban makeover projects. There were many problems for Christian villages in the East. Theoretically, they shared the same faith as the Crusaders, yet their distinct religious beliefs and liturgical practices were increasingly undermining each other. The Latin Patriarchate regularly replaced Orthodox bishops with Latin-appointed ones, disrupting the historical lines of succession within the Church. Latin power stepped in and took away the religious freedom of Greek, Armenian, Syrian, and Coptic Christians. Their actions caused divisions within these Christian communities that lasted longer than the Crusader states themselves. During the Crusades, it was challenging to start a family and be sexual. When Latin men married local Christian women especially, it caused complicated legal questions about inheritance and status. These unions placed their children in a challenging situation, frequently facing abuse from both sides. For Muslim women, being Crusaders made them more vulnerable. Contemporary Islamic legal opinions, known as fatwa, discuss the prevalence of abuse against women by Crusader troops. These papers demonstrate the struggle of communities to maintain their unity amid systematic dominance. Under the Crusader seigneurial system, work in agriculture changed. Native American farmers were given new responsibilities, such as working as corvée on Crusader building projects. To meet the needs of European markets, traditional planting patterns were changed. Cash crops like sugarcane, which needed a lot of watering and processing, were given more attention. Archaeological and paleobotanical studies show that these changes had long-lasting effects on the environment, such as more soil erosion and tree loss that changed the Levantine landscape forever. Everyday conversations were full of linguistic abuse. Latin or Old French court cases often required native defendants to rely on biased translators. More business contracts required Latin documents, making it harder for Arabs to do business. Over generations, this linguistic exclusion led to a kind of cultural amnesia, as indigenous communities fought to keep up their literary and intellectual traditions while being shut out of government programs. Medical care showed and strengthened the order of things in society. Historical records praise the hospitals built by the military orders, but most of their clients were pilgrims and settlers from Latin America. Native people relied on traditional networks of healing that had fewer means when the Crusaders were in charge. Archaeological evidence from cemetery sites shows that the health of native people in those areas got worse during the Crusader time. Skeletal pathologies show that they were malnourished and sick more than people who lived there before the Crusaders. These kinds of personal violence were not just a side effect of Crusader rule, they were what it was. The Crusader states didn't just keep their power by the winning battles, they also kept it by enforcing daily rules of body control, space separation, and spiritual disturbance. When Saladin took back Jerusalem in 1187, it was just as important that he lifted these daily restrictions on movement, worship, and property ownership as it was that he won the war itself. Native people's support for his troops wasn't based on some vague theological agreement. It was a response to the personal violence of Crusader rule. The Crusades continued to be violent after Acre fell in 1291. Diplomatic relations, religious discourse, and cultural memory still echo its effects. Understanding the crusading movement's legacy demands appreciating how its violence altered institutions and mentalities throughout civilizations, generating patterns that remain today. Diplomatic consequences followed immediately. In 1302, Mongol Emperor Ghazan Khan issued peace overtures to European nations, offering united action against the Mamluks and creating distrust. Pope Boniface VIII wondered if Islam had tainted the Mongols' Christianity. This diplomatic setback showed how much crusading ideology has limited cross-civilizational cooperation. Pragmatic coalitions were nearly unimaginable due to the religious warfare paradigm. Crusading violence set permanent precedents in European politics. Special levies for expeditions generated new fiscal mechanisms that increased state power. Henry II of England imposed the Saladin tithe in 1188, one of the earliest systematic national taxes in medieval Europe. Financial advances outlasted the Crusades and became permanent parts of new states. External cruelty helped extract resources from local communities. Crusading laws were assimilated in European communities. Domestic religious minorities gradually adopted Fourth Lateran Council restrictions against enemies of the faith. The medieval Inquisition used existing methods to locate and suppress Muslim resistance in conquered regions. Crusades were used against Cathars in southern France, pagan people in northeastern Europe, and papal opponents in Italy. European societies handled internal diversity differently due to this procedural legacy. Colonial expansions after the 15th century expressly cited crusades. Portuguese armies deliberately continued the Crusades when they took Ceuta in North Africa in 1415. Columbus thought his journeys would revive the possibility of freeing Jerusalem by avoiding Muslim-controlled territory. Papal bulls that directly cited crusading powers justified the Spanish conquest of the Americas by providing indigenous Americans with foundations for battle against Muslims. The memory of Crusader assault affected Ottoman institutions and diplomacy. The millet system, which united religious minorities under their leadership with relative autonomy, was partially a response to Crusader subjugation of Eastern Christians. Ottoman diplomatic correspondence with European nations sometimes invoked Crusader atrocities to frame current disputes. The Sultanate's claim to sacred sites contradicted the Crusader narrative of freedom. The Crusades caused significant theological and institutional damage to Eastern Christians. Eastern Christians who acknowledged papal authority while keeping their liturgical customs formed Uniate churches, dividing Orthodox communities permanently. The Maronite Church in Lebanon, the Greek Catholic Church in Syria and Palestine, and the Armenian Catholic Church evolved from these difficult talks between Eastern Christians and Latin authority. Modern Middle Eastern sectarian dynamics are shaped by these ecclesiastical divisions' political identities. Jewish communities across Europe saw the Crusades as a major break with Christianity. The First Crusades' targeted brutality against Rhineland villages devastated centuries-old Jewish study centres and caused a steady eastward migration. Sacred poetry, piyutim, commemorated these massacres, preserving their memory. Theological links between crusading and anti-Jewish violence set precedents for successive persecutions, including expulsions from England 1290, France 1306, and Spain 1492. Cultural legacy created lasting symbols. Nationalist, colonial and religious groups used the Crusader cross for centuries. The Swedish flag used during the Northern Crusades and the International Red Cross flag, paradoxically a humanitarian symbol, bear the Crusader cross. These visual continuities show how deeply crusading iconography shaped European culture, often without historical context. Literary and artistic depictions skewed stories. Medieval epic poems like the Song of Roland made Muslims into monsters, shaping European perceptions for generations. Renaissance paintings of Moors used Crusader iconography. These cultural productions actively maintained differences between Christian Europe and the Muslim world. Modern nationalism in the 19th century politicized crusading memory. European colonial powers in the Middle East justified their presence with Crusader tales. Press coverage purposely evoked Crusader imagery when British General Allenby invaded Jerusalem in 1917. Syrian French Mandate authorities rebuilt Crusader castles as proof of their dominance. Arab nationalist organizations defined their struggle as continuing Saladin's liberation of Jerusalem in response to colonial appropriations. Political discourse about the Crusades shows their unfinished business. The immediate uproar demonstrated the lasting impact of the term when President George W. Bush referred to the War on Terror as a crusade in 2001. Extremist movements in Western and Muslim countries use crusading iconography, showing the conflict's enduring relevance to modern problems. Excavations continue to reveal Crusader violence's material legacy. Recent excavations at Caesarea Maritima found Frankish and Christian mass graves from Babar's 1265 conquest. The bone remains indicate hurried burial after systematic execution, echoing Crusader tactics at Jerusalem about 2 centuries before. Popular culture romanticizes, but this archaeological record is sobering. Many Eastern Mediterranean tourism economies whitewash Crusader bloodshed by commodifying their past. Crusader castles like Crac de Chevalier in Syria and Belvoir in Israel are portrayed as architectural marvels rather than military weaponry. This limited commemoration shows continued difficulties in confronting Crusader brutality and its effects on Western Middle Eastern relations. Epistemologically, the Crusades changed how different civilizations perceived themselves and others. This time hardened religious identities, associated territory with confession, and sanctified violence in defense of faith, all of which continue to impact contemporary conflicts. The Crusades changed the conceptual terrain of international contacts. True revolutionary historical events create new paradigms that last beyond their immediate influence. By this metric, the Crusades' violence was one of history's most significant events. After nearly a millennium, Urban II's fatal sermon at Clermont continues to impact our world because it cuts to the heart of how civilizations identify themselves and others. Crucifer violence haunts modern discourse as the Middle East struggles with recurrent wars and Europe grapples with religious and cultural identity. Addressing this history's enduring legacies requires understanding its complexity beyond triumphalist narratives and simplistic condemnations. The Crusades' cruelty was a revolutionary historical process with lasting effects. Picture yourself settling into a worn leather chair by a crackling fire, holding a steaming mug of something warm. Now, let me tell you about a time when your biggest medical worry wasn't whether your insurance would cover a procedure, but whether the local barber surgeon had remembered to sharpen his saw that morning. You're about to step into the wonderfully bizarre world of medieval medicine, where logic took a permanent vacation, and common sense apparently got lost somewhere around the 5th century. This book isn't just any old history lesson. It's a gentle stroll through humanity's most creative attempts at staying alive, back when people thought your personality was determined by how much yellow bile you had sloshing around inside you. Imagine waking up in the year 1347 with a headache. Today you might reach for some ibuprofen and call it good. But in medieval times? Well, first someone would need to examine the colour of your urine, preferably while holding it up to the morning light like a sommelier evaluating a fine wine. Next, they would determine the direction of the wind, consult the position of Mars, and potentially drill a small hole in your skull to release any evil spirits. The headache remedy might involve wearing a necklace made of peony roots, or better yet, having someone read Latin poetry to your forehead. Medieval folks lived in a world where everything interconnected in the most intricate ways possible. Your health depended not just on what you ate or how much you exercised, but on whether you'd angered any saints lately, if you'd been looking at too many beautiful women, apparently hazardous to male health, or whether you'd committed the grave sin of bathing too frequently. The medieval medical toolkit resembled a combination of a spice rack, a garden shed, and a church, all combined with a generous dose of wishful thinking. Physicians of the time, and I use that term loosely, carried around bags filled with dried herbs that smelled like your grandmother's attic, mysterious powders that might have been anything from ground pearls to pulverized unicorn horn, spoiler alert, it was usually just regular old horn, and an impressive collection of sharp objects that would make a modern surgeon weep. But here's what makes this all so endearing. These weren't stupid people. They were working with the best information they had, which admittedly wasn't much. They looked at the human body like it was a mysterious black box that occasionally made alarming noises, and they did their level best to figure out what all the buttons did. Occasionally they encountered luck. More often, well, let's just say that surviving medieval medicine was almost as challenging as surviving medieval diseases. The beautiful thing about medieval medical beliefs is how thoroughly they committed to their theories. When they concluded that all illness stemmed from an imbalance of 4 bodily fluids known as humours, they delved deeply into this particular area of logic. Everything, and I mean everything, got explained through this lens. Feeling sad? If you're feeling sad, it's likely due to an abundance of black bile. Angry? Undoubtedly there is an abundance of yellow bile. In love? Oh, that's just your blood getting a bit too enthusiastic. As you sink into your chair and the fire pops, you may wonder how people survived back then. The answer lies in a blend of exceptional human fortitude, serendipitous circumstances, and the remarkable ability of the human body to self-heal, even when we attempt to disrupt this process. So pour yourself another cup of whatever's warming your hands, and let's continue this journey together. We're going to delve into a world where medical treatment was a blend of theatre, chemistry experiments, and religious ceremonies, and yet, somehow, miraculously, people continued to improve. Let's talk about the cornerstone of medieval medicine, the theory of the 4 humours. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of personality tests, except instead of asking whether you're more of a dog person or a cat person, they were checking how much phlegm you were producing and whether your blood was feeling particularly sanguine that day. You had 4 main characters in this bodily drama: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These weren't just random fluids sloshing around inside you. Oh no, they were sophisticated, complex substances that determined everything from your mood to your favourite colour to whether you were likely to become a successful merchant or a melancholy poet. Blood stood out among the group. If you had too much blood, you were sanguine, cheerful, optimistic, and probably the life of every medieval party. Sanguine folks were supposedly hot and moist. Medieval medicine was surprisingly concerned with everyone's internal temperature and humidity levels, with rosy cheeks and an unfortunate tendency to be overly trusting. The cure for excess blood was refreshingly straightforward. Just remove some of it. Medieval physicians approached bloodletting with the enthusiasm of a wine enthusiast discussing a particularly excellent vintage. Phlegm, meanwhile, was the calm, steady type. Too much phlegm made you phlegmatic, slow, thoughtful, and about as exciting as watching paint dry in a monastery. Phlegmatic people were cold and moist, which sounds deeply unpleasant when you put it that way. They were the reliable ones, the people you'd want doing your taxes if medieval people had taxes the way we understand them today. Yellow bile served as the catalyst, literally. It was hot and dry, and if you had too much of it, you became choleric, quick-tempered, ambitious, and probably the type who would challenge someone to a duel over a perceived slight about your horse. Choleric people were natural leaders, which was convenient because they were also natural arguers. Black bile was the emotional side of medieval humours. Too much black bile made you melancholic, sad, artistic, and prone to staring wistfully out of windows while composing tragic poetry about unrequited love. Melancholic people were cold and dry, and they were often incredibly intelligent, though they used that intelligence primarily to contemplate the fundamental sadness of existence. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Your humoral balance could change based on your age, diet, the season, and Mercury's position. Yes, medieval medicine was also surprisingly astrological. A perfectly balanced person would have just the right amount of each humour, creating a kind of internal harmony that would make them healthy, wise, and probably insufferably well-adjusted. The practical implications of this system were enormous. Medieval physicians didn't just treat diseases, they treated entire personality types. They wouldn't just give you herbs and send you off if you were sad. First, they determined that you obviously had too much black bile. Then they'd prescribe a complete lifestyle overhaul designed to heat you up and dry you out a bit. Such an intervention might involve eating different foods, more hot, moist things to counteract all that cold, dry black bile, changing your exercise routine, moving to a different climate, or even taking up a more cheerful profession. Medieval medicine was nothing if not holistic, though their idea of it included factors that modern medicine might consider slightly irrelevant, like the moral character of your ancestors and whether you'd been exposed to too much moonlight recently. The beauty of the humoral system was its elegant simplicity. Every medical problem had a clear cause and a logical solution. Are you experiencing symptoms of illness? Clearly your humours were imbalanced. Pushing your humours back into balance was the simple treatment, akin to adjusting the settings on a complex biological thermostat. Of course, the challenge was figuring out exactly which jokes were misbehaving, and by how much. This process required considerable skill, or at least a great deal of confidence, which explains why medieval physicians devoted so much time to examining bodily fluids with the same intensity as wine critics at a tasting competition. Imagine you're not feeling well in medieval times, so you decide to visit the local physician. As you enter their chamber, you anticipate a setting akin to a modern doctor's office, but instead you encounter a scene akin to a hybrid of an alchemist's laboratory and a fortune-teller's parlour, replete with jars filled with unidentifiable floating objects. Your medieval doctor would want to see your urine first, not your insurance card or medical history. Not just a small sample, mind you, but a nice big flask of the stuff, preferably your first morning production when it was at its most diagnostically informative. Medieval physicians were absolutely obsessed with urine, and they had elevated its examination to an art form that would make modern lab technicians jealous. They possessed special flasks known as matulas. specifically designed for urine examination, and they would scrutinise these flasks as if they were evaluating precious gems. The colour, clarity, smell, and even the way it settled in the flask could tell them everything they needed to know about your condition. If your urine had an unusual colour, it could reveal a multitude of diagnostic possibilities. Red urine might indicate too much blood, clearly, while dark urine suggested an excess of black bile. If your urine was particularly aromatic, that could mean your kidneys were working overtime, or possibly that you'd been eating too much garlic, which was apparently a medical concern worth noting. Some physicians claim they could tell not just what was wrong with you, but also predict your future health, your romantic prospects, and whether your crops would do well that year, all from a single flask of morning urine. But urine was just the beginning. Medieval doctors were also intrigued by your pulse, but their interpretation was more imaginative than today's. They didn't just count beats per minute. They analysed the quality of the pulse, its rhythm, its strength, and its character. A pulse could be described as jumping like a grasshopper, creeping like a snake, or flowing like honey, and each of these poetic descriptions supposedly revealed different aspects of your internal condition. Your complexion was another crucial diagnostic tool. Medieval physicians could read your face like a map, finding clues in the colour of your cheeks, the brightness of your eyes, and the texture of your skin. A ruddy complexion might indicate too much blood, while a pale, wan appearance suggested insufficient vital heat. They paid particular attention to your nose, which they believed was directly connected to your brain, and therefore a reliable indicator of your mental state. The examination process also involved a considerable amount of what we might call lifestyle counselling. Your physician would want to know about your diet, your sleeping habits, your emotional state, and your recent activities. Have you been exposed to any strong emotions lately? Had you eaten anything particularly heating or cooling? Had you been in the presence of anyone with suspicious humoral imbalances? They were also deeply interested in your dreams, which they considered windows into your internal state. Dreaming about water might indicate excess phlegm, while dreams of fire could suggest too much yellow bile. If you dreamed about flying, that was clearly a sign that your natural heat was trying to escape your body, which required immediate cooling therapy. Medieval physicians also paid attention to your astrological sign and the current position of the planets. Your health was intimately connected to celestial movements, and a good physician would consult star charts before making any major treatment decisions. If Mars was in an aggressive position, it might not be the best time for bloodletting, while a favourable Venus might enhance the effectiveness of love potions prescribed for melancholy. The diagnostic process could take hours, involving detailed questioning, careful observation, and quite a bit of thoughtful stroking of beards. Medieval physicians were apparently required to have impressive facial hair. By the end of it, your physician would have a complete picture not just of your physical condition, but of your moral character, your spiritual state, and your place in the cosmic order. Now we come to perhaps the most famous and, from our modern perspective, most alarming aspect of medieval medicine: bloodletting. If you lived in medieval times, you would have seen this practice as often as we see a spear in now. Headache. It's time to administer some bloodletting. Fever. Undoubtedly there is an abundance of blood present. Are you experiencing a mood swing? Clearly your blood needs some attention. The logic behind bloodletting was actually quite elegant, in a twisted medieval sort of way. Remember those 4 jokes we talked about? Well, blood was the most active and abundant of these, and medieval physicians believed that most illnesses were caused by having too much of it. So the obvious solution was to remove the excess, like letting air out of an overinflated balloon. Except the balloon was you, and the air was your life force. Medieval bloodletting wasn't just a matter of making a small cut and collecting a cup or two. Oh no, they had elevated it to a sophisticated art with multiple techniques, specialised tools and elaborate theories about timing and technique. You could choose from various bloodletting methods, like selecting items from a deeply disturbing medical menu. There was venesection, which involved making strategic cuts into major veins. Medieval physicians had mapped out the human body like a road map, identifying the best veins for different conditions. Arm veins were good for head problems, leg veins helped with abdominal issues, and there were specific veins that were thought to be connected to different organs through invisible pathways that made perfect sense if you didn't think about them too hard. Then there was cupping, which involved placing heated cups on your skin to draw blood to the surface. The cups would create suction as they cooled. pulling your skin up into little domes and supposedly drawing out the problematic blood along with whatever evil humours were causing your trouble. Occasionally they'd make small cuts first, turning the cupping session into a more efficient blood extraction process. Leeches were the genteel option, considered more refined and controlled than crude cutting. Medieval physicians maintained collections of medical leeches, like modern doctors keep stethoscopes, and they had strong opinions about leech quality and technique. A good leech should be hungry but not desperate, active but not overly aggressive, and preferably sourced from clean, running water rather than stagnant ponds. The timing of bloodletting was crucial and required consulting multiple sources of information. The phase of the moon mattered. Certain phases were better for bloodletting than others. Your astrological sign was important, as was the current position of various planets. The season affected the quality of your blood, and even the time of day could influence the success of the procedure. Medieval physicians had elaborate charts showing the best times to bleed from different parts of the body. Spring was generally beneficial for bloodletting because that's when blood was thought to be most active, like sap rising in trees. But you had to be careful not to overdo it during hot summer months when your natural heat was already elevated. The amount of blood removed was determined by a complex calculation involving your age, constitution, the nature of your illness, and various environmental factors. Young, strong people could handle more bloodletting than elderly or weak individuals. Someone with a sanguine temperament might need more aggressive treatment than someone who was naturally phlegmatic. What's remarkable is how enthusiastic people were about this treatment. Bloodletting wasn't something you endured, it was something you looked forward to, like a medieval spa day. People would schedule regular bloodletting sessions as preventive medicine, and physicians would recommend it for everything from preventing illness to improving your complexion to enhancing your mental clarity. Barber surgeons, who combined haircutting with minor medical procedures, advertised their bloodletting services alongside their grooming options. You could get a shave, a haircut, and have some excess blood removed all in one convenient visit. The traditional barber pole, with its red and white stripes, actually represents bloodied bandages wrapped around a pole, a cheerful reminder of the profession's medical heritage. The social aspect of bloodletting was also important. It was often performed in groups, turning medical treatment into a social event where people could catch up on local gossip while having their humours rebalanced. Wealthy families would sometimes hire physicians to perform bloodletting sessions for the entire household, like hosting a very specialised dinner party. Medieval medicine cabinets were incredibly chaotic, causing a modern pharmacist to shudder in confusion. Imagine opening a medieval physician's bag and finding everything from dried beetles to powdered unicorn horn, which was actually narwhal tusk, but don't tell anyone, alongside herbs that might actually work and substances that definitely wouldn't, but smelled intriguing enough to seem medicinal. The medieval approach to herbal medicine was refreshingly inclusive. If something existed in nature, someone had probably tried using it as medicine. This approach led to an enormous pharmacopoeia that included not just plants, but also animal parts, minerals, and substances that defied easy categorization. Medieval physicians were like enthusiastic collectors who never met a potential remedy they didn't want to try at least once. For instance, the theriac, regarded as the ultimate remedy, could contain anywhere from 60 to 100 different ingredients depending on the maker. The recipe included viper's flesh, which had to be prepared in a very specific way, opium, various spices, herbs, and enough other ingredients to stock a small apothecary. In some cities, the complex process of making theriac became a public event, drawing crowds to witness the master apothecaries perform their mysterious magic. But most medieval remedies were more accessible, built around herbs and plants that grew locally and could be prepared in any reasonably well-equipped kitchen. People expected medieval housewives to understand basic herbal medicine, just as modern parents understand basic first aid. They maintained herb gardens with plants specifically chosen for their medicinal properties, and they passed down recipes and techniques through generations of women who took their healing responsibilities seriously. Willow bark was used for pain relief, and it actually worked because it contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Medieval people didn't know why it worked, but they knew it did, which was good enough for practical purposes. Similarly, digitalis from foxglove was used for heart problems, and while it was dangerously easy to overdose on, it was actually an effective cardiac medication. But for every real remedy, there were many that were pure fantasy dressed up in medical terms. People prescribed powdered pearls for melancholy, presumably due to the belief that their lustrous beauty could uplift spirits. Ground-up precious stones were mixed into medicines, not because they had any therapeutic value, but because expensive ingredients were obviously more powerful than cheap ones. Animal-based remedies were particularly creative. Unicorn horn was the most prestigious, thought to neutralize poisons and cure virtually any ailment. But since actual unicorns were in short supply, most unicorn horn was actually powdered rhinoceros horn, narwhal tusk, or just regular old animal horn that had been blessed by someone with impressive religious credentials. Medieval physicians also prescribed remedies made from human body parts, which sounds ghoulish, but made perfect sense according to their logic. If someone had died in perfect health, usually a young person who had suffered an accident, parts of their body could be used to transfer that health to sick patients. This process led to a thriving trade in various human-derived medicines that we probably don't need to discuss in detail during our cosy bedtime story. The preparation of these remedies was often as elaborate as their ingredients were exotic. Medieval medicine involved a lot of precise timing, specific astronomical conditions, and ritual elements that transformed simple cooking into something resembling a religious ceremony. Herbs had to be picked at the right phase of the moon, dried in particular ways, and combined according to formulas that had been passed down through generations of practitioners. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of sympathetic magic, which meant that remedies should somehow resemble either the problem they were treating or the solution they were trying to achieve. Yellow herbs were good for liver problems because the liver produced yellow bile. Red substances were good for blood disorders. Heart-shaped leaves were obviously beneficial for heart conditions. These discoveries led to some remarkably creative connections between appearance and function. The spotted leaves of lungwort were thought to resemble diseased lungs, so they were used to treat respiratory problems. Walnuts, which looked somewhat like tiny brains, were considered brain food long before anyone knew about omega-3 fatty acids. The dosing of medieval medicines was more art than science, relying heavily on the physician's experience and intuition. Too little might not work, but too much could kill you, and the line between effective dose and fatal overdose was often uncomfortably thin. This is why medieval physicians spent so much time studying their patients' constitutions and carefully adjusting treatments based on individual factors. Medieval surgery was not for the faint of heart, and if you lived during this time, you would have approached it with roughly the same enthusiasm most people today reserve for root canal surgery. Except medieval surgery was performed without anaesthesia, antibiotics, or any real understanding of how infections worked. The surgical toolkit of a medieval practitioner looked like something assembled by someone who had heard about surgery second-hand, but had never actually seen it performed. Their bags were filled with saws, knives, hot irons for cauterizing wounds, and various sharp implements that appeared to be designed more for carpentry than for medicine. Medieval surgeons approached the human body with the confidence of people who had never heard of medical malpractice lawsuits. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was surprisingly common and was used to treat everything from headaches to mental illness to what they called melancholy madness. The theory was that evil spirits, excess humour, or bad air had gotten trapped inside the head and needed a way to escape. Medieval surgeons would carefully drill a small hole in the patient's skull, sometimes while the patient was fully conscious, and then wait to see if the problem spirits would take the hint and leave. What's remarkable is that some patients actually survived this procedure and even seemed to get better afterward, though such improvement was probably more due to the placebo effect and sheer luck than to any therapeutic value of having holes drilled in their heads. Medieval people interpreted these successes as proof that the treatment worked, rather than evidence that the human body is surprisingly resilient. Cataract surgery was another common procedure, performed by travelling specialists who would arrive in town, perform a dozen or so cataract operations in a day, and then leave before anyone had time to evaluate the long-term results. The technique involved pushing the clouded lens back into the eye with a sharp needle, which sometimes worked and sometimes resulted in complete blindness, but at least it was quick. But medieval medicine wasn't purely physical, it was deeply intertwined with spiritual healing and religious belief. Medieval people understood illness as having spiritual as well as physical causes, which meant that treatment needed to address both the body and the soul. This understanding led to a fascinating integration of medical and religious practices that would seem strange to modern eyes but made perfect sense in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual was much more fluid. Saints were specialized medical consultants, each with their areas of expertise. St. Blaise was good for throat problems, St. Lucy handled eye diseases, and St. Apollonia was the go-to saint for dental issues. If you had a specific medical problem, there was probably a saint who had suffered a similar affliction during their martyrdom and could therefore provide targeted assistance. Pilgrimage was considered both a medical treatment and a spiritual exercise. Medieval people would travel hundreds of miles to visit holy sites where miraculous healings were said to occur. These journeys served multiple purposes. The physical exercise was probably beneficial, the change of scenery might help with mental health, and the hope and faith involved in the pilgrimage could have real therapeutic effects. Holy relics were another important category of medieval medicine. A bone from a saint, a piece of cloth that had touched a holy person, or water that had been blessed by someone with the right religious credentials could all serve as powerful medicines. The more exotic and well-documented the relic, the more effective it was believed to be. Medieval hospitals were usually run by religious communities and focused as much on spiritual care as on physical treatment. Patients received regular prayers, confession, and spiritual counselling alongside whatever medical treatments were available. The idea was that healing involved the whole person, not just their physical symptoms. This spiritual dimension of medieval medicine also included elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to drive out evil influences. Exorcism was a recognised medical treatment for certain types of mental illness, performed by clergy who specialised in spiritual healing. These ceremonies could last for hours or even days, involving prayers, holy water, religious artefacts, and considerable drama. What's fascinating is how this spiritual approach sometimes produced real results. The combination of hope, community support, ritual healing, and focused attention could have genuine therapeutic effects, especially for conditions that had strong psychological components. Medieval people might not have understood the placebo effect, but they certainly knew how to harness the power of belief and community in their healing practices. The integration of physical and spiritual healing also meant that medieval medicine was deeply personal and holistic. Your physician wasn't just treating your symptoms, they were treating your entire life situation, your spiritual state, your relationships, and your place in the community. It was an approach that modern medicine is, in some ways, still trying to figure out how to replicate. As we conclude our intimate exploration of medieval medicine, you may be curious about the fate of these vibrant theories and inventive treatments. Did they just vanish overnight when someone invented the microscope, or did they gradually fade away like old tapestries left too long in the sun? The truth is that medieval medicine didn't disappear all at once. It evolved, sometimes gracefully and sometimes with the awkward stumbling of a teenager trying to learn new dance steps. Many medieval ideas hung around well into the Renaissance and beyond, like houseguests who don't quite know when it's time to leave the party. The four humours theory, for instance, continued to influence medical thinking well into the 19th century. Even as new discoveries challenged the basic premises, physicians found ways to adapt and modify the system rather than abandon it entirely. The language of the humours became so embedded in how people thought about personality and health that we still use terms like sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic today, though now they're more likely to appear in literature classes than medical textbooks. Bloodletting proved particularly stubborn, persisting as a standard medical treatment for centuries after medieval times ended. George Washington himself was treated with extensive bloodletting during his final illness in 1799, receiving what modern doctors would consider a fatal amount of blood loss in a well-intentioned but misguided attempt to cure his throat infection. It took until the mid-19th century for the medical establishment to finally admit that maybe, just maybe, removing large quantities of blood from sick people wasn't actually helping them get better. But medieval medicine also gave us some genuinely valuable contributions that we still use today. Many of the herbal remedies that medieval physicians prescribed contained active compounds that modern science has validated and refined. Aspirin comes from willow bark, digitalis from foxglove, and morphine from poppies, all plants that medieval healers used, even though they didn't understand the chemistry behind why they worked. The medieval emphasis on careful observation of patients also laid important groundwork for modern diagnostic techniques. Medieval physicians might have been wrong about what they were observing, but they established the principle that healing required paying close attention to individual patients and their specific symptoms. The practices of taking detailed medical histories, examining bodily fluids, and monitoring changes in patient conditions all trace their roots back to medieval medical practice. Perhaps most importantly, medieval medicine established the idea that healing was a professional skill that required training, study, and ongoing learning. Medieval universities began offering medical degrees, creating the foundation for modern medical education. The requirement that physicians study anatomy, even if their understanding was limited, established precedents that eventually led to much more accurate knowledge of how bodies actually work. Medieval medicine also gave us the concept of hospitals as institutions dedicated to healing, rather than just places where sick people went to die. Medieval hospitals, usually run by religious orders, established the principle that society had a responsibility to care for the sick, and that healing should be available to everyone, not just the wealthy. This approach was a revolutionary idea that continues to influence healthcare policy discussions today. The medieval integration of physical and spiritual healing also contributed valuable insights that modern medicine is still exploring. The recognition that illness affects the whole person, not just specific body parts, and that healing involves psychological and social factors as well as purely physical ones, reflects an understanding that contemporary medicine is working to recapture. Even some of the more seemingly bizarre medieval practices contained kernels of wisdom that we're only now beginning to appreciate. The emphasis on diet, exercise, and lifestyle factors in maintaining health was remarkably sophisticated, even if the specific theories were wrong. The comprehension that mental and emotional states could impact physical health was centuries ahead of its era. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and finish the last drops of your warm drink, you might reflect on how medieval medicine, for all its apparent strangeness, represented humanity's persistent, creative, and often touching attempts to understand and heal the mysterious vessel that carries us through life. These medieval physicians and healers were working with limited information and primitive tools, but they approached their task with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for their patients. They remind us that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, requiring not only technical knowledge but also compassion, creativity, and the willingness to keep trying new approaches when old ones don't work. And perhaps most importantly, they show us that the desire to heal and help others is one of humanity's most enduring and noble impulses, persisting across centuries and cultures, adapting to new knowledge while maintaining its essential character. Sleep well and be grateful for modern medicine, but don't forget to appreciate the long, winding, often amusing path that led us here. You get up early in your modest room above the olive oil business, not because you want to, but because your neighbour's donkey has decided that 4 a.m. is the best time to practice his vocal scales. Alexandria sleeps under a blanket of stars that come through the thin wooden shutters. But you know better than most that a good merchant gets the worm, or, in your case, the tastiest fish, before anyone else discovers they're hungry. You stretch out like a cat that has been sleeping on bags of grain instead of soft pillows. Your bare feet touch the chilly clay tiles. The smell of yesterday's bread, which always smells better in memory than it did when it was fresh, is mixed with the smell of salt from the harbour and spices from a dozen other locations. You've come to love these quiet hours before the city knows how to make noise. The bronze mirror shows a face that has been through 43 years of Mediterranean sun, wind, and the occasional fight with people who think that negotiating means starting at half your asking price and working your way down to ridiculousness. Your hair used to be as black as Egyptian eyeliner, but now it has enough silver strands to remind you that time is always moving, even if you don't see it. But your hands stay stable, your eyes are sharp enough to spot a false coin from across the market square, and your smile is genuine enough to greet even the grumpiest customer. The coolness of the water when you splash it on your face from the ceramic basin wakes you up. Every day, the city changes from a peaceful sleeping giant to a busy place where people talk and do things. A priest in the temple calls the devout to morning prayers from a distance. His voice drifts over the rooftops like incense on a light wind. Your tunic, which is made of high-quality Egyptian linen, slips over your shoulders like something you wear every day. It's more useful than beautiful. The leather belt, which has been worn smooth over the years, falls around your waist with the satisfying weight of your coin purse. It's not heavy enough to make you worry about thieves, but it's heavy enough to make dealing today worth your time. The leather straps go back to where they belong as soon as you put on your sandals like old friends. The wooden steps groan their morning song as you go down to the shop below. You keep your real treasures here, small jars of the greatest oils, flavoured with herbs that most Alexandrians have never heard of, much less tasted. They are next to enormous clay amphorae full of olive oil from Sicily and Cyprus, Anatolian rosemary, Greek island thyme, and your secret weapon. A special mix of herbs and spices that makes ordinary oil taste so good that even the most sophisticated Roman matron would ask for the formula. You carefully wrap each of these expensive containers in delicate fabric before putting them in a strong leather bag to avoid the calamity of broken pottery and squandered oil. You will walk like a drunk sailor before noon if you carry too much weight on one side. It's too light, and you don't have enough stuff to make money. It's a fine line, like most things in the merchant's life. If you push the street door gently, it will open and welcome you into Alexandria's world before daybreak. The stone streets are still cool from the night air, and you can feel how solid they are. Other early risers are out and about in the dark, bakers heading to their ovens, fishermen coming back from nocturnal fishing trips with silver catches that gleam in the moonlight, and the odd city guard trying to look alert but clearly wanting to go, back to sleep. As you walk near the harbour, the fishing boats will soon come back with the day's catch. The sound of your breathing and the rhythm of your footfall on the stone provide a mild percussion, and you start to feel the meditative state that comes from completing familiar tasks in peace. The satchel gently taps your hip with each step, reminding you that you're ready to compete with clients, win money from purses, and maybe, if the gods are willing, find something amazing and surprising in the huge marketplace of human trade just like you have for the last 20 years. The port comes into view as you round the last corner. Its waters reflect the last stars like diamonds on black velvet. The sun will soon colour the sky pink and gold. The fishing boats will come back full of the work they did at night, and Alexandria will be awake and eager to buy, sell, trade and argue over everything, from the price of grain to the quality of foreign wine. But just now, the city is owned by dreamers and merchants who know that the best transactions happen when the world is still soft around the edges, like now, when there are only a few minutes of silence left. The fishing boats appear on the horizon, like a fleet of moths drawn to the lighthouse's blaze, their triangular sails catching the first faint signs of dawn. He set up shop by the stone quay where Captain Marcus typically docks his ship because his crew always brings in the biggest catches in Alexandria's harbour. You don't like Marcus, though, because he tends to believe his own stories about the fish that got away. You can't help but sway a little as you wait because the smooth waves breaking against the port wall make a cadence that calms your soul. As the other merchants start to gather, you can hear the sounds of water and the distant screams of seagulls starting their own daily hunt. Everyone understands their place in the pecking order because of years of successful deals, failed discussions and the occasional huge fight over fish prices. There is also an unwritten code of conduct for these morning meetings. As Marcus's boat glides toward the pier with the comfort of countless mornings, the silvery flash of fish in the nets is already evident. At the front of the boat the captain stands with a grin that splits his weathered face. This suggests either a very good night of fishing or a really creative way to explain why the fish are smaller than usual. It's not always easy to discern the difference with Marcus. The boat gently bumps against the pier as you sail forward with the confidence of someone who has been playing this game since Marcus was just a young fisherman with more enthusiasm than talent. As the crew begins to unload their haul, your experienced eye quickly makes a list of the options. Sea bass with bright clear eyes, red mullet that sparkle like rubies, and a number of fish species whose names you haven't bothered to learn but whose quality you can tell with a single look. You easily pull the cork out of a tiny ceramic container you take out of your bag. The smell of your special herb-infused olive oil hints at what could be, making the simple act of picking out fish a sign of the supper to come. The smell that escapes makes a lot of adjacent merchants look up. Marcus raises an eyebrow as he sees the well-known ritual. You gesture to a really nice sea bass with 2 fingers and don't say anything. Marcus nods and begins to wrap the fish in wide seaweed leaves, which is the old-fashioned way to package things. He lightly sprays the fish with the oil and then puts it back in its container when you give it to him. This is a cooperation between specialists who recognise that the best deals are good for everyone, not just one person. Years of practice have made it easy to trade coins. You both keep the goodwill that will make future business successful and fun, and Marcus gets paid properly for good fish. You get a product that will sell for high prices to quality-conscious customers. No tense talks, no big gestures, and no trying to convince each other that prices should go down because times are tough. It's just commerce between people who respect each other's knowledge. A young Egyptian quarter merchant looks with interest as you weigh the wrapped fish against the oil canisters in your backpack. His sandals are too fresh, his tunic is too clean, and his face is too eager. These are all signals that he hasn't yet figured out that successful dealing is about building trust over time rather than making big deals. You look him in the eye and offer him a tiny nod of acknowledgement. You remember your own early days when every deal felt like a test you may fail. You know that everyone has to start someplace. It's not the right time or place for long chats, but the young man's hopeful look makes it seem like he's hoping you'll share some advice. No matter how curious or well-meaning someone is, the morning market never waits for them. The fish will go rotten eventually. The harbour starts to fill up with activity as more boats come back and more merchants set up shop along the quay. You reached your main goal, but the serene morning ambiance is slowly replaced by the ordered bustle of business. The fish in your satchel represents the key to your success today. New, better products that will sustain the increased prices your devoted clients expect to pay for the things you propose. You start heading back toward the middle of the city, where the huge market square would soon be full of people shopping, merchants, and the never-ending cycle of supply and demand that made Alexandria one of the most prosperous towns in ancient times. The sun rising over the water warms your shoulders and informs you that today is a great day to do business outside. The cobblestones beneath your feet tell the story of thousands of traders who have walked this same way with their products and dreams, in quest of money. Every morning you can count on the same thing, that somewhere in the huge market someone needs what you have and is willing to pay a fair price to take it home. Some days you are lucky and get a lot of money, while other days you barely break even. Alexandria's huge market square is like a blank canvas in front of you, waiting for artists to paint it with colours, music and the beautiful chaos of people, trading. You get there early enough to obtain your preferred spot on the eastern side, where the morning sun will warm your consumers without making them squint at your goods. This is better than being in the middle, where the crowds are biggest and the competition is strongest. You stretched your woven reed mat on the polished stone sidewalk. It felt like a cherished blanket and had the same weight and texture. This mat has been with you to markets in 3 different cities, seen countless transactions, soaked up wine and olive oil, and somehow stayed strong after years of being folded, unfolded, and even used as a seat during long discussions. After 20 years of trying and failing, you have learned how to arrange items in a way that makes them seem their best. The fish is the main thing, and it still smells like fresh water and is wrapped with seaweed. You put the olive oil containers around it in a way that shows off a lot without making it look cluttered. They are close enough to make a statement, but far enough apart so that customers don't get hurt when they reach for a closer look. Your exceptional herb-infused oils require their own section. They should be on a tiny wooden platform that's a little higher up and catches the light to show off their beautiful golden colour. These little bottles of magic may turn ordinary veggies into a meal suitable for a senator's table, and plain bread into something extraordinary. They're not just cooking ingredients. As the morning sun shines through the coloured glass bottles of certain containers, tiny rainbows dance over the mat like promises of flavour. You stop for a moment to glance at your competitors and the people who live near you. To your left, an old rural woman carefully lays bundles of fresh herbs. She knows that how things look might be the difference between carrying home wilted items by twilight or selling out by noon. You notice her, and you nod in admiration as her wrinkled hands move with the confidence that comes from years of skill. To your right, a young guy is struggling with a remarkable arrangement of copper pots that are clearly heavier than he imagined. They would be when he loaded them onto his cart this morning. His face shows the particular red that comes from physical exertion, and it also shows that he's starting to think he may have misjudged how much he can take with such heavy products. You want to help, but you've learned from experience that sometimes people see help as criticism instead of goodwill. The market is full of the first customers of the day, who are moving slowly and with interest. These early consumers are usually the pickiest. They know what quality is and are willing to pay a fair price for it. They examine swiftly but carefully at the many options, moving with the confidence of experienced buyers. A well-dressed woman is walking toward your display. Her gold jewellery and linen outfit show that she is used to the better things in life. She stops when she sees your herb-infused oils, picks up one of the containers and pops the cork to smell it. Her face goes from polite curiosity to genuine awe, like someone who's just found something that blows their mind. You stay at a respectful distance so she can look at your things without feeling pressured. This client knows what she wants and has the means to get it. Your duty is to be available to answer her questions while respecting her independence. She carefully replaces the cork as someone who has been let down by bad goods in the past would, and then looks at the fish, noting its firm flesh and clear eyes. The morning market has its own rhythm, different from the busy midday market or the nighttime market when people are looking for deals. People are more polite when they negotiate and conversations are quieter. It appears like both buyers and sellers are taking their time to make sure everyone is happy. The richest people shop at this time, before the heat gets too hot and the crowds get too big to shop comfortably. The sound of coins passing hands is a gratifying metallic whisper that marks the official start of your business day. The well-dressed woman has picked out the best fish from your display and a jar of your special oil. She paid without complaint and thanked you sincerely. You might feel the same happiness you always do when you give a customer high-quality goods that they really love, as she leaves with her delivery safely wrapped. More customers are coming into the market since there are more things to choose from, and trade is getting stronger. As the sun rises in the morning, it warms the stones under your feet and signals that another successful day is coming in the biggest marketplace of all time. Your remaining goods shine brightly on their reed mat, waiting to be found by consumers who know that some things are worth buying. By mid-morning, the market square is full of people trading, doing business, and having friendly arguments over prices. That seemed too good to be true. After years of practice, you've discovered a comfortable pace that keeps you aware enough to see potential customers across the square and relaxed enough to stay away from the frantic energy that makes shoppers uneasy and more likely to keep going. Middle-aged guy in a toga that has seen better days approaches carefully, trying to look more successful than he really is. He looks at your things with the kind of attention that only someone who cares about quality, but has to make every dollar count, can have. You can see immediately what kind of person they are. Not sloppy, but careful. They might be a mid-level manager or an adept craftsman who knows the difference between cheap and affordable. He grabs one of your normal olive oil containers, weighs it, and looks through the ceramic container to see how clear the oil is. You take note of this information for subsequent use in the debate because his manner is knowledgeable enough to suggest that he knows how to cook. Good salespeople don't try to make people buy things. Instead, they help the proper individuals comprehend why they should have your products in their homes. You don't try to sell him anything right away. Instead, you wait for him to finish his test. A merchant's best quality is patience, which is more important than making big gestures or giving convincing speeches. When he finally looks up, you smile and tell him that the oil originates from olives grown on the hills of Cyprus, where the sea wind gives them a particular flavour that goes well with anything from simple bread to complicated stews. He clearly grows, more intrigued, and asks smart questions about how long this oil will last, how to store it, and what the greatest uses for it are. You provide an honest answer, saying that this oil is fine for everyday cooking, but your herb-infused versions are better for special occasions, or when he wants to impress visitors at dinner. It's important to provide him options without making him feel bad for thinking about the cheaper one. You can show the differences by giving people small samples of both oils on pieces of bread that you set aside just for this purpose. The man's face shows that he's found something he didn't realise he wanted as he tastes the herb-infused oil. The fight between want and budget has begun. You've learned how to let customers decide for themselves what they need and how much it's worth without getting in the way. While he thinks about what to do, you hear a disturbance at the copper pot seller's stand. It sounds like thunder as it rolls on the stone pavement, like the young guy dropped one of his heavier pots. You can't help but giggle at the young merchant's embarrassed face as he runs after his missing products. Other sellers and customers run away to avoid the runaway kitchenware. This short break actually helps your buyer make a decision. Sometimes people need to take a break from thinking too much and simply go with their instincts. He has already reached for his coin purse and asked how to store the herb-infused oil so that it keeps its flavour when he looks back at your display. Now that the deal is almost done, all you have to do is give him great customer service so he will come back and tell others about you. You carefully wrap his purchase in a clean cloth and then take the time to explain how to store it and suggest foods that will bring out its unique flavour. This extra knowledge converts a simple sale into an investment in client pleasure, and the only expense is your time. Customers who are happy with your service become loyal customers, and loyal customers become brand ambassadors who tell their friends about your booth. You think about the psychology of successful selling as he leaves, evidently happy, holding his package. When a customer comes to your display, they each have their own demands, budget, and knowledge of the products. You don't have to convince everyone to buy your most expensive things. Instead, You should help each person figure out which of your products will make a small but important difference in their lives. The morning goes on with a steady stream of browsers and customers, each of whom helps you understand people better and the thin line that separates commerce from actual service. Some customers buy things quickly and easily because they know exactly what they want. Some people need time to look into things, ask questions, and slowly build their confidence in their choices. Some visitors use your stand as a stop on a leisurely tour of Alexandria's shops, enjoying the social side of buying at the market. You keep acting with the friendly professionalism that has helped you build a good reputation over the years, always honest about the pros and cons of your products, never pushy, and always ready to help. In the long run, this method builds trust, contentment, and the kind of good word of mouth that drives new customers to your mat week after week. This is better than the big sales that come from high-pressure tactics. The market square becomes a sparkling scene as the sun rises to its highest point. Heat waves dance like invisible spirits above the stone pavement. Now tourists, slaves doing errands for their bosses, and the occasional local who can't wait until evening to shop are all in the market. Most of the morning's refined customers have gone home to cool off. The neighbouring column that gives a narrow strip of shade is one of the numerous architectural features that make Alexandria's marketplace beautiful and sometimes beneficial. You've used it to your advantage by repositioning your display. The heat from the stones is still powerful enough to make you appreciate the wide-brimmed hat you bought from a craftsman in the Ethiopian quarter last summer, even though your reed mat is now in a cooler place. During these hot midday hours, commerce slows down, but it doesn't halt completely. As a party of Roman visitors walks through the market, their fair complexion is already becoming pink. They seem to have miscalculated the North African sun. No matter what the weather is like, they stroll from stall to vendor, with the slightly overpowering excitement of individuals who are keen to experience everything Alexandria has to offer. A Roman woman with an expensive stola that shows she is used, to luxury stops by your display and looks at it with interest. As someone who has access to the best items from all over the empire, she knows how to spot quality when she sees it. She carefully looks over your herb-infused oils. She says she's sorry she doesn't speak the local dialect better, but her Greek with a Latin accent is easy to understand. Your grammar isn't perfect, but you answer in your own careful Latin, which you've learned over the years of working with Roman clientele who appreciate the effort. The discussion flows smoothly as you talk about where your different oils come from, and how they can make the Italian meals she says she misses from home taste better. Everyone likes the concept of adding unusual flavours to familiar items, and she buys several containers with the explicit purpose of revisiting her taste memories in a unique area. You can see that the young copper pot seller has now fixed up his display and seems to have learned from his mistake in the morning. The Romans are still looking about the market. He has put himself in a good position to catch anything that could try to get away, and his pots are now arranged in a way that makes them more stable. His serious look shows that he is taking his merchant education seriously. The heat of midday brings both chances and problems. Even while fewer people are walking about at these hours, the ones who do tend to have specific needs that make them less sensitive to pricing and more focused on obtaining exactly what they want. People who live there are having cooking emergencies that can't wait for cooler weather. Travellers are stocking up before they continue their trips, and rich families are sending slaves to get certain items for fancy meals. A man who seems agitated and has the energy of someone going through a family crisis walks up to your stand. His clever Greek wife is making a special dinner for important guests today, but she can't find her good olive oil. Their teenage son, who thinks that anything edible is fair game for experimenting, may have eaten it. Right now, the man needs oil, and quality is more vital than price. In times like these, experience pays off. It only takes a few seconds to figure out what a consumer really wants, and it's clear that this man needs more than detailed product descriptions to feel safe. You chose one container of herb-infused oil and one of your best regular oils. You say that the two together will provide you reliable cooking outcomes and the chance to make something special that will impress even the pickiest guests. His obvious relief as he passes over the money shows that you have correctly identified his problem and priorities. You think his wife will be happy with the quality of her ingredients and the fact that her husband is taking charge of the situation as he rushes off, holding his packages like lifelines. People often come back to buy more after seeing that high-quality ingredients can make cooking more special. The heat keeps rising in the early afternoon, making the market square feel strange. People generally think that once the sun starts to drop in the west, everything will get serious again, and conversations will get more tranquil, and motions will become more systematic. This is the time for patient businesses that know that not everyone has the same chance to make money. During this slower time, you organise the rest of your stock, wrapping up things that could be damaged by the heat and putting others in places, where they can get a little breeze that blows through the square. The stone column that shields you creates small air currents that make your location a little more comfortable than the open sections, where some merchants still have to deal with the full force of the Mediterranean sun. During the warmest part of the day, a few more people look around, mostly tourists who haven't learned to respect local conventions about resting in the afternoon, or persons with special needs who put their requirements ahead of their comfort. Customers that shop during these hours are sometimes very happy to locate exactly what they need when there aren't many other possibilities, but each sale takes a little more patience than in the morning. The market square comes back to life as the afternoon sun starts to set in a beautiful way over the western horizon. It's like a sleeping giant waking up and remembering what it was meant to do. When everything is bathed in warm amber light and the shadows are soft and forgiving, the heat that made the middle of the day so unbearable gives way to the magical light that photographers would later call golden hour. As the sun moves, your shadowed spot becomes less significant, and you move your display again to take advantage of the better lighting. Even though sales have been steady all day, there is still a lot of stuff left over, and it should be displayed in a way that makes the most of the beautiful evening light. The herb-infused oils seem to hold on to the warm glow, creating a show that looks like a jewel and draws the attention of people from all parts of the square. People who shop in the morning and at noon are considerably different from those who shop at night. These customers walk at a leisurely pace, like people who have finished their daily tasks and have time to look around, investigate, and maybe find something new. People who work during the day can finally see their favourite vendors, families can walk around the market together, and servants can perform last-minute chores before going home. A retired scholar walks up to your stall with a serious look on his face and a walking stick that softly taps on the stone pavement. He looks over your products very thoroughly and asks questions that show he knows a lot about Mediterranean cooking. It's clear that this person thinks cooking is both an art and a science, and he's looking for items that will show off his skills. You have the kind of deep conversations that make this job so rewarding. He wants to know where the herbs in your infused oils come from, and how different combinations can perform better with different cooking methods. The talk goes across everything from Greek techniques to make veggies taste better, to Roman ways to cook fish. You also find out that your customer has travelled a lot and collected recipes like some people collect coins. He finally buys a lot of things, including many containers of different oils, each chosen for a specific cooking purpose that he happily describes. He tells you about uses for your items that you hadn't thought of, and he promises to send other serious cooks he knows to your stand. This is worth more than the rapid sale. No amount of yelling or flashy sales pitches can compare to the value of loyal customers telling their friends about your business. You can tell that the young copper pot seller had a tough morning, but as the day goes on, you can see that he has had a good day. With the pleasure of someone who has effectively applied important lessons learned, he has cut down on his display by a lot and is carefully wrapping up the rest of his stock. It's nice to see new people get settled into the traditional dance of business. The marketplace takes on a different identity as the day comes to an end. People seem to think that the serious business of buying and selling is giving way to the social side of market life as talks get more casual and transactions become less tense. Regular customers and sellers talk about neighbourhood gossip, family news, and what they expect to sell tomorrow. Kids who have been stuck indoors because of the heat come out with their parents and add their voices to the subtle murmur of evening commerce. The well-dressed woman who was your first customer of the day comes back with two companions who are clearly from out of town. This leads to your last big transaction of the day, something you didn't expect. She talks about your herb-infused oils with the eagerness of someone who has already used the oil she bought in the morning and is happy with the results. You mentally note your friends' choices for later use when they buy in bulk. As the sun sets, painting the western sky with pink and gold colours that would make even the gods stop and stare, you begin the process of closing down your stall for the day. Your coin purse, which is substantially heavier now than it was at daybreak, represents both your financial success and the satisfaction that comes from pairing high-quality goods with happy clients all day long. The last of the goods are carefully packaged for tomorrow's market. Each box is wrapped and secured so that they will be in perfect shape for another day of probable sales. Your reed mat, which has been a loyal friend on many market days, is folded with the respect that comes from a reliable business partner. You take apart the wooden platform that contained your special oils and store it with your other tools. The market square around you steadily empties out as other vendors conclude their own closing tasks. Some people are packing up empty containers with happy expressions after selling out. Others, who might not be as lucky or experienced, are merging their leftover goods and getting ready for tomorrow's event. No matter what happens today, tomorrow brings new chances. This shows that the merchants are always hopeful in every face. Walking home through Alexandria's quiet evening streets is a nice break from the busy market commerce and the more subtle pleasures of daily life. Your leather bag, which now houses currency instead of products, pleasantly brushes against your hip with each stride, reminding you of what you've done that day. The cobblestones under your sandals feel nice and familiar. They are still warm from the day's heat, but not too hot. As people in the city light their oil lamps and the smell of dinner cooking wafts through the windows and doors, the city relaxes into its nightly rhythm. You smile at the prospect that the money you made this morning might go toward the family dinner tonight. Someone nearby is cooking fish with herbs that smell a lot like the ones you use in your own personal blend. It feels great to know that your work helps people get together over good food and meals. You buy a loaf of bread from the bakery where you've been a regular customer for 15 years. The bread is still warm from the ovens. The heavy-set man who works as a baker and constantly has flour on his apron asks about your day with the genuine interest of a small company owner inquiring about another. A nod of approval and a loaf of bread that is a little bigger than what you paid for are the fruits of your short report of steady sales and happy customers. This is the kind of small gesture of kindness that makes a local business feel like a community instead of just a transaction. The narrow street that connects to your home and store feels like a safe place after the market square is so bustling. The voices are softer, the tempo is slower, and the problems are more personal than business-related. Kids play games in small courtyards, and their laughter echoes off the old stone walls that have seen many nights like these. Elderly people sit at doorways and watch the world go by with the patient attention of individuals who have learned to enjoy the drama of everyday life. As you walk into your shop, which has been locked since daybreak, the familiar smell of olive oil and the faint floral notes that fill the whole building greet you. The huge storage amphorae, which stand like motionless guards in the darkening sky, hold both the wealth of the present and the promise of the future. Tomorrow you'll need to restock some items, maybe test out a new herb combination that came to you while you were talking to clients today, and definitely organise the best possible mix of products for another day in the market. The stairs to your living space creak their nightly greeting as you climb to the chamber that serves as both a bedroom and a quiet escape from the business world below. You may finally relax here, surrounded by things that tell the story of your 20 years as a merchant. The bronze mirror shows a face that is pleasantly tired from both mental and physical effort, which is different from just being tired. You count the money you generate every day because you need to keep an eye on your business's health and prepare for future purchases and investments, not because you want to. The coins are more than just money. They show that you have good relationships with your customers, that your pricing and quality judgment are still good, and that you'll have enough resources for new opportunities when the market opens tomorrow. You make the evening meal with food you bought on your way home, and it becomes a private celebration of the day's work. A simple but full dinner made with bread from your local bakery, cheese from the cellar 2 blocks away, and a little bit of your own best olive oil connects you to the business and community that makes Alexandria such a terrific place to live and work. As night sets, and the sounds of the evening, distant chatter, the clip-clop of late travellers' donkeys, and the closing of shutters and doors create the sweet lullaby of urban life winding down, you think about the routines and joys of the merchant's existence. Each day brings new challenges and rewards, a new group of people with different needs and personalities, and opportunities to match products with clients who will really utilise them. As you get ready for bed, the lamp flame flickers softly, making shadows dance on the walls that have kept you safe during good times and bad, when Alexandria was doing well, and when politics made trade harder. The basic appeal of being a merchant has never changed. The satisfaction of delivering high-quality goods to happy customers, the intellectual challenge of understanding markets and people equally well, and the knowledge that your work is helping the great human effort to provide food, shelter, and care for one another. Tomorrow will bring a fresh opportunity to do business ethically in one of the biggest markets on the globe. You'll meet new clientele with different needs and tastes, and you'll have new chances to do business ethically. You can rest easy tonight knowing that you did a good job, kept your relationship strong, and had another successful day in the endlessly interesting business of being human, where everyone needs something, and the wise merchant's joy is in helping. Then find it. The donkey next door seems happy with how he sang this morning and goes to sleep peacefully. While Alexandria sleeps, the merchants of tomorrow are already dreaming of morning. Harry Houdini's story begins not with fanfare but with a toddler on a rickety ship bound for America. Born Eric Weiss in Budapest on March 24, 1874, he was the fourth of 7 children to a rabbi father and his wife. The family emigrated to the United States in 1878, landing in Wisconsin. Young Eric, as he was nicknamed, grew up on miracles far less glamorous than grand illusions. His father lost his first pulpit in 1882, and the Weiss family fell into dire poverty. Eric, a small-town boy with lofty aspirations, skillfully juggled his work and survival obligations with his early showbiz instincts. By age 9, he was performing as a trapeze artist and billing himself as Erich, the Prince of the Air, in one of many makeshift tent shows. Even as a child, he seemed to understand that real escape was needed. Escaping hunger with shoe shining and newspaper rounds, and escaping obscurity by wowing circus crowds. The name Houdini was still years away. Eric Weiss spent his early adolescence running errands for theatres and dabbling in gymnastics. At the age of 13, Eric Weiss and his father relocated to New York City, settling into a drafty boarding house situated on East 79th Street. He took on any odd jobs available, even working as a wild-eyed carnival beast man, simply to help his family make ends meet. A rabbi in Appleton, Wisconsin, had once been his father's proud position. Now the future escape artist was dancing on tightropes for spare change. By his teens, he was tall and sinewy enough to make an impression, an athletic cross-country runner turned showman. In 1891, Eric tried to turn his mechanical skill for locks and chains into a magic career. He read the autobiography of French magician Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin, and wrongly assumed that adding an I meant like Houdin in French. Thus Weiss became Weiss, and Eric became Harry Houdini. He later insisted Harry was an homage to his idol Harry Keller, but in truth the name Houdini mostly came from a childhood nickname for Eric. This optimistic renaming did not instantly conjure success. He and his younger brother Theo even formed a vaudeville act called The Brothers Houdini, which flopped so badly they returned to New York near starvation wages. For years, Houdini's career was the opposite of spectacular. He presented himself as the king of cards and performed in the sleazy dime museums. His first magic shows were routine parlour tricks that rarely paid more than a few dollars per night. The couple and their act traversed various theatres, their pockets brimming with talent but depleted by limited funds. One moment they were in Chicago at the 1893 World's Fair, with Hope Diamond Shimmer. The next, just as quickly, they were boxed into an opium den sideshow. The early 20th century showbiz was a terrifying experience, combining elements of starvation and hardship. Through those struggles, Houdini learned a valuable lesson. Confinement in a mess box posed a greater risk than imprisonment by creditors. He tinkered with handcuffs and shackles in his off hours, convinced there must be a way out. It was little wonder, given his name, that he became obsessed with getting out. He tested keys in his slimy apartment and studied locksmithing using ragged manuals. When Houdini first approached a lock, one friend would later quip, that lock screamed at an SOS by morning. By 1894, his wife Bess, formerly Wilhelmina Rana, was relieved that he was making more money as a doorman and bouncer than he was with his magic. It took a few more years of scraping by before anything resembling a big break materialised. But let's say the stage was set for Houdini to really break out. The year 1889 was Houdini's Houdini moment. He was performing in St. Paul, Minnesota, doing the same card tricks and juggling acts that had entertained Midwestern saloons for a decade. When fate, in the form of vaudeville manager Martin Beck, knocked on his dressing room door. Beck was already booking big novelty acts, and needed something new to wow the audience. Houdini demonstrated to Beck his preferred distraction technique, which involved escaping from a pair of prison handcuffs, a feat that would have left most men speechless. The normally unflappable Beck's eyes lit up. "Stick with those escape stunts," he advised, "and I'll get you on the Orpheum circuit." Within weeks, Houdini was performing at the top vaudeville halls across America. The public had suddenly gone wild for the idea that a man could slip through steel restraints as easily as you slip through airport security, and Houdini became their handcuff Houdini. He wasn't the first escape artist ever, but he invented the concept of escape mania. Every evening from St. Paul to Chicago, Houdini lived up to his name by springing free from county jail cells supplied by impressed local sheriffs. Tied in leather straps and dipped into rivers in wooden crates, he'd emerge minutes later dripping but unchained. He was performing escapes that were so physically impossible, newspaper mishawked and girls fainted. One local paper headlined, "If I put these cuffs on, you'll never escape." And Houdini escaped anyway, basking in the headlines and leaving jailers to eat another bite of plain donuts for supper. By the year 1900, Beck had arranged for Houdini to travel abroad, and in London, Houdini rose to even greater fame. In England, he encountered a notoriously sceptical police force at Scotland Yard. The initial audition resulted in Houdini being restrained in the renowned yard's irons, and he confidently walked out in just 5 minutes. Houdini immediately secured a 6-month contract at London's Alhambra Theatre, where he quickly rose to fame. Americans and Brits alike flocked to his shows, and to Houdini this was no illusion. His salary shot up to $300 a week, a fortune at the time. A young man who once ate beans and rice with stagemates in New York was now presenting gold medals to his mother and renting a $25,000 brownstone in Harlem by 1904. As a nice bonus for poor Mama Weiss, he even bought her a gown rumoured to have been made for Queen Victoria, the proudest hour of the family's history, Houdini later said. By his mid-20s, Houdini had largely overcome his poverty. Newspapers began calling him the Handcuff King, so a title he wore with pride. He was also forthright about his methods. Houdini freely admitted to hiding skeleton keys in his pockets, tucking bits of wire into his sleeve, and occasionally using his teeth to pick a lock. He was genuinely risking his life to escape from jail cells. He studied every handcuff made, and had what one locksmith friend termed photographic memory for tricky locking mechanisms. Not that he needed memorization for long. As Houdini dryly noted in his 19 to 10 book, a simple shoelace loop could open old cuffs almost as cleanly as a key. Every newsboy in New York soon knew the name Houdini. He discarded his old card tricks as easily as one would throw away last season's shoe polish. He was now preoccupied with impossible escapes, nail-riveted packing crates, straitjackets, Berlin police cell turnarounds, and yes, even a manacled swim in a Chicago river once. Houdini had invited the very police he was escaping from to hold him down, and watching them fail by midday was the best free publicity imaginable. If Houdini had charged for being locked up, he probably would have paid off his entire contract in stash of cuff keys. By 1905, the world knew him, and its breathless newsmen wanted more danger, more distance, more Houdini. With the handcuff trick safely under his belt, Houdini needed a new way to surprise the world, and when it came to upping the ante, Houdini was a natural risk-taker. Around 1908, he retreated from handcuffs in favour of dramatic water escapes. The milk can escape, his first major liquid act, involved Houdini padlocking himself inside a massive milk can filled with water and challenging an audience member to seal the top. Then seconds later, he'd pop out like he'd never skipped breakfast. The stunt was so successful he took it overseas immediately, and crowd members began betting whether Houdini would dangle like a drowned insect or slip out victorious. Spoiler: Houdini won every time, much to the disappointment of the booing skeptics. Once the milk can became well known, imitators crept in like moths to a flame-proof cloth. Houdini, never one to be outdone, went around building more elaborate traps. In 1912, he unveiled what would become his most infamous gimmick, the Chinese water torture cell, which Houdini himself preferred to call simply upside down. For that purpose, he commissioned a custom tank of mahogany and steel. With a thick plate glass window and plumbing fixtures, in effect a giant aquarium on its side, he would be spread-eagled and dropped in head first, feet first, eyes only on the crowd. As water poured in to fill the cell completely, every spectator expected him to drown. Instead, Houdini held his breath, over 3 minutes in fact, and unlocked his way out while completely upside down. The act was so spectacular that audiences believed the illusionist had a fish-like appearance, and it remains one of Houdini's greatest triumphs to this day. Along with water feats, Houdini delighted in airborne escapades. No tall building was safe as long as Houdini was in town. One early stuntman in Leeds, England, showed him bound in a straitjacket and then hoisted by his ankles 200 feet up a crane above the crowd. With thousands watching, he would wiggle free in plain sight, a stunt that drew comparable ticket sales to a Beatles concert or Super Bowl today. In New York, police actually banned him from dangling from high-wire offices, so Houdini chartered a tugboat and performed his packed cabin overboard stunt in the East River on July 7th, 1912. They nailed a crate around him, sank it, and then Houdini squeaked himself loose underwater before anyone ran to find the phone book on how to pronounce subpoena. Even death-defying wasn't enough without death itself. Houdini became equally famous for his buried alive acts, although those performances even gave him nightmares. In a 1915 stunt, he consented to bury himself under 6 feet of dirt, using only his arms as excavation tools. The ground compacted around him. Halfway down, he began clawing rapidly, only just managing to break the surface before panic took hold. He emerged in a nearly comical jumble of dirty hair and frantic apologies. It was rumoured afterward that Houdini's emergency call was, "One Houdini please, no rush." Reporters frequently questioned whether Houdini was ticklish or had a sidecar attached due to these and other coffin tricks. Typically, Houdini would joke that the obituary column posed the greatest threat to his life. No matter how elaborate the trap, Houdini insisted on transparency. Before some tricks, he'd even strip down and invite the audience to feel his biceps or punch him in the gut, proving he had no hidden keys. For his straitjacket escapes, he sometimes wore nothing but a G-string. In the torture cell, he made sure everyone saw him chained up through glass. One wag quipped that Houdini had nothing to hide. In fact, he practically showed everything off stage. These tactics built his image as a straight shooter, or bare straight shooter more precisely, in a business known for hocus pocus. Journalists lauded him as the only magician who performed without the veil of deceit, not realizing Houdini had written that line himself on a poster. In any case, if Houdini had a motto in the trenches of public stunts, it would be, "We may waterboard me, but we won't water skip me." Thus, Houdini consistently elevated the standard and the anxiety of ticket holders until newsboys began promoting the next Houdini spectacle. By 1914, Houdini's signature escapes were polished and timeless. Critics noted that even his old milk can act looked different. He would now sometimes float an iron grill inside it, raising the difficulty. Legend has it Houdini discarded the grill later because the bars looked too helpful, like accidentally giving a ladder to someone who's supposed to be trapped. The torture cell itself underwent refinements. By the end of his career, Houdini travelled with a spare set of locks, chains, and even a second cell in case of emergency. Imagine yourself jammed head first in an iron coffin of water, with no key and a ticking clock, he liked to say on posters. It borders on the supernatural. The public believed him, though naturally no one was ever quite sure how he did it. Houdini's sidekick and wife Bess often co-starred in a minor role during these moments of theatrical faith. She handled the props, managed the timing, and once nearly fainted when an assistant accidentally locked her in a safe on stage. She recovered just long enough to signal Houdini to open it. Afterward, she quipped that if Houdini had failed, she'd have to update his act to the cremation cell. In every incredible stunt, Bess was quietly in the wings. The real Houdini often joked that behind every great escape artist there was an even greater stage manager. So while Harry starred in the Cell of Doom, Bess was the silent secretary of magic, making sure Houdini's solos had a solid encore. Houdini's stunts had become a full-time job of being otherworldly. But the world was certainly watching. Newspapers and fans bellowed "impossible" at every escape. The law enforcement establishment treated him with a mixture of admiration and embarrassment. Los Angeles police insisted he was a humbug, then grudgingly hired him to escape from the LA jail. He turned the entire planet's jail system into his toolbox. To Houdini, these were hard lessons about locks and human nature. If you bend the rules just a bit, or break the lock, everyone will ask you to break free next. It was like the ultimate game of tag, except Houdini was always it, and chains were just part of the catch. By the late 1910s, Houdini's name had international cachet. He was rich and restless. There were no more dime museums in New York paying him by the burger and fries. Now he entertained kings and commoners. He continued to tour constantly, in Great Britain, Europe, Russia, and the Netherlands, and everywhere he went, Houdini challenged local police to one of his escape bouts. Every city became a stage, every prison a proving ground. In Moscow, for example, he escaped from a boxcar bound for Siberia. The key supposedly was kept at the North Pole. With each new country conquered, he collected souvenirs, Orders from ministers, official certificates of escape artistry, and sometimes even a lawsuit or two. He once sued a German officer for claiming Houdini only escaped by bribery. Houdini proved the man wrong by popping open the judge's safe with the court's own keys. Newsreels eventually lured Houdini to the movies. He starred in a couple of early silent pictures in 1918 to 1919, like The Master Mystery, where he beat up a robot and got into a biplane chase. Audiences scratched their heads though. Was this an action film or a really weird magic show? Ultimately, Houdini found film less lucrative than vaudeville. As he told the press, his box office receipts beat Hollywood's silent charisma, so he returned to live audiences. He also had another pioneering gig in the skies. In 1910, he became the first person to pilot a powered airplane in Australia. "He's lifting off more than just our spirits," a reporter punningly wrote. Houdini was always seeking new challenges, whether it was digging through dirt or scaling clouds. Offstage, Houdini's fame brought him a celebrity lifestyle to match. He joined organizations of magicians, became president of the Society of American Magicians in 1917, and insisted on professionalism among his peers. His Harlem brownstone at 278 W to 113th Street became a museum of sorts, filled with rare tricks, mystical oddities, and books on every bit of occult nonsense he wanted to debunk. He bought a snazzy car and a custom-lined suitcase of locks and picks. In a humorous act of generosity, he reportedly spent fistons on a ceremonial gown purportedly tailored for Queen Victoria and threw a grand party to showcase a mitt, all to ensure his impoverished mother could be the centre of attention at the ball. "That day we could kill each other laughing," Houdini later said. For once, he had shown up high society and their jaws had hit the floor at his wildness. Throughout the 1910s, Houdini was touring roughly like a rock star. By 1920, Houdini was earning a salary significantly higher than that of an ordinary stage magician. People literally travelled to his show, even coming on pilgrimage when Houdini arrived in a city. He had realised that by turning every performance into the biggest stunt ever, he could keep the crowds coming back. So he did. And in a way, Houdini had become that rarity among entertainers, a guy who was famous primarily for surviving things. Yet for all the flash, one aspect of Houdini's persona remained personal. Even at the height of fame, he was curious, almost wistful, about the fringes of existence. He himself once admitted that he'd love nothing more than a moment's contact beyond with his beloved mother, who had died in 1913. So as 1920s optimism flourished, Houdini quietly became the moonlighting skeptic. He would attend seances in secret, take on private investigations of mediums, and write articles exposing the machinery behind ghostly tableaus. In short, he was determined to apply his escape artistry to the spiritual realm. But first, one more leap, the biggest one yet, was about to unfold. Even people who thought Houdini's stunts were hokum respected that his battles against phony spirits were remarkably sincere. In contrast to other magicians who casually pretended to be mediums on stage, Houdini had no desire to deceive. By the early 1920s, he had seen too many families ruined by con artists calling out from the void. On one hand, he was the showman who managed to smuggle himself into a floating tank, drowned, and miraculously survived. On the other hand, he was a grieving son, having promised his mother on her deathbed that if anyone in the family could communicate with the dead, he would be the first to test it. What transpired was Houdini's most significant act to date. He transformed into the undead's most terrifying adversary. Along with his wife Bess and a secret cadre, the most famous being a lady named Rose Mackenberg, a real-life ghost detective, Houdini set about exposing human leeches who claimed to talk to the dead. They attended seances undercover, even sabotaging staged levitations and phony knockings. They documented cunning tricks like smoked meat used to spur ectoplasm, sticky bandages smuggled up sleeves, and hidden colluding accomplices. When newspapers of the day ran stories of hoodoo, Houdini often quipped that at least the ghost stories had actual ghostwriters, as he could barely find anyone willing to donate even a dime. Houdini's fire for this crusade came to a symbolic climax in 1926 when he testified before Congress. It was a rare appearance outside the stage, a stiff legislative hearing room instead of a vaudeville theatre. Houdini, accompanied by Senator Arthur Capper, boldly declared that spiritualism was a complete scam. He was not joking, he was a magician who had made a career out of deceiving death, and he boldly declared that these mediums should be ashamed. Society was transfixed. Newspapers called it uproarious and the apex of Houdini's anti-spiritualist crusade. He even supported bills to criminalise fake fortune-telling and phony spiritual communications. Observers were aware that Houdini had previously performed fake seances on small vaudeville stages solely for financial gain. But that was a long time ago, and now the focus was on the psychic charlatans. He felt a bit of irony and sometimes joked, "I put the ghost in Ghostbusters," to audiences. In truth, this mission wasn't about laughs, it was deeply personal. Bess and Houdini had agreed on a secret code, Rosa Bell, the title of Bess's favourite song, to confirm whether Houdini could truly communicate from the other side after his death. So far, every message from the spirit world would have been hogwash to him and him to us. Houdini also wielded his fame and organisational power in more direct ways. From 17 to his death, Houdini served as the president of the Magicians' Union, Society of American Magicians, urging his fellow magicians to expose frauds and to avoid joining the psychic movement. If a medium dared lecture him, Houdini would challenge them on stage. He famously offered $10,000, a small fortune, to anyone who could perform a real spiritual feat he couldn't explain. Unsurprisingly, he never wrote any checks. He frequently asserted that claiming it was all real was just as unethical as claiming the Titanic was unsinkable, and we all know how that turned out. The public found Houdini's switch to ghost-busting both fascinating and confusing. Here was a man who'd escaped death physically, now chasing after fake death claims. Some newspapers played along, dutifully reporting every sneer he made at so-called spiritual journalism. Others grumbled that Houdini was murdering market share for mediums. An editorial openly questioned whether Houdini saw himself as a hero or a villain. Throughout it all, Houdini never utilised his magic to solve this problem. Instead, he relied on basic sleight-of-hand knowledge and forensic intelligence. Houdini maintained a clear perspective in a world of deceit. There are tricks in every trade, and no one is more greedy than those who trade on the dead. Houdini's crusade gave him a new identity. Not just escapist entertainer, but public educator. He went on lecture tours, not only on how to break locks, but also on how to spot a fake medium's tacky gimmicks. For instance, he once walked on stage at a big spiritualist convention in tears, only to yank off his sham crystal ball and show the camera inside. People want something to believe in, he'd say, but at least they should know if it's a dollop of egg or an echo of the real thing. In these interviews, he called charlatans crooks and liars, and to some he was the very definition of a fanatic. However, for many others, particularly the grieving widows and widowers, he emerged as an improbable defender of reason. He brought in any expert, psychic or not, who had evidence of the afterlife and tested it under harsh light. He even brought in trained stage hypnotists to test mediums claiming trance states. This all culminated in a congressional hearing in 1926, after which Houdini felt vindicated that at least lawmakers were listening. He would brag years later that he had become history's first professional ghostbuster, decades before Ghostbusters hit the pop charts. Houdini didn't anticipate the intense personal nature of this battle. He unintentionally stirred up controversy by becoming both a celebrity investigator and a subject of tabloid curiosity. Newspapers reported with relish that Houdini was arrogant, unscientific, or just plain superstitious. Some even claimed the devil had cursed him at one séance. Friends from his youth saw a change. The man who once joyfully bowed to his audiences was now hostile toward clothing horses of the occult. He argued openly with old friend Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes author, who had championed spiritualism. Doyle called Houdini a blasphemer for exposing mediums. Houdini called Doyle a fool for believing them. Their friendship, once built on mutual respect, fractured on fraudulent phantoms. Despite the growing friction, Houdini admitted he himself wanted a sign that maybe there was something beyond, but only if it was genuine. As president of Magicians, he asked colleagues to help craft the ultimate sitting. Before his first wife's death, they agreed on that secret code. The early séances Houdini and Bess held on Halloween each year became legend. Year after year, she announced there was no message. Every time the telephone rang on those nights, Houdini's heart would skip. However, Houdini's final performance in 1926 revealed something about him. A man who had defied every possible trick was now anticipating that he would approach death like any other challenge. And yet, like any outstanding showman, he would only tell the ending after the final curtain. Houdini's distaste for spiritualism had a consequence. True believers in the movement no longer saw Houdini as the gentle juggler from New York, but rather as a charismatic figure. Certain journalists began printing that Houdini had become a villain, like an official family exterminator at every funeral. Some spiritualist leaders took it personally. After all, Houdini had millions of dollars, fame, and a loyal following. When he exposed their tricks on national radio, many mediums retaliated by attacking his character. Conspiracy-minded gossip columns suggested Houdini only took on mediums because his own psychic powers were weak, the irony being, of course, that Houdini explicitly denied having any mystical powers other than what any talented locksmith and beastman might possess. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was perhaps the most enraged public figure among Houdini's upset constituency. The two men had been warm acquaintances. Doyle even participated in seances with Houdini's mother in 1922, until Houdini began mocking Doyle's beliefs. Doyle, who'd risked a claim by publicly endorsing spirits, felt personally insulted when Houdini compared metaphysics to a cheap parlour trick. The rift became bitter and enduring. Doyle persisted in attending spirit gatherings and publicly declared Houdini a heretic, even associating him with supernatural curses. One sensational headline had it, "Evil spirits put curse on Harry Houdini." A joke Houdini himself read with weary amusement. The friendship never recovered, and the image of Doyle as a true believer versus Houdini as the ultimate doubter became a literary trope. Sherlock Holmes versus Houdini had a lovely ring to it, the tabloids noted. The feud burdened Houdini behind the scenes. He often confided in friends that he truly wanted spiritualism to be real. He had nearly started the ghost wrestling course himself, but Doyle's dogmatism pushed him away. Still, Houdini channeled frustration into action. He had city newspapers keep publishing the spiritualist victims wanted ads, disguising himself to get invitations, then reported back to the public the silly ways mediums tried to fool them. To Houdini's credit, even when he poked fun at seance theatrics, often with a pun or two, he never got mean-spirited. He liked to say, "We all need a touching word after we lose someone, but let's make sure our touching words aren't glued on by trickery." Not all blowback was public debate, though. Some of it was deeply personal. Bess, Houdini's wife, took the brunt of their shared obsession. Although she supported his crusade, she also desperately yearned for any sign from beyond that would indicate her husband was still with her if he died first. Every Halloween from 1926 onward, Bess sat in darkness holding Houdini's coffin key and singing their secret song, waiting for Rosabelle Believe, their prearranged code. Year after year, there was no response. In 1936, a decade after the promise, Bess publicly declared that Houdini had indeed never reached out. She said, 10 years is long enough to wait for any man." This tearful final séance made headlines. Some people wrote it off as the end of a gimmick, but magicians still hold silent sessions at his grave to this day. However, in 1926, life continued with its usual peculiarities. Houdini continued touring and lecturing. The world still adored the escapist showman on stage. Yet those who knew him could see a seriousness in his eyes that hadn't been there in the old days of card tricks. Every new bill for a séance-critical lecture and every press interview about medium tricks added to an invisible tally he kept in his mind. At night he was said to have had unsettling dreams about being restrained or drowning, nightmares no one could applaud as they did his on-stage escapades. But still, every morning he put on his costume as a tabloid publicity photographer and lock enthusiast. He joked in private letters. To defeat death is one thing, to defeat those who profit from death's scare tactic is another. The public, for its part, had mixed reactions. Many admired Houdini's honesty and backed his legislative efforts. Some religious newspapers even published his cynical gags. For example, Houdini wrote that if fireflies came out only after someone died, people would buy electric lights instead of hiring mediums. But a portion of fans felt mildly betrayed. After cheering him in applause lines for years, a few older admirers were puzzled at seeing his name on exposés of their favourite mediums. Magician colleagues either applauded his integrity or grumbled that he was attracting too much controversy. Society's magazines began publishing articles such as Houdini Slays Fairy Photos and Holmes Creator Seaver's Ties with Houdini, which gave the public the impression that he was a magician turned cop. Even Houdini's own press agents had to scramble. They shifted headlines from Houdini's Wild Rides to Houdini's Wild Sights, where wild here meant decidedly unimpressive magic without see-through trickery. Some days he waved off the dust-ups by announcing a new escape challenge, like dangling from a plane, and the media happily obliged. On other days, scribblers would ask him if his fight against ghostlies meant he now believed only in himself. Houdini would laugh and say, "If you can survive being locked in a safe and then thrown from a plane, the only thing you're sure of is gravity." Despite everything, Houdini appeared to accept the consequences. It was the nature of a showman to feed on attention after all, and nothing attracted headlines like Houdini versus the unseen world. Still, he knew his legacy was shifting. He wrote later that he wanted to be remembered not for tricks or big muscles, but for fighting. Gams! In his heart, he hoped people would credit him with something deeper than just 1,000 straitjacket escapes. As the critics sneered and the spiritualists hissed, Houdini honed his wit and picklocks, determined to end this act according to his own terms. The final act of Houdini's life unfolded like a scripted nightmare of his own. On October 9th, 1926, performing in Albany, New York, he injured his ankle during a trick, a reminder that even a Superman has the limits. He hobbled through shows until doctors advised rest, but Houdini, ever proud to deliver the show, shrugged it off, saying, "A broken ankle is not going to stop Houdini." Then came Halloween, 1926's prelude. While resting in Montreal on October the 22nd after a lecture, a member of the audience, a punch-loving medical student, asked Houdini if he was as tough as rumours. "Knock me out if you can," Houdini joked. The student, Dr. J. Gordon Whitehead, obliged with a series of swift blows to Houdini's stomach, landing several before Harry could tense up. Houdini gasped but laughed it off. He called it a fun experiment, telling reporters later he'd felt nothing but an empty pain. That evening he boarded a train for Detroit, attributing the discomfort in his gut to that playful punch in his stubborn foot. On October the 24th, Houdini's show in Detroit began with an uncharacteristically slow start. He complained of cramps and cold sweats. After a late-night performance, which he insisted on doing despite temperatures spiking to 104 degrees Fahrenheit in his dressing room, he collapsed backstage. A doctor diagnosed acute appendicitis and urged immediate surgery. Houdini, known for pep-talking his body, reportedly grinned and said, "I'll do this show if it's my last." But by 6 a.m, he could no longer delay. Houdini was rushed into surgery. The appendectomy revealed a ruptured appendix had sent infection, peritonitis, coursing through his abdomen. The great Houdini now fought for his life with novelty anti-serums and multiple operations, but the escape artist met a foe he couldn't outmaneuver. On October the 31st, 1926, Halloween, he finally passed away, a 52-year-old man who had braved death for our entertainment. His oft-reported final words were a hushed, "I'm tired of fighting." The world was stunned. Newspapers published gloomy headlines. The master of escapes had vanished, possibly due to a cunning move or a stroke of fate. The official cause listed was peritonitis from a ruptured appendix, but already the legend of Houdini needed an even more spectacular finale. Many whispered that the friendly jab in Montreal had been more serious than Houdini let on. A few doctors of the era indeed speculated that Whitehead's blows had caused the appendix to burst, while others argued the situation was mere coincidence. The truth remains something we'll never fully know. Even some modern medical journals debate how often belly trauma actually causes appendicitis. We do know this: the surgeon discovered no abnormalities apart from the spread of infection, and Houdini's family discreetly maintained to us that it was merely a tragic accident. But for the public, the timing felt eerie. The man who spent his life escaping death had been tricked by our one natural enemy, time. Millions turned out to silently imagine Houdini's version of the last great escape on that dark Halloween. Biographers later noted it as a poetic, if tragic, symmetry. Houdini's final moment occurred on the Night of Spirits. While doctors tended his body, Houdini's mind reportedly raced to that final promise he'd made to Bess. Between operations in his hospital bed, Houdini mumbled the code Rosabelle, believe, fervently hoping for a response. Alas, he never came through. In fact, by some reports he asked for his notebook to jot down any bizarre occurrences, as though expecting us at a ghostly pen to answer him. On November 1st, under the watch of his stunned wife and 2 brothers, Houdini let go of his mortal frame. The world lost not just an escape artist, but a showman who had always insisted on reality. The news of his death disseminated swiftly, akin to wild smoke emanating from a fog machine. Movie houses dimmed lights. Theatres held brief memorial shows. Across the globe, magicians knelt, severing a straitjacket on stage and observing a moment of silence. Indeed, Houdini had vanished from the realm of life, leaving a legacy of unresolved mysteries. Did his last heroic act lie in hunting out any phony mediums, or in proving that even the greatest man must someday give in to fate? That remained a question for the midnight philosophers. We are aware of how people remember him. As promised, Bess held one final séance a decade later, and on Halloween 1936 she declared Houdini did not come through. Every year on that date, magicians still gather at his gravesite, or, when the city says no, gather elsewhere, to honour the legendary escapist. They close their eyes, they whisper the secret song, and whether a breeze stirs or not, they say it in unison. Rosabelle, believe. It's tradition, part tribute, part hope. Houdini himself would likely be amused by it all, perhaps making one last wonderful escape with a sly grin. For nearly 3 centuries we have never really known how he pulled most of his tricks off, and perhaps that mystery is fitting. Houdini left no key to the afterlife behind, only the legend of his earthly feats. He remains a figure who cheated the Grim Reaper on stage time and again, and who wrote, in effect, an obituary for mediocrity every time he won. The individual who had experienced life in a unique way imparted a final lesson to us. Sometimes the greatest escape is not from chains or water, but from the ordinary.